I started playing PUBG 8 years ago, just to pass time in school. What made me come back to the game was the friendships I made and the memories I created. 4 years later, me starting on my competitive career, the way I got into it was from people playing PMGC the first year and actually realizing you could actually win a lot of money in this game. Winning PMAC was a big milestone already for me because it's a big tournament in Africa, and knowing that you qualify to PMGC is probably one of the biggest goals in this game. For the Fall Global this year in 2026, what excites me the most is that what PUBG Mobile Africa has given us, 4 opportunities to qualify to 4 Globals. I think that's any kind of professional player's dream, is to go to 4 Globals a year, and that's what excites me the most and gives me more passion to try to improve myself as a player. What I am working on now for the next PUBG Mobile Global stage is trying to better my gun skills to be as good as the people on the global stage. What makes PUBG Mobile different from other games? I think it's realistic, the way you move or the way you need to position yourself. Other games you have to like do the certain amount of things. So I think this makes it a bit more realistic, and I think that's why people play it. Playing PUBG Mobile 8 years ago, the difference between then and now, I would say then I didn't know much of the game, but now I probably would say I know at least something from the game. I just want to say thank you for bringing this amazing game out and the opportunities you give to players to improve themselves and to just make memories. Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.
I'm proud of the player. That is how you're supposed to live life. But of course, we have stages has been distracted and looking at them, waiting for that opportunity. A straight go in. He's very confident. He's going either into that push. Amazing off from back.
Delirium 6 there, giving a little bit of trouble there, but you smash the pressure. 44K magic.
Towards the sympathy, and someone might just be exposed to by fast there goes down. Again, they just don't want to expose themselves yet, and they're waiting for 44K to make a mistake. Irritation. It's going to be a very interesting end of the game because right now they're trying to make as they try to make the way that they have this spotted the Marvel. They was amazing. He gets passed down. He's trying for that opportunity to maybe destroy so that he cannot be able to make any more rotations.
Again, Legend going to be the last one left. 44K is a solo player which is trying to make a solo run, but not this time. He found a little bit too much Legend. Had his number dialed in immediately on the outside. A little bit of a straight start. Doesn't have enough utilities. Dash into the place, but he runs into Aspect and they can wait for it in the as well. Not a bit of a good trade on the lobby.
Finally, a push is there.
reload. Angles out
Wow.
there, gets the first.
But there's only one issue. They need to get moving fast in center for left. They need to get positions off. Here's grenades. Well, they can be able to do something about this. Okay, but that will be even to them. What?
And that's a beautiful shot. Almost getting the job done. That's one opportunity, but he's out in the open. With the bike on, he will be getting stuck. The third can be. We see them really count and count again. Oh! Legend!
For the team trying to get some slides there. He was a 3DT and he's been a great damage to the synthesis of great. Has given away some swiftness for T20.
I think he will find the terrain gets protected a little bit there, but he's one shot as well. Let's go there. He's holding on just by the stairs. Out of that vehicle, he has to allow the rest of the opposition to circle back. 6 guard, he's spotted, but not so long. I would say, but no, again.
For Kobe, I did that. Oh, he switches to the shotgun. Oh, that's a lethal shotgun. He takes it.
Another elimination. And with that one now, this line have been
and another team gets eliminated out. Really done much in the past 4 games. It might just be their time to actually deal grenades there. We can see them trying to pick up something. That team has been eliminated. Sphinxdale gets the fast player down. Finals stage in that global stage. I hope they actually make it, but we'll wait and see.
now. And we know he's there. They know he's very close. He relaunches one over the top. There's a couple of injuries.
And you have to be careful, but looking at Mzanzi team, I think Mzanzi, Joe knows that he inflicted a lot of damage. And going from Mzanzi, and he gets Rafiki down, no? And that is the reason I think you are saying you have to be aware of the surroundings. Because Aztec was just behind the goal. But you know, as time is ticking, the recall will be over in just a matter of seconds. And quite a good knock for putting the game on fire, but from behind, getting knocked, accelerate esports for the save. And
if they can bring everybody back on their feet, they might have that opportunity, but if it's in the hands of Rusi,
and get out of
it's going to be a tough one, but nice praise. No time as Accelerate starts to to push on forward. Even Menace here is going to get pressured in.
Oh!
Everybody else up north is going to fight for control. Now it's going to be Maddie Sports starting to try and get a little bit of way. Quickly pushing out. Fortunately, that backseat could provide him a bit of additional cover, but he's not going to be able to.
And the game will have a brand new MVPs because they're
Just locking down the hill. 14 eliminations to their name. Absolutely beast mode being engaged the zone. Claiming a few of its victims. And now it is going to be a 1v2 showdown.
the full DBS on hand, going for the knock, link connection, and that was.
This is going to be absolute chaos. The natural killer's coming in right behind him, so it might be quite short-lived. But Wounded goes having to get themselves situated up in zone. The southern side is going to be an absolute battlefield. The
Danos cooking up a need, and these might be the end as he tries to make still applying the pressure. Danos still getting barraged with the nade, with the mollies. These might be a perfect knock. Cheetos has to be careful, and that might be the end. And look at the nade. That is a careful. I mean, from the Mad team, the Mad, they have some tempers, and they.
battlefield as that stage 9 is closing on through. There's nowhere left to hide. Now it is a 1v1. Rin trying to find the
No.
space and does at it yet again. As we can see, they are trailing by 9 points behind. Accelerate.
Again, it's accelerating half of this on top form and going for the Reese. Reese, they have to be careful.
Body just keeps on rolling in. Accelerate now getting it.
Have teams Menace, they're trying to come from different position, but that is a good nade. Almost eliminated Menace, Mark, and fighting against every single angle, but the natural killers, they are holding. Look at the Estel stage.
Or the teams that are in dire need of points themselves. Now it's going to be MVP trying to do exactly that as they come.
Oh, they are pushing him, but Mufasa still on the roll. Everyone going the Estel stage. They have just dominated, but they still have company. And
The same actions as the teams ahead of them.
Anywho, Lucifer, this is hell. Welcome to where you call home. No way of him surviving. Look at the barrage of nades. Lucifer down and aimbot down. Not able to aim anymore. Milka 77. Estel stay in hand and it's down. And Omari might be the only one remaining, trying to get that revive and good. Last players. Look at this. Oh my god.
It is going to be Thanos, the only player standing between them and that winner chicken dinner, a full 4-1.
These, they are acting right. They are going for the push. They are getting those enemies. To win this fight against the undisputed champions, they won the previous game. And
3 points either side, but Accelerate still has the rest of the match. As the players here from the Surge is starting to close on in. This is Riz's opportunity, but Ragnar is the last one left, and unfortunately.
intensity of military base go. Ooh. And it's all down to who has it best and the whoop.
Well, there we go. I'm not quite sure if Youngblood was so excited that to share something, but it is absolute insanity here. As Sahil now has to face the music, the sprays come in. Forward the action zone, absolute chaos. And now it's going to be Uzanti going into crossfire. Novak's coming through with the sprays. The we saw right in the lobby, doing everything. At least not getting.
Right now, they might be having one of the hardest hurdles in their life. And we have the fight. Plus, you have to make a clutch. Plus, you have to make something beautiful. But first, me too.
Exactly that angle. Now MVP.
If they are not able to get at least a couple of points, they might be cooked. So everyone is just those long-range weapons are in play as 12. Oh my! But they may be able to make it to the PMNC, South Africa Finals, and Bufa of Javu. You have to be careful, otherwise this will be a bye-bye. Shanks.
Insurgents, they are going to look to bring it home as they rush up on Accelerate. A quick duck inside.
Old one, Kingpin versus Shini. Whoever plays, but that is a good.
To move on up. 8-bit goes down.
But does Master know it all? Quite some good shots, and that is a definite knock. Okay, I'm making the push as if they were the ones controlling that. Lays on Master.
Their points in one push. Yes, they went from 1 to 2 points, but they are still not out of it yet. It's back going through from V3. But, of course, there's only 3 squads left in this lobby. That nade is going to be absolutely devastating. devastating here as Natural Killers now trying to survive. Thanos quickly trying to find a bit of a strafe here. Soulman going in for the res, trying to bring the team back on their feet. But it is going to be the Natural Killers trying everything in their ability to try and clutch this out. They know they can smell that top 8 just about now. So either which way, they are going to be walking away with 5 minimum points added to their overall tally. But up comes the portion, down they go.
The biggest play in esports history. PMNC, Jazza, look at the barrage of nades. Jazza is trying, Jazza is pushing, but oh my what? One done, Jazza on!
The Notorious making their way up into San Martin, the first hit.
Deja vu. And it's the mad team inflict the damage, but the mad team also getting knocked.
They want to try and see themselves back into contention here. Looking at the end of the zone win, this could be HTE succumbing to the pressure. But the MVP over keep players here. For Notorious gaining good entry into zone point territory, or maybe secure the domination. Now,
Monitor because how they're playing, these are motivated people, but that is a good nade, and Potion is down on his knees, and GM Bane, this is the only player remaining.
very tall order, but who knows, might maybe players there from the side of Insurgent. Both
His own duty, they've been doing that, but they say in Swahili that number 1 from Novex, and Novex fights against the MVPs, and Novex Solman almost got it. Not an alligator.
The time has come to be the number 1 for Africa.
Yo, this shit is breaking though, but all right, let's go. Showtime, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the PUBG Mobile National Championship. It is the finals, and we are in the beautiful South Africa, and I'm getting ready and I'm getting excited. And Mitch, I hope you're getting it with me as well.
Of course, I am very much excited. I mean, it is the finals for South Africa, so yes, I am excited. I cannot wait to see the teams that make it to that top 4, and then now we can talk more about them when that time comes. I'm not sure if I lost Priest there, but I'm hoping he's there. I'm hoping he can hear me. And
yeah, I can. I don't know what's going on.
You.
I think it might be I think it might have a little bit of technicals with my connection. Although on my end it looks fine, but hopefully it gets sorted out sooner rather than later. I'm probably gonna have to try a different browser momentarily, but for the time being, ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the PUBG Mobile National Championship. It is the finals, South Africa. We've seen, how these teams got here, how the tournament has been so far, but we've had an interesting turn of events so far. We've had, I believe we've had 2 regions over the past couple of days. We've had Kenya, and now we've had South Africa, and now we are getting into the first set of teams that are going to go into that PMGO. But Mitch, walk us through this. Remind us, how did these teams even get here?
Well, they did start off with the Pmnc qualifiers. This basically happened in game, and in each region 32 teams advanced to the group stage, where they are now competing for their chance to make it to the PMGO Africa Finals, and only the top 16 teams from the qualifiers made it to group stage. They are playing 6 matches in total for 2 days. We are officially in the finals for South Africa. So now in South Africa's region, when it comes to PMNC group stage finals, South Africa, only 4 teams will be advancing to PMGO Africa, yes, sorry about that. PMGO Africa Grand Finale, where now they finally get a chance to go against the 2025 PMAC champions, that is X Force Rejects. And I'm sure everyone is trying their best to make sure that this time around they make it to that global stage, basically PMGO Season 1. And then there is where we'll talk more and now start to think about where is Africa going and where is actually South Africa going, if they are the ones who are going to represent us, or Kenya, or Nigeria, or any team from the wildcard. All that depends on how they play. But for today, Priest will be focusing on South Africa. It is their finals. Their last 2 days begin today and then tomorrow. So I believe right now, everything they do will basically mold them into that finals for PMGO Africa.
All right, well, you heard it here. Mitch has broken it down. Remember, 4 teams from South Africa will advance to PMGO Africa Finals, and those four teams will get themselves in a little bit of a share, but there's money to be won, and the winning of money begins now in the finals, as we have about to see what this prize pool breaks us down with. 22,000 USD spread across the entirety of the PMNC and the PMGO. 3,000 USD for South Africa, same for Kenya, 3,000 for Nigeria and the wild card region. And again, those teams that do make it into PMGO Africa regional finals will get their share of 10,000 USD. And what a time to participate, because we're also gonna get a breakdown of this money, so you already know who gets what, and who gets what starts from this stage, the finals of the tournament. And that is going to be the first opportunity of these teams and these players, that most of them, this is their first opportunity, their first chance of getting into the esports ecosystem, their first chance of showing what they are made of. And now it will give them a little bit of a, to give them a little bit of a go, to urge them on, to show them, yes, competitive esports is lucrative. But Mitch, take a look at that money opportunity to get some money.
Yep, it is finally that time. South Africa, they're finally here. It is time for them to take a peek of what they're going to be getting from the prize pool distribution for 3,000 USD. First place will be getting 800 USD. I think the first person to get there will be the happiest person after tomorrow. Second place 550. Third we have 350. Fourth will be getting 250. Fifth place 170. Sixth 140. Seventh 120. 8th will get 90 USD, 9th 70, 10th place 60, 11th 50, 12th place 40, 13th 35, 14th place 30, 15th place 25, and then 16th 20 USD. But I believe the MVP is where it is all at. Imagine being the MVP, getting yourself 200 USD, and then your team still makes it to first place and you get 800 USD for the team. Amazing stuff here to be won to South Africa. I hope tonight they know, as of today, this is their chance to get something from PMNC group stage for the qualifiers they just finished and now making their way to the finals. This is where it's at. I mean, Priest, playing till here, I think no one wants to be in 16th place. I do get there's 20 USD there, but no one wants to be there. I'm guessing everyone wants to be around probably third going up. That's where I'm sure most of the teams want to be, but it will depend, of course, with how they handle the games tonight. We'll be judging that, since of course we're not expecting same mistakes to happen, but I hope they understand how the prize pool will be distributed and what they get in every place they land. Everything at this point counts because there's money on the line and everyone needs to get something from it at the end of the day.
And that is the true value, the 3,000 USD. But let's not forget that MVP race is something we're going to keep an eye on for sure. 200 USD for the MVP. I mean, imagine being the MVP in a region, right? Like the South African MVP, and then being the MVP of PMGO as well. I mean, cash money.
That will be the happiest player compared to the winners. He'll be the happiest man alive.
Exactly. That's going to be something special, because we've seen a couple of MVPs, right, in the group stages so far. We've seen a couple of players that have stood out with their performances. We've seen how capable some of them are. Group A had its own MVP, Group B with its own MVP, and these two MVPs are going to clash again in the finals. So I'm pretty sure they're going to set aside a couple of things to say, yo, yeah, we're going to try to qualify to the finals, but I'm going to keep my eye on that MVP money, and that is where I'm going to pitch my tent. But then, speaking of pitching tents, right? There is a lot of competition. If you are trying
Yep.
to do something special, you have to look at the points. You have to make sure every point counts. And this takes me back to Kenya day one, where we had, the tiebreaker number 4 come into place, right? Because when we do have a tiebreaker, and for those that don't know what a tiebreaker is a scenario whereby teams will be tied on points. So they have the same number of points after all of the matches for the day have been completed. So you have 6 matches in a day, and after match number 6, if a team has the same total number of points, then it breaks down. We start looking at the tiebreaker rules, and the number 1 tiebreaker is the number of chicken dinners across all the 6 matches. So if a team has maybe 100 points, team number 1 has 100 points, and team number 2 also has 100 points, their ranking on the leaderboard will now be determined by the number of chicken dinners but that each team has amassed over the past 6 games. But if that number is tied, as in both teams have both 2 chicken dinners, or in the case of Kenya day 2, where only 2 teams were winning all the chicken dinners, we'll now talk about the total number of placement points that follows. And if that is also tied, then we go towards the number of eliminations as well. And if that is also tied, then we go into the best placement ranking in the most recent match. That is match number 6. Now, in Kenya day 1, the scenario there, it went all the way down to, placement number 4, not because we had gone through chicken dinners or anything. Those teams were in the bottom at the bottom of the top 8, right? So this was between 8th and 9th, and they were tied at, I believe, 26 points apiece. And the team Call Me just qualified because they finished higher than the team that was in 9th place in game number 6. It was absolutely chaotic, and that was the highlight for me for the entirety of that day 1. So ladies and gentlemen, take note of the tiebreaker rules. It is very, very important. If you know that you're not getting chicken dinners, you gotta at least know you have better placements. If you're not getting placements, you gotta stack up those limbs. If you're not stacking those limbs, you gotta make sure the opposition team does not out-survive you, because again, this is a battle royale game and survival is the goal. But remember, the points are still the points. Chicken dinner does get you 10 points, and the second place finish is 6, third place finish is 5, and fourth place finish is 4. Anything outside of these 4, just look for eliminations. That's just the real truth. If you're really trying to stay locked in, just look out for eliminations. But after we've covered a little bit of ground, here come your finalists. Mitch, a couple of interesting names here, a couple of familiar names. We covered day 1, a couple of familiar names here. So talk us through these teams. Who are you expecting to blow us out of the water today?
At this point, 44K Esports has my eye, but of course, I'm just going to be looking at all the teams, looking at Team BERSERK, MVP, Accelerate Esports, Novex, Temper, another strong team, Sidemen. We have the Lyrium 6, Undisputed AE, NTX Esports, Gulf Academy, Peaky Blinders. Priest, when we're looking at day 1 there for South Africa, we had 2 All-Stars. For the first game, they gave us something we talked about throughout the whole live, because once they got their chicken dinner, they got the elimination points, they got good numbers, they were not able to recover that again. It all went sideways and everything just changed. And there's something you mentioned as well at that point. You said that is not what you're expecting them to do when it comes to the finale. So I'm hoping they listened to you. I'm hoping they watched the live stream and they were able to listen to your advice and decide how they're going to be playing tonight. Of course, Team BERSERK is another team we'll be looking at. They have good plays so far. They have done a number. Of course, we'll be judging on how they take on fights when it comes to today in the grand finale. Ultra 6 as well. We did see a little bit of them here and there. MVP Esports. I'm going to be basically, of course, it is human nature for me to judge them with how they were playing in group stage. If you had noticed, we were never focused on 44K Esports. But when the game progressed, they suddenly changed the narrative, and we were starting to ask where was 44K esports this whole time. So because you've also put me in that sport of which teams you're going to be looking at, I've told you 44K esports and probably two All Stars and Team Berserk. That's my call. But for you now, Priest, you've seen the teams. Which team are you going to be keeping an eye on?
Well, interesting you would ask. I mean, there's a lot of solid teams here based off of the performances we've already seen, a whole lot of consistency across the board. But, Ultra 6, Delirium 6 as well, Berserk. I mean, All Stars, I wasn't convinced. I was not convinced about their performance. They started really, really strongly in Rondo, and I think game 2. But after that, I believe they had a strong enough cushion to just ride through the day 1. But they can't play like that today. It will not work with a lobby like this. Sidemen as well. I expect a whole lot more from them. Temper, I'm pretty sure they will be very confident when we kick off. Map number 1, which is
Did you
Rondo,
say
and
the
things are
sidemen
going
will
to
be
be.
strong?
No, I said sidemen. Yeah, I'm gonna keep my eyes on the sidemen as well. But I said Temper.
Ah,
I'm expecting
or
Temper
Temper.
to stand on business. I think they should cruise through this lobby based off of experience alone. Because we start off with
Really?
Rondo. Yeah, because we start off with Rondo, and they're really strong there. It's the teams that are strong in Rondo, right? I believe if you do well in Rondo, it's really hard to fail. It's just really hard to fail. Because we have a
Yeah.
trio of Erangel games, and then we close out with Miramar. The structure has been pretty consistent over time. So I think Rondo is where you have to put all your eggs in the basket, like straight off rip. You just got to be consistent with your performance in Rondo. If you can bag a good number in Rondo, I think you should be able to scale through and just play at a solid pace, just play in a little bit of a slower pace for the rest of the games, pick up a little bit there, and then dump again in the first Miramar. That's the strategy I would expect from a team like Temper to just cruise through it. It's all about the Rondo game. From what I've seen, it's really all about the Rondo game. If you start really strongly in Rondo, I think you're going to be good. But now, the stakes are a bit higher, right? The stakes are so much higher now because it's not top 8 anymore. It's top 4.
Exactly.
And let's not forget our prize money. Let's not forget where the money stops. Like you said, where you want to be is like top 4. I mean, stakes wise, financially wise, MVP wise, you're trying to be in the top 4. That's where you really want to be, for being honest. So, big shout out to the teams for making it this far. But this is where your mettle is about to be tested. You're about to go head to head with the best of the best from your country. So. That's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting a very, 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 very interesting clash coming through from these teams going forward.
Yeah, I mean, you said financially, and I'm thinking everyone playing tonight is thinking about the bills. They're sitting with that calculator, and there's a lot of minuses there, and they need to make it work. So, of course, tonight it's going to be very interesting. You said the team that kicks off strong in Rondo is the team that is going to have a good time. And you said again, 2 All-Stars did not convince you, but they started Rondo well, right? So maybe for them as well, it's like Temper. Rondo might just be their thing. They might start strong and then come a little bit slow. But their slow was different. Their slow was not, let's focus on chicken placement and maybe some eliminations. It was, let's relax and just let Rondo carry us, because that's how it felt like. It's like they were not really looking for more past what they had gotten in the first game. So I'm actually hoping that when they now come into Rondo, they don't make the same mistakes we saw in day 1. Day 2, it was worse. I was just watching the live and I was questioning decisions. I know I'm not an esports player, but there are some things teams can do, and you have to question, why did they decide to do it that way? Why did they decide to take on early fights, especially early fights? There's something about it that I don't like. As soon as you decide you have a team, a lot comes to play. What if you lose that fight? And it was that one point, Call Me Esports and the other team, Deadly, I believe, they had to, it was just one game that made the difference. So that early landing, I hope the teams do not do that and take on those fights a little too early and lose again. You go down and you have things to pay for, you have things to do. So no, I hope they don't do that. But again, I've written down that you said Sidemen and Temper. You see, I'm on a streak these days. I have good luck. If I mention a team, I know where they're going. But for you, when I'm here with you, for some reason it doesn't go well for the teams. So I'm gonna see how it goes. But Sidemen and Temper, in case your game is bad, blame Priest, BERSERK, and oh no, not BERSERK. Okay, BERSERK and 44K. If you if your game is good, you can talk to me. Don't listen to Priest, okay? But of course, chat. If you're watching the live stream, you can give us your predictions, and then we'll make sure to look into that after the first game. Of course, we don't want to say who won. We'll be telling you all the juice. But for now, you have to, understand us. And I hope Priest doesn't jinx anyone, because if he does,
I
if
mean,
he
ball
does,
though. I know ball, so I'm good. I know ball, so I'm good, man. I'm not even worried. Man. I know ball, because I'm good. But hey, either way, congratulations to the teams. I mean, you can say so for some of those teams that do love to up their Instagrams and whatnot, right? At least now you can put PMNC finalists in your Instagram. PMNC finalists now, because some of y'all love that. You love to put that down there.
It's an
PMNC.
achievement. Oh my days.
Yeah, you won't write the position you finished in. Number 16. PMNC finalist number 16. You won't put number 16. You put PMNC finalist because you're a finalist, innit? And I gotta respect it. The game. I love the hustle.
No.
I love the game.
Making it to the finalist is something, Priest. Come on.
Fairs, man. I mean, during that time, there was a time I put Umzanzi finalist. Ain't nobody asked me what position I finished, but I was an Umzanzi finalist. That's all I'm going to say.
16, of course.
Girl,
16.
hey, chop rice. Ladies and gentlemen, and the show is on. We are in Rondo, liftoff, and looks like Gulf Academy in trouble. Temper already putting the screws to them. Not a surprise in my books. Again, something that we were already expecting. They're turning up the heat, and that is what we love to see. Novex also in trouble. Ooh, UAE. I totally forgot about these guys. Big numbers, big game players as well. UAE. I think they played on day 2, so I didn't really get a feel of their performance so far, but it was pretty solid. Mitch, what did you feel about UAE? They're not actually as old as Temper.
Yeah, for UAE, of course, most of if you look at the comment section once in a while, you'd see a lot of people are talking about them and expecting them to do more. And of course, knowing their experience, we're expecting them to do a lot when it comes to this tournament. We expect them, even in the finale, to do more than we saw in the group stages. Of course, for a team like 44K as well, another team that people will be looking at, they are able to dominate time and time again. It might just be a repeat. If they keep on with the same consistency, they're already taking on a fight, and they have a couple of teams right next to them. So there might be a good start of the game. Again, in Rondo, it's totally okay if you want to take on an early drop and take some few eliminations with you, totally allowed. But if they want, they can, of course, avoid and maybe waste a whole game of few eliminations. But of course, that's all up to them at 44K. Team MVP portion giving them a dose of a good spray. And of course, we'll be going to confirm that elimination before 44K is able to get a revive happening just yet. But of course, Priest, this is something we have expected to happen time and time again in Rondo. Teams land in that hot drop, get as many eliminations as possible. But what happens with a team that suddenly just doesn't have the player in the outpost who's going to recall them? What actually happens to them now?
Right, they will just not make a mistake. You have to just trust that they won't make any mistakes, and you have to trust that the strategy that you have applied will come in clutch for you, and you're not going to lose out, because the guys from 8-bit esports, that's probably what they're hoping for right now, as they have one of their players already been sent back into the lobby. Not necessarily the best thing to happen to them at this stage, but it is still part of the resources that they might take on there. Again, the S12K is a danger, man. You just have to be very careful. The moment you hear it, you have to fall back. I just don't believe in taking on, shotgun players if you don't have a shotgun of your own, Mitch. I just don't think that that's like a viable thing to do at this stage.
Yeah, the moment you hear the sound of a shotgun, use kata. You don't even stay there anymore. Of course, if you're confident enough, you can take on a shotgun. That's totally up to you. But the moment you hear a shotgun, you don't think you're confident enough. Do not go in for that push. You will regret your choice, and anything could happen. But 8-bit esports there, nice praise from Emma, almost getting the knock on Rico. But the comeback there was good as well. Emma could not continue the spray, had to get the healing happening. And Delirium is another team that has proven that they can do a number and actually dominate in the lobby if they continue the same consistencies they had during the group stage. So we'll wait to see if that's going to be the case. But a grenade from Emma is looking for Team BERSERK. Sprays there from Delirium. They actually connect, and we do have a push. Finally, someone is getting the courage to go up that stairs. He thinks about it again. He's trying to go in closer, but he's not sure whether he wants to risk it or not. Team BERSERK, Sphinx has shown good plays time and time again, and he wants to go in for that push. Beautifully done there by Emma. Sphinx is quite low, but a grenade almost connecting, and the spray will do the good job there. And Team BERSERK will be surviving that push from Emma. A lot has happened here. 8-bit is losing numbers one player at a time, but of course they will be utilizing the outpost, the recall center, just to be able to get their teammate back in the game. Okay, all right, I seem to have okay. So far we do have a lot happening. Teams are making their way into okay, seems like SAR is back. So I guess it's
Yes,
normal.
yeah. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. I was looking at the map feed just to get a little bit of an idea as to what rotations I would expect for a couple of teams here. But Berserk have started really nice. I was looking out to see the live standings just to get a little bit of an idea on who's leading the cut right now. But good game so far from Temper and Berserk. They started the game really strongly there. Yuri with a sideline onto the other side. Ooh, okay. Big shout out to production. They heard us and they pulled it up immediately. Now, Sphinxy on the other hand, and I believe the guys from Accelerate, this is a very interesting place that these teams have found themselves in, because Berserk and Temper going head to head. It is not something I expected to see at this stage of the game. It's a little bit too early, but I think they have a strategy that they are trying to employ here. We're going to see if that would be the case, as they will try to make something happen for their own good intentions going forward. It is still phase one of the circle. Sphinxy with a sideline across, and I've started noticing a trend. I think I did. PTK also mentioned it, a trend with the AUG. I'm seeing that it's much more rampant right now. Is there a reason why the AUG is now loved? I mean, yeah, it does a little bit more damage than the M4, but I think we all pick stability over damage, right?
It's the skin. It's the skins. The AG skins are good this time round. They have really good skins, especially the one where you can hear nothing but coins on your face. That's exactly what you need to be using. Of course, if you have the skin, of which I'm sure you do not have, priest, so you cannot understand that. But it is that, nothing else. Of course, the damage as well is good there, but I'm sure it's the skin that is motivating people. Of course, for me, I don't have a skin
Yeah,
as well. Don't worry, I don't
yeah.
use it because I don't have a skin. But I'm sure it's that. There, you've had it. You've had the
Guys,
coins going to
guys,
his
don't
bag.
be like
It's
Mitch.
basically
Mitch
the
has
skin.
M- Mitch
Sorry,
has all
I'm
the skins,
sorry.
but she's not good. Unlike me, I don't have skins, but I'm good at the game. I don't have skins, but I'm good at the game. Mitch has all the skins, but she's not good. Chat, which one would you rather be? Good at the game or have all the skins? Can you tell me? Tell us in the chat. Would you rather be good at the game or have all the skins. Of what use is a glacier if you can't shoot it well? But the All Stars probably have the answer to that here. Grenade from T27 about to bounce off the walls. And that's a beautiful grenade. Probably Six God is going to be a victim of that grenade if he's not careful enough. Or Legend as well. He's gonna try to a good angle that they've got, try to force the All Stars into a corner. T26 was knocked away earlier on, so that might change their own prerogative how they want to make a rotation here. 44K, I believe, are in the vicinity as well. Probably gonna have to think twice about having to breach this position. But T27 with a sight line and a half there. Immediately, Legend is going to be a victim of circumstance, and a grenade is sent to flush it down one time. Yuri plays off the right-hand side. And All Stars, like we said, very solid in Rondo. Yuri is gonna try again. Ooh, that's a nice shot from Temper. Tries to go for the second. Yuri, clutch. 2 for 2, 2 pieces of chicken. And in the same fell swoop, his teammates have been recalled. It is all left to him now. He can take it. He can take the fall here because his teammates are at a recall, so he can actually take this take a call here. Again, stop, drop, and roll. Tries to get himself picked up, but he's looking very, very dastardly. He can't find a way across there. Junk shot into the drop side, but unfortunately, he will be getting swept away. But he did put in a master shift there, Mitch, and that is how you start proper.
Yeah, Yuri there has kick-started the game very well for us. Amazing plays coming from Yuri. And we have the Lyrium 6 as well coming in, and they're trying to do the same thing. Team Berserk is somewhat dominating over and over again. And this time around, it is going to be the Lyrium that is making this game a little bit hard for Team Berserk. One of the teammates is already down, that is Zane. Goblin is around to try and get the recall. I'm sure he's the one chilling very far away from here. But Sphinxy is closer, has been spotted, trying to get the revive. And Amoli from JP777 will be launched. Doesn't really go where they are. Nothing will be happening to Team Berserk. The revive will be happening, and they'll finally have the numbers back up, and they can continue with the game as is. Now, the Lyrium 6, I know they can do a lot. If they want to, they can do a lot. So I'll be looking to see how they will be performing. And you did mention there's rotation here for the teams and how they're making their way into the safest place that they can be in that zone. If you look at most of the teams, they're already in the safe zone. Six Gaming is doing a very late rotation that I never have been a fan of. Late rotation, wide rotations, you're going all the way into the blue zone, coming back again when everyone is done fighting. You are risking a lot with the utilities there. You're losing a lot of utilities you could have used during a fight. But of course, that is something maybe they're comfortable with. On the other hand, we do have teams being eliminated. So far, we have already lost 3 teams here, Priest, and I don't think anyone wants to be on the 16th place when it comes to this tournament. You're not even 16, below 10. 2-digit numbers never feel great anywhere unless it's money. But in the game, I'm sure it doesn't feel great to be in that sport. I don't think so.
They have been very, very comfortable with each of their plans here. Good position from 44K though. It looks like they have a plan, and it looks like they are executing it perfectly though. A couple of shots again, and they are just taking all the other teams inside of the open spaces there. They're getting caught out one after the other. 44K are trying their absolute best to keep it together. They're playing it a little bit tighter than they would have liked though, because they haven't been able to pick up that many eliminations. So far, they're on 3, but we're going to see if Gulf Academy can circle back and get a better angle here. It looks like America probably has a grenade to launch over to the other side there. Ooh, a little bit of a bait there. And that's what we love to see. High IQ players forcing you to make the wrong decision, jump onto the other side. That's a fantastic with the danger. The America now has to play a little bit closer. S12K in hand never fails. Too close for comfort. Close quarters combat. Again, S12K will reign supreme. America putting the ops on display and sensitized back into the lobby. Delirium 6 will be a little bit more delirious than they would have liked, but that would be one back into the lobby. Hopefully, they will be able to circle around and get a better spot. But we are closing down, Mitch. A couple of minutes until zone 4, or rather, a couple of seconds onto zone 4. How do you think these teams will fare going forward?
Well, the zone is getting smaller for sure, and mostly some of them are already in the safe zone. Factory has saved the day for them. And if they continue with this, since most of the teams already are in the safe zone, some of them are still making their rotations. Six gaming is still moving around. Temper, you talked about Temper dominating Rondo, but I've not seen them doing much just yet. They're still making their rotations around the game. They're looking for that safe place to be in before they can take on anything. But Delirium 6, on the other hand, 3 eliminations already to their name, 5 eliminations for Temper. It is okay, but they're not doing more. They're not really looking for anything past that. A team like Team MVP, though, they have 10 eliminations so far. They're probably going to be adding up the numbers as the game continues. For Delirium 6, we already have Sport trying to go in for that push. First player was already knocked from Gulf Academy, and he's still on for that push, trying to get the healing happening there. He has been had, trying to get a pre-fires and S12K. Oh, but not today, my friend. Omar will not be letting the player that is Sport survive any longer. That means the Lyrium 6, they just lost a chance of farming as many points as they can from Rondo. And I don't think that's a good thing, Priest. That is not how you start a game if you're looking to make it to PMGO Africa Grand Finale.
Speaking of PMGO, let's not forget that all has its own separate prize pool, right? So imagine with first place here and first place in PMGO. I mean, that would be one for the books. And the guys from 8-Bit probably have a good sideline here to work with. Sass, because that's how I'm going to be pronouncing his name, Sass. Because why not? Valerian, probably with a sideline of his own as well. Rizzy Sports probably have something to deal with over to the other side. Temper looking very, very confident. Yuri, we saw his masterclass performance earlier on. He's got 4 eliminations, and they are adding more and more and more, and they might be going up to 8 there. Beta Joe getting caught out in the open. Mini 14 sent in his way, and it doesn't look like he will be surviving this encounter with the likes of Temper. I mean, we do love a team that knows how to play a little bit close there, and we can see it is very, very, very efficient. Mariah already pressing forward there for the guys from, I believe, Ultra 6. They're pressing forward here. They're trying to get an angle in. No brain, no effect, in a lot of danger, and doesn't look like he will survive the onslaught by Ultra 6.
Ultra 6 is definitely trying their best right now. They probably, if I'm being, what? Not a good thing there, but Emma, oh, she does a good one there. Nice knock there in the dust with that shotgun. But of course, you have 8-Bit Sauce there cooking up a grenade. It might just be a good one on Ragnar, but no, he wasn't aware of his location. That grenade goes a little bit far off from where Ragnar is, and we have him cooking another grenade. Emma is still in the same compound. For now, it's gonna be Reese going against a whole trio by himself. I hope he's ready for what is to come. The pressure that comes being pushed as a solo is a lot. And sometimes, if you're not careful, you tend to panic too much to even do anything about it. But the grenades, they keep on coming back to back. Sauce is not stopping just yet. Valerian sporting a 6 gaming as they get closer to them while they're trying to take on Riz Esports. They're making their rotations into that safe zone as well. So a lot of things here are coming to play. I mean, Emma, she has shown she can do a number 2 eliminations by herself with a shotgun. Good stuff there. And of course, maybe she is looking for more eliminations as well. Now, Temper is also creeping in. Finally, we can see Temper trying to show us what they can really do. A team that most people are saying we are yet to see their best play yet, just being one of them. So I can't wait to see how they take on these last fights. They do have a couple of opportunities to get as many eliminations as possible. So let's just hope and pray that they do not disappoint their fans tonight.
Well, let us hope that there will be no disappointment. I mean, they've started quite nicely. And again, they might be able to get into the action there. BERSERK once again turning up the heat. Zane getting peeked out a little bit there. He does take damage. but he manages to get in with his teammates just in time. They do have a couple of meters to travel into the next phase of the circle. We are still up here with 10 teams, 35 players all in the cut. Yuri and the rest of the guys from Temper taking serious damage from MVP Potion, putting in the work. And it looks like Leo will send a couple shots as well. Will trade one off and now Accelerate will be pressing forward to try to keep the guys Berserk at bay. And it looks like Rin might be the one to do it. Couple of again with the AUG, he's peppering them one after the other. He does have a teammate knocked away. I believe that's Frosty on the belly. Hopefully, it does get picked up. But again, he has to keep the pressure on. Accelerate in a little bit of a trouble here, a little bit of a binder as well, because Ren is the only one left. He has to go for the pickup on Frosty, surely, but it doesn't look like that would be the right idea. Respect is also in a lot of trouble. They're taking so much damage on the front foot there, and that will be the end of the road. It is Marshall all the way across. 44K, steal it away. And that is something special, absolutely something special. And that is what we love to see, Mitch. Teams taking risks, even in the final third, shooting from all distances.
Yeah, that is actually true. Most of the rotations, if I'm being honest, most of the rotations are not really making me as happy as I'd expected them to be. A team like Temper, there where Team MVP is, they will be forced to go against Team MVP that has a high ground there. They can be able to see them as they're trying to make their rotations into the zone. It will, of course, put them at a tight spot as they try to make their way into that safe zone. It will, of course, affect whether they will be able to finish that fight or not. But let me just give them their time and maybe they will do something for us. Now, Team Berserk, on the other hand, they do have a fight where they are a couple of casualties and they are not stopping just yet. 44K, I've not seen them at their best. I know they can do more, but I'm not seeing them at their best just yet. So I don't want to say I jinxed them because they're still in the game and they're still surviving. Amazing play. Finally, Temper decides to take a turn and doesn't go towards Team MVP. They will be securing the safe zone early, and I completely love that. Every single team coming from factory, they need to go towards the safe zone. They will encounter six gaming. Team Berserk, Temper, depends on where they secure in that safe zone, then maybe they will be getting to encounter these teams. But of course, we are yet to see a team that is giving us massive, massive plays. Only Team MVP, 13 eliminations to their name. And then Temper is backing them there with 10 eliminations as well. But I'm expecting something even better, something exciting to judge what the teams are saying, or rather planning to do here. 44K ChatGPT has been spotted by Maria. Well done there with the spray, but ChatGPT will be surviving. That does expose 6 Gaming's location. And I think now 6 Gaming is cooked, Priest. They're cooked because everyone now knows 6 Gaming is on that hill. And as they try to move to that safe zone, they will be blocked by a lot of teams.
And we are about to see if that will be the case going forward. And I will know for a fact because there's a whole bunch of teams trying to take the hillside position and improve their angles against the opposition. You can see No Braino with a sight line over the top draw there to make quick work of these angles. Goblin settling quite nicely. Spotlight on Temper though. Berserk have lost one of their players. Now they're down to 3. Things are going to get a little bit more tricky for them. And let's not forget, UAE and 44K do have the numbers advantage as opposed to everyone else. Team MVP, on the other hand, are going to be fighting tooth and nail to keep all of their players up at this stage because they do not have the best angle on the play zone. Sphinxy with a sight line over to the other side as well. Set sights on 44K. Marshall getting knocked away into oblivion, gets flushed immediately. ChatGPT will have to permutate and combine all of these outcomes to find the most pleasurable one for his team to escape this onslaught, but doesn't look like it will be the case as the bullets from the M4, the Glacier, will land on his head and freeze him out of the competition. Temper on the other side playing in a dangerous 1-1 split, but is so effective because of the terrain and the angle of the zone that they currently have. Berserk on the other hand with a sightline of their own, but they do not have the numbers to still you know, measure the angles that they want to capitalize with. But we're going to see if that will be the case going forward. Ultra 6 as well on the other side, sharing the spoils of the hillside with Berserk. One has to eliminate the other to gain total control of that hillside position. We are about to see if Tempa is going to take it upon themselves to cause chaos, to cause a little bit of turmoil between those two sides again. And now it's up to the guys from UAE to be on the siege. Mariah is turning everywhere to Christmas Day with each spray. And now, Mariah, are you about to carry your team?
Well, she can. Now she's about to get another revive here for Nobreno. But for UAE, they need to get moving. They have 6 gaming watching them. There's no way they're going to move here without getting some more casualties along the way. But they have to really work their way through it. They need to make sure the pressure doesn't get to them. The smokes, the utilities need to come to play. But Maria is not stopping. She keeps on spraying. The grenades are launched as well. Someone is looking for a Kobe, and that would be Tweety. And the nade actually connects. One player goes down. Now UAE is also trying to cook up their own grenades, trying to get anything that will give them a chance to move. Any connection to either of the players from 6 Gaming, anyone going down will be their chance. And Maria is receiving grenades back to back. They want to take her down. They want to be able to move, and the damage is good there from Cheetos. They want to get closer. UAE, they're definitely undisputed. Everyone keeps on saying it, but right now 6 Gaming is making it impossible for UAE to move. Another beautiful grenade, and Tweety goes down. Nobreno cooks up another one as well. Grenades are coming from the side. They're basically in a sandwich because Team Berserk has also closed in here, Priest, and now it is getting interesting because the tables have officially turned.
Turned all the way around 360 degrees, as the guys from Ultra 6 had this one locked in, but unfortunately Mariah was not able to carry. And now Sahil will breach closer and closer, sends one back into the lobby. Tweety will go back in time. Nobreno already knocked away, will be getting flushed immediately by Cheetos. And now Undisputed AE moving forward a little bit closer, but Goblin will say no, getting Sahil knocked away there. UAE have to find a way to breach inside, as Cheetos is trying to play off the left hand side. Novex also making a play of their own, but number 15 out into the open, can't seem to advance their position. Retro will be getting Sahil picked up, but Berserk too dangerous. A little bit of terrain here to work in their favor, but they can't circle it backwards, as 15 is going to make a mad dash into a central position in the zone there, but Temper probably going to have him dialed in and send him back into the lobby, and that will be the end of the road, courtesy of Ragnar. And now it is going to be a Viking finish, as the guys from UAE somehow have made their way into the zone yet again. Cheetos is trying to make a run for it, but not this time. Legend will use the fool and send him back into the lobby with the quickness. Leo with the flush on Cheetos. On UAE have been fighting tooth and nail. Somehow they have found themselves even as 2-man inside of the zone, and it's all a matter of utilizing all of the utilities they've got right now, the smoke grenades and the molotovs and the frag grenades, but no dice. Retro exposed. Goblin seeks him out, gets him knocked away. Will he go for the pickup? Doesn't look like it will be the case. Goblin again, like a thief in the night, he steals them away, and that will be the end of the road. But let's take a look at Ragnar from Riz Esports. He has been camping out in that little box for at least 2 days, and he has been cooking all the way from up there, and he has not stopped. But fortunately for him, he does have a little bit of a vehicle, but he has been spotted. He's taking damage, he's forced out, but he does have a vehicle here. Can he capitalize on it? Doesn't look like he might be able to there. The moment he drives out, it is all hell breaking loose. The play zone not favorable, and he miscalculated. End of the road. Now it is Temper against Berserk, who's going to come out on top. It is a 2 versus 2. Temper know how to play these. They love these. They love them. A little bit of 2v2s here. Well, Leo's going to have to trade off a little bit. One there. Zane immediately getting picked up. But Legend exposed to Goblin. Goblin, he's gobbling him up. One after the other. They will start to fall, and it's a 2 versus 1. Play zone is not favorable for Temper right now. Team Berserk, 15 eliminations, potential for 16. And you can see the coins. That is the money. That is the chicken dinner. Berserk going berserk again. And that is how you start your rondo.
Exactly. I mean, whoever did the prediction there for Team Berserk, I don't want to say I did, but yeah, just gonna leave it at that there for the correct prediction there in charts. Amazing stuff there coming from you guys. Congratulations to the first Sheik and Dina of the night. It was not an easy start of the day. It was a little bit challenging. They were all going against amazing teams from South Africa. But somehow Team BERSERK did not lose at any point. They focused, and thanks to their last player, their Goblin, they were able to get a chicken dinner in that first game of the night. Basically, Rondo, where you need to farm as many eliminations as you can so that you can get to be a few steps ahead of everyone else when it comes to the start of the day. So far, so good. I think Team BERSERK is happy with their play. I believe they feel proud of how they have taken on their fights. I feel they do understand that it is possible to actually get as many points as possible when it comes to the first game, and Team BERSERK understood that, capitalized, and they're finally where they wanted to be.
Yes, they are absolutely where they wanted to be. I mean, this is a team that we saw a little glimpse of the, their abilities, their capabilities, their performance in the group stages. So this is not a surprise. This is a team that do love them some Rondo. But again, the teams that I was expecting to perform temper, UAE and BERSERK putting in a show. Put a big shout out to Mariah though. Mariah was cooking, I can't lie. I do love a little bit of underdogs. So yeah, big shout out to Mariah. Mariah was absolutely cooking, but I would love to see more of that. Unfortunately, her teammates just let her down. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Teammates just let her down. She did everything, but teammates was just not cooking. But more of this. This is what you call final performance. It's not one-sided. A lot of teams were battling it out. I think we saw a lot of points going to the fray as well. So big game for match number one. It's a good way to really get your engines running. I'm expecting more of the same. This is a very, very exciting way to kick off the finals. I'm expecting more of the same. But I saw a little bit of an interesting take. The last player from Riz Esports, I think it was Ragnar. Again, you gotta be wary of those players that just have a little spot in the zone. They stay there for a couple of months, figure out what's going on in the lobby, and just start farming left and right. Hey, I love those guys. Those are your kind of guys, Mitch. You love those guys.
Yep, they make me proud. They need to do that more. I mean, Ragnar, you did great. I'm so proud of you. Do that every single game. You'll get placement points without even having to work for it. Literally, he was just chilling. I mean, if he did not get exposed there and Team BERSERK spotted him, he would have survived longer. Also, his driver's license might be expired because that's how he lost the chance of making it into that safe zone. But it's totally okay. It's totally fine. Ragnar, I'm proud of you. Continue with the same camping skills. I like them.
Well, hey, one step to the money. 3,000 USD. Hey, you're closer. You are absolutely closer to the money, and that's what we love to see. I think we saw the prize pool distribution a little bit earlier. We said it, Mitch. You gotta be in that top 4, top 5 if you're trying to do something. You're trying to rattle a little bit. I mean, I'm seeing the coins, right? Somebody's loot animation is coins. So I mean, what does that even mean? What does it even mean when your loot box animation is coins? I mean, it says so himself. BERSERK is trying to win the money, and hey, fair play to them, man. You gotta respect it. Down to the loot box being coins, gold coins for that matter. I mean, that tells you all you need to know. They're out there for the bag, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Solid performance from them as well. But we're about to eat this. Leaves us making dinner to boot, so we are going to see what that means for the rest of the leaderboard, what that means for the table, how the teams are going to adapt. We're about to have a plethora of Erangels, back to back. The strategy is going to change. You're not going to be as cohesive as a Rondo. You have to recall center to pick you up. That's not happening anymore. You only get one shot, well, 2 shots, because we still have tomorrow, but you're only going to get like 1 shot at doing that. So we're still going to see if that will be the case, but we advance a little bit closer. I did love a lot of teams and their strategies, especially UAE, making it out against the guys from Ultra 6. I never how Maria's teammates just didn't come in clutch, because for me that was the most tactically flawed press I have ever seen. It was really flawed,
Yeah,
against
yeah,
against a Berserk, right? If Berserk had that position that Ultra Six had against UAE, no UAE player is coming out of the net. They are all getting boxed in there. I'm so surprised. I know that there was a lot of third parties, there was a lot going on in the vicinity, and they were kind of overwhelmed because I think they had Novex creeping in from the southwestern side, and they also had
uh-huh.
Berserk on the other side trying to deal with them as well. But you got to be decisive. You have to make sure. And I think they needed what they would have done there was, I think they just needed to create a buffer between themselves and Berserk, to just give them a little bit of chance there. You can see, all of the summaries here, Mitch. 89 total eliminations, 10K in heals. Again, you could tell there was a lot going on in this game, a lot of chaos. 100 knocks. For 106 knocks to have only 89 eliminations, that's very telling. That's about 17, or if I'm not mistaken, yeah, that's about 17. Knocks that were not confirmed. That should tell you exactly
Yeah.
what that means. 30 revives, 30 revives. Like people were really trying not to lose their
Yeah.
teammates in this game, man. They were absolutely not.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, the teamwork was amazing in this game. You've seen that from different teams. From the word go, no one wanted to let go of anyone. They needed each other from the beginning till the end. And our player of the match goes to, of course, Berserk Goblin. He did a number throughout the game. We've seen him on the cold feed, the chicken dinner. He was just there farming for his team. 7 eliminations, a damage of 623. 5 knockouts, and a survived time of 28 minutes and 18 seconds there for Goblin. Good stuff coming from you, Goblin, getting that chicken dinner as well in Rondo, and as well as being crowned the man of the match when it comes to this first game. I mean, this MVP applies here, right? So this also does give him one step towards getting that $200, but he cannot relax just yet. There is a player from Riz Esports, and that is Riz Ragnar, who also got 6 eliminations and a damage of 890 with a survival time of 27 minutes and 58 seconds. Basically, Ragnar did the best that he could here, Priest. You were judging his camping for 2 days, but he got almost MVP. He was almost there with his tactic. He did great. Very good.
I mean, fair play to Ragnar. I mean, I was watching, him, and it's more about positional awareness than anything else. Rizzy Sports, they did play as a unit. I'm pretty sure it was more cohesive going into that final third. Seeing through how they were going to play, and I gotta respect it nonetheless. I mean, take a look at that. They are in the top 4 with 12 points, 26 points for Team Berserk though. That chicken dinner and those eliminations. Again, it is the Rondo factor. It gives you this big cushion, these big numbers to start off with. I would be impressed if we see another 26 pointer today. I would be very, very impressed with that. But Temper in the mix as well, 19 points for Temper. Solid performance from them as well. Unfortunately for them, they just didn't have the numbers going into the last phase of the game. MVP, sheer number. Again, this is what Rondo does. 14 eliminations with 1 placement point for MVP. They were just straight up farming. They can't play like this though for the rest of today. I don't see them doing this every single game, so they gotta work on those placements, man. You gotta work on it. You have to be balanced. You have to be balanced, and that's just the reality of it. Delirium 6, All Stars 8-Bit, Accelerate Esports, GUF Academy, Sidemen, Peaky Blinders, NTX Esports. Again, this is what Rondo does. Nobody walked away with an eyeglass. Points everywhere. Points for you. Points for you, points for your mama, points for everybody. So that's what we love about Rondo. Points for everybody, no discrimination. Even you that's 16th place, you're gonna get points as well. And Team Berserk showing the max spread, 16 total, 2,300 for Berserk. Interestingly enough, with all of their 16 eliminations, Temper did more damage than they did. That should tell you exactly the kind of team Temper is. And I think Berserk also, they kind of have, they are one of the reasons why we saw a lot of knocks, but not a lot of finishes. I think we had a disparity of 17 between those two sides. So I think that gives us a little bit of prerequisite going into the next game to get us a little bit of an idea of how the teams will be playing going forward. But I'm looking forward to seeing how they fare, what the strategy is going to be, who's interested in what, and what Erangel has in store for us. But solid performance, nonetheless. But we started the PMNC finals, ladies and gentlemen. It is South Africa's day one, and yeah, we've seen the money. So everybody's excited to taste the money. We've seen coins. Now it's time for cash. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back after the break. Mitch and I will do a little bit of behind the scenes action to break down game one before we head into Erangel for game two. So do not touch that dial. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. We'll be right back after this break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. It is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. It is the finals. We are here in South Africa, and we are about to ride into game number two, which is going to be Erangel, our first Erangel of the day, in a sequence of three. Mitch, how excited are you?
I am very no. I'm just normal, but I'm excited. I mean, game one was good for me. I enjoyed Rondo to be honest, and I can wait to see how the teams take on Erangel. Again, I keep on looking at the comments, and someone said Tempa is going to do a comeback in Erangel. So I can't wait to see if that's gonna be the case for Tempa, if they're going to dominate Erangel or not, or every other team, because I'm sure not everyone knows Rondo. So it does make sense if not everyone can dominate in Rondo.
Well, it's all about domination. It is the domination station. Is Berserk going to go berserk again? You know, is that thing I always say, when you win a chicken dinner, it's going to be very difficult for you to play well in the next game. Like, it's something I've noticed a lot. You know, teams that win chicken dinners off rip, they usually get sent back into the lobby in the next game relatively very quickly. Like, they are usually among the first five teams to go back into the lobby. Hopefully, I'm wrong. But if that happens, Team Berserk, is not my fault. It's Mitch's fault, guys. Blame Mitch. Anything that goes wrong with your team is Mitch's fault. So you just gotta take it. You just gotta take it, man. Just gotta take it.
Oh my god. But I'm hoping that doesn't follow them, to be honest. That thing is bad everywhere we go. If someone wins game one, game two, they're nowhere in the scene. They're back in lobby and it's just bad. But of course we saw some teams in other regions being able to do it. So they can also do it as well. Don't judge. No judging. They can do it as well if they want to. They can get us another chicken dinner, but it's not gonna be easy. I mean, it's a Rangel, everyone's favorite map, so it's gonna be a little bit easy for some teams to adjust and try and get a chicken dinner for themselves before Berserk does it again.
Right. Well, let us see for ourselves. But outside of Berserk, Team UAE, Ultra Six, I think Accelerate as well. Potentials. I'm going to be looking out for the transition teams here in Erangel. Teams that play on transition. And for those of you that don't know what I mean by teams that play in transition, these are teams that they love they don't like to chase the zone, right? They like to be in the zone at every single time. Teams like Tempa, they don't like to be outside the zone. You could tell from the last game. You saw them on the when the zone was up on the hillside. You saw the two of them make the quick dash from the top straight into
Oh
the zone.
yeah.
So when I say transition teams, those are transition teams. Those are teams that don't like to be outside the zone for too long. They love to be in the zone, so they don't have to worry about it. I love watching teams like that because they always make the right call when it comes to rotation. So teams that they love to rotate early. They love to be in the zone. They don't have to worry about it. Those are transition teams. So I'm going to keep an eye on them. Teams like Accelerate, Rizzy Sports. Berserk is not a transition team. They just like farming. They just love farming. That is not a transition. That's the opposite of a transition team. Like, if they're in the zone A, we're in the zone. But if you're not, they will be farming. They will be at the edge of the zone looking for apps that are lost, looking for teams that are lost, that have no idea what's going on, and then they farm them to oblivion. That is Team Berserk. We love those as well. But Erangel is going to give us so many different types of teams and so many different types of strategies. So we are going to keep our eyes peeled on those teams. But interesting playing path we've got already for this game, all the way from the north to the south. Military base is in contention for some of these teams. Also, Yasnaya is there. Pachinki is a little bit there. The apartments, Rozok, a little bit of prison, a little bit of shelter, a little bit of Milta, and a little bit of Milta as well, and mansion. But Mitch, I never even asked you, right? Where do you even land in this map? Where do you like to go for a playing path like this? Where would you be?
Uh, hmm. I'd probably go to Milta. Milta has a lot of buildings that I can use to get utilities, and I don't see people going to Milta a lot. So I'd probably pick Milta. And if worst comes to worst, I'd go to Farm. Farm Milta. Yesnaya, big no for me. Everyone likes Yesnaya. They always find their way there. I don't know why. And I cannot play Yesnaya. Too much going on in Yesnaya. But if you go to Milta, no Vex is going to Milta. They will enjoy this game. I can promise you that. But if you go somewhere else, maybe military base, We might encounter some alpha teams there that are ready to take on maybe an early drop with a fight there. Then maybe you'll see people there. But of course, don't listen to me, Priest. You can tell us, you can advise us which place is the best when it comes to Erangel for you in such a situation with that same plane path.
Well, for a plane path like this, I would probably be in Pochinki, though. I would probably be in Pochinki. I love to dive in areas where I know that our position is not necessarily going to be there. I mean, Retro is the most South African looking guy I have ever seen so far. I just took a look at his photo because he looks so much like my South African friend, and they could almost be twins, man. It really looks like a South African guy. I mean, a whole lot of solid looking photos I've seen today, man. Look at Ian. He's
Mhm.
so cool with his deuces up. Like he's such a cool guy. He's throwing up the deuces like the coolest guy ever, man. But yeah, like I said, I love to fly, I love to glide. I'm a bit of a glider. I don't necessarily like dive straight into the plane path. I would love to glide a little bit farther on, and just focus on getting my gear and getting ready for the action. That's just what I would do. I wouldn't really go anywhere like people aren't. I'm always ready to throw down. But hey, everybody with their own, right? But right now, Peaky Blinders again. I didn't like how they played in the group stages. They were like they're one of those teams that didn't start well, but they finally just slithered their way through on the final third. I don't like teams that play that way. I always like just start well enough. You don't necessarily have to start strongly, especially for a group stage where it's top eight. But here, where it's top four or nothing, right? It is very, very, very chaotic because right now the top four is Berserk, Temper, MVP, and Rizzy Sports. Again, who is going to shift them out of that top four? That is the real question now. You cannot allow these teams, to catch you off guard or change the whole trajectory of your game. But right now, Temper and the likes far off into the northwestern side of the map, uncontested. I think they're going to be fine, But play zone, Mitch. Do you think anybody should be worrying about the zone? Because you saw the zone, right? Far west.
Hmm.
Do
Yeah.
you think anybody should be worrying about that right now?
Yes, they need to start moving as early as now. And if anyone could decide, especially for the teams that are here in military base, if they decide to go towards Novo, they will probably find some people waiting on that side since they can easily move from Novo and go all the way to the southwestern side of the safe zone. And for the people in military base and they decide to use the bridge towards Ferry Pier, that's going to be a very tough move for them as well. So if you're not in that zone as early as now, my bet would be to start thinking about how you'll go there without meeting Mitch campers and also meeting people who are already aware that there are teams around that side of the zone and they are going to be waiting for them. So, of course, it is something they should really start to think about. It's something they should be worried about. And you also saw a part of it was in the water. So, if the game decides, please, PUBG, I'm begging, if they decide it goes to the water, then I think it's gonna be the most interesting game ever. If it goes southwestern side towards Primorsk, even better. It will be amazing.
Absolutely
The-
amazing. I won't be
Actually,
mad
look
at
at this
that
side.
though.
Look at the side of Novex. If only Novex knew there are people on this side, imagine the damage they will do to this team trying to make its way into the zone.
You're actually right. You're actually right. But that's a whole lot of intel to have. That's a whole lot of
Yeah.
information to have at this stage. I mean, you can see it
Hmm.
now. Take a look now. You can see the transition teams, sidemen. They're already going into the center of the circle. They're not trying to you're not trying to hold off teams by the edge of the circle. Temper as well. They're probably gonna start making their own rotations on the other part. But eyes on the prize nonetheless, and the chaos is about to ensue. It looks like No Braino is going to figure out to get some intel onto the guys from Guff here. Oh, I'm not sure if this is ideal because this is a very, very difficult place to press. But Ultra 6, I'm pretty sure they know that these guys from GUFA are right here. Do they want to stop them? I don't know if that's wise at this phase of the circle, though, Mitch.
Yeah, they should really start thinking about this. But then I keep on remembering they cannot see what we can see. So we're just hoping that they can try and figure this out. But of course, look at the 44K there. They have been spotted by Guff Academy. And one of the teammates already has been taken down by 44K Marshall, who's taking a run for it. Immediately got that knock. He was not taking any chances of stopping and trying to engage more. They're just focused on that rotation. They want to make it into that safe zone. The damage on ChatGPT as well, really good. I mean, how will he come here with a name ChatGPT? I hope he has all the answers for the team. But they will be getting like chicken dinners. But of course, I'm overthinking the name. Let me let it be. But good stuff there for ChatGPT, I guess, with an amazing name here before Priest can judge it. Shiva and his teammate are also making some rotations, trying to see another place they can be in, trying to scout out the area. Something I was not seeing happening a lot, but in this game, somehow we do have some scouts that are trying to figure out the next compounds for the teams to hold. Now, this zone seems to be pressuring teams here, Priest. I've not seen these early rotations, even in Rondo. People are just taking their time, but now everyone is moving around, and Team MVP encounters Delirium 6 Rico, who is able to get that knock. Team MVP is already applying enough pressure. Another knock is in there. Rico has been taken down. Two players remain standing. And MVP wants to join this and do a number, but they cannot do it easily, seeing that Delirium 6 here is also here to save his teammates. Clips getting closer as well. Adrian trying to do a number with the shotgun. And the first team to be eliminated is Delirium 6. Priest, isn't that a bad thing here for Delirium 6? I mean, they have already lost the second game. They were in 10th place. They only had 3 points, and now they're back in lobby. And I don't think there's any way they're going to be planning to jump unless they change how they're taking fights, because that was a little bit too open, if you ask me.
Way too open, way too open. I mean, and whenever I played in tournaments like these, in tournament finals, every time I had a team, every time my teammate got knocked, I would see 100 USD disappear from my wallet, right? Cause yo,
Wow.
that's just really what it is, man. Every time I saw someone get knocked, I'm like, that's 100 USD minus. Instead of 100, well, instead of minus 100 HP, that's a minus 100 USD. So I gotta
Mm,
motivate my teammates, and I always motivate my teammates in that manner when I was still in the game and I was still cooking players and stuff like that. That was just my motivation. So every time I saw, Delirium 6 right now, that's like, I would feel like that's like, look at the leaderboard and the rankings, right? And what it looks like for them. And they know that, okay, now we've lost a couple of coins, right? And they just have to be mentally fortified for the next one. Novex and a couple of teams here all trying to play it a little bit more central. Chat GPT setting quick flames and being disrespectful to accelerate there, as respect is going to be knocked away. Not the way he would have liked to start things. 15 with a spray of his own across the board. Teams that burn utilities and resources, taking, doing pot shots and trade offs like this, it usually comes to bite them going forward, because by the time, they have to deal with opposition, they might be a little bit low on supplies. Because I know for sure, they knock one of the guys from 44K, they're not going to press. So I mean, maybe it's just for the damage points, because it still counts towards the MVP race. So maybe that might be something. But Delirium 6 getting eliminated before stage 2 of the circle. I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't, get to their mentals, because, we know that PUBG Mobile Esports is very, very mental. You have to be strong upstairs before your physical, strength. So hopefully they will bounce back, because I saw them, day one of the group stages, they were pretty decent. They know how to handle their 4v4s. They're only It's only difficult for them when they have players getting caught out on rotation and stuff like that. So I guess that's really what happened to them, though. They got caught
yeah,
out
yeah.
they got caught out by MVP, and MVP is a team that like loves to play like that. They love to take engagements in transition. So so that's something they gotta learn to just do a bit better of going forward.
Yeah, for sure. But going early, it's still, I feel it, but I'm not the one playing, so I hope they listen to you. I do hope players go back to the live stream and actually judge themselves. Like, look, what? Mom's spray is dangerous. That spray took a player off the buggy without even missing a single shot. Momsy, we need to talk to you on the side so that you can give some of us some tips there. But beautiful sprays, they're coming from Momsy. On the sidemen, again, you mentioned that they're going to be doing a number. We have to see that. They do have time, though. They have time to catch up. They only have 2 points so far, with the first place at 26 points, a whole 24 points plus to get to somewhere that will make them feel comfortable and happy with their play. The points as well right now, Priest, are very dangerous. Very dangerous. Everyone is really close to each other. The only team that can rest a bit, not rest, but maybe feel comfortable with where they are is Team BERSERK. They're actually at the best place as anyone else in this team, in this game. 26 points. The next team following them is at 19. Actually, two teams at 19. So they are a bit comfortable, but they should also focus on what next. Because if they don't, they're going to be surprised with what Temper can do. Because now I can see it. Temper is taking their time. They're analyzing situations. They're trying to figure out which fights they can take. And of course, this zone as well is pressuring people to get close to each other. And if you're not really good under pressure, then I'd advise you to stay as far away from the middle zone as you can. Of course, Priest, I can ask you, since you've said you're an esports player or was an esports player, in a situation like this, you're not comfortable working under pressure. What would you advise a team that doesn't feel or get comfortable in pressurized situations?
I mean, I think the best form of discipline and ability comes from pressure. You know, the stakes are really high. You know, for the first time ever, PUBG Mobile has given Africa the opportunity to get to the global stage in multiple global events in a single year. It is unprecedented. You know, that is why just PUBG Mobile is just number one. And now they're giving players the opportunity to be number one, you know, to be the one, to change their lives. And the stakes are really high. So you always, that's why I said that you always got to look for motivation in competition. You just have to love to compete. The best players I know love to compete. It's not about winning or losing for them. It's all about competing, you know, at the best of their abilities. And every single team here that's made it to the finals, you know, has been competing to the best of their abilities. And this is something that I believe, you know, will spin around and give players some more confidence, you know, than they would have liked to have at the beginning of the tournament. But it is what it is. It is where we are right now. And, you know, I gotta respect the teams, you know, PMNC, road to PMGO, PMWC, ENC, PMGC. I mean, you know, the journey starts here. So you got to do better. You got to do the best you can. And it's looking very, very stacked up. This final is going to be absolutely insane. I mean, take a look at that. MVP in trouble this early. This is a team that has 19 points on the board, but All Stars don't care. They're gonna trade off. Adrian almost getting knocked away. And now the problem here is All Stars. Can they press? Can they take the advantage? I think they might want to. You can see T21 making an advance a little bit closer. Potion has to follow the way back. And now this is a bait and switch moment. MVP, they love these. They love to play like this. The All Stars have to be very careful. Potion and the rest of MVP, they do love to circumvent these areas. They can play to the strengths of positions like these. So All Stars have to be very careful. And I think they've learned that this is not going to work. Play zone is 12 seconds out. They need to find a better place, you know, to get into the zone with. And I think that you can see these are teams that they're starting to understand each other, and they've seen that this ain't going to work. This is not going to work right now. We reposition, we fight them later down the line, and this is something we love to see. You know, teams adapting.
Yeah, I mean, they're adapting quite well, and I like how they're thinking right now. South Africa, but you have to look at the zone, stage 4, and we still have 15 teams still surviving. And right now, Team BERSERK has some company, and a nice grenade there coming from Reach has been launched, but then it doesn't really connect just yet. No one has been knocked. The damage is good, and 6, no, Berserk Goblin has just been taken by his teammate. They want to try and go in for that push. Goblin there been very much low. NTX Esports, Geo, then basically cook up a nice grenade and take on Team Berserk, and the grenades go in, and Team Berserk is receiving pressure. This is not looking good for them at all. Zane is down. Goblin cooks up more grenades. He wants to take someone down. The sprays from Bane are distracting Goblin. He cannot get any grenade launched there without getting some damage. He and Sphinxy are the only players standing. But if you look at the high ground right now, right behind them on the southern side, they do have teams that are creeping in. And if they do not finish this fight on time, they will be saying goodbye to another chicken dinner for tonight. Grenades are still being launched here by Geo. Bane has been spotted. A nice grenade from Sphinxy. It doesn't really connect just yet, but they're trying their best to survive. Riz Esports, they're stopping NTX from doing anything, and just like that, they have been eliminated. Riz Esports Hockey is not stopping just yet.
Chaos. Big chaos there. Rizzy Sports biting off a little bit more than they can chew. They had no idea it was Berserk, but they've learned now the hard way. Sphinxy immediately getting the overhanded as the grenades fly through. Another one drops. Haki is going to be a victim as he bounces away, and he might turn into a bouncing baby boy with these grenades. The way they're bouncing around him, Ragnar plays behind him, and Speed too far out, but Sphinxy's going to feel the brunt of that one as well as he gets swept to the side. An unfortunate scenario for them, but they have been able to find a way around. Speedy is going to have to circle back here and get a better angle there. But fortunately for him, he has a lot of ground to cover, and he does have a vehicle to help him with that. Chaos, a lot of chaos here. We did see Haki get sent back into the lobby. Ragnar has to reposition as well, get his teammates back to full strength. Good use of the smoke gun to keep things professional and under siege. Temper, we saw them earlier get a little bit of a scuffle, I believe, with MVP, but I think they have been dealt with and giving them another opportunity to circle back. Berserk still causing chaos, still causing drama to a couple of teams that are trying to find their footing around. I believe Novex sitting quite nicely inside of the zone. You can see Temper trying to make that play into the zone there, but they know that they have a lot of teams to deal with in the surrounding and Verizon, and that's what we love to see, how they will be able to manage their way out of this. But Ragnar continues his onslaught from the previous game, and he's doing so much damage. Zane, the next victim. Bo will set him up for a little bit of success there, but he will be getting knocked away. No Braino also setting a little bit of a constipational hazard as he sets forward another position there, as all UAE immediately getting dropped out by GUF, one after the other. Sahil almost on his last legs there. Peaky Blinders taking ages to get into the zone, and they will have to feel the brunt. 3 players from UAE getting knocked away there. Grenade over the top from GUF. Boda Joe immediately applying the pressure, trying to shut this down with the quickness, but he can't seem to find the angles. And fortunately for them, but I spoke too soon. Another grenade over from the right-hand side there to shut it down. Merca immediately trying to murk them. Well, seems to me that they can't find a way through. Retro goes for the last drop. Nemesis goes down for Peaky Blinders, and the guys from UAE. Unfortunate scenario for them as they do take more damage.
I mean, it is interesting right now. Peaky Blinders were there the whole time while UAE was getting demolished, but they did not take their time to try and even steal an elimination there. They avoided it as much as they can because of losing 2 players while at it. But here is where utilities come to play. The grenades being launched towards UAE were too much, and I believe that is what made it so hard for them to even get the revives. But as you talk about them, Team Berserk is still taking on a fight here against Riz Esports, Ragnar and Speed in the same location. They are kind of sandwiched right now. Maria is back in the scene. She has been spotted. Speed is trying to get some taps towards her, and Maria will be going back to lobby, and that will be it for 6 gaming. That will not be surviving longer. But of course, Team Berserk there is still looking to take on a Rizzy Sports. Grenade coming from Zane. They're looking for that chance to get at least a knock on Rizzy Sports before they can go in for that push. But Rizzy Sports decides they will not be staying there any longer, and they'll be changing their location. But as they do that, they'll be crashing in a compound with the whole team, and it will only be Ragnar trying to go in for that push against 44k. The sprays are beautiful, and the P-Fires will be connecting from the teammates that are getting some cover on their team as they're getting pushed by Breeze Esports. Now, Ragnar and Speed, they had a chance of avoiding this. They were looking for a compound, but they decided to take one that already is occupied by a team that is still taking on a fight against Temper. It is not a good look for them. They have been eliminated. Of course, it was expected. You cannot just go into someone's home without being spotted. But of course, now Temper 6 got last player standing. Nice grenade. Almost got a pre-nade on them. And Marshall was almost getting eliminated as well. But he's lucky he was able to get a teammate to give him some cover. And that will be it for Temper. Priest, what is happening to Temper right now? What is changing?
I mean, that's not a bad performance though. 5 eliminations, still managing
Where's
to
the chicken?
see into the top drawer. I mean, it's game two. Temper's definitely getting chicken dinner today. I'm not surprised, if I'm being honest. Like, I'm pretty sure that that's going to be the case, But Accelerate, on the other hand, looking very decent. Aspect has been knocked away. Aspect being arguably the best player for Sidemen. He has been having a little bit of a tricky turn of events so far in this final. In the previous game, we saw that. In this game as well, we're seeing the exact same thing. He has been flushed back into lobby. He goes Momsy. I'm not sure what the plan was there. The smoke does not stop the bullets, and 44k are enjoying the pressure here. Zin getting caught out as well, getting knocked away by Soma. Novex putting in a shift. Xanax going to be the last man left for, I believe, the sidemen into that corner there. A couple of sprays to follow through. Bo has to go prone immediately and manages to escape the danger, just manages to keep it afloat. Novex playing inside of the compound by themselves. I believe they're the only team in the compound right now, and they do have the play zone at least for the next couple of seconds as we move into phase 7 of the blue zone right now. But let's not forget, Peaky Blinders also in the mix there in the conversation. Accelerate also in the conversation. Two All-Stars also in the conversation. There's still a lot of teams and there's not a lot of space. Bo with a sideline onto Nurios does get him knocked away though. Xanax still crawling to safety. Hopefully he can find a way inside. And Berserk once again starting to light up the feed. These guys, man, they found a way to hold on and get an angle into the zone there, but it looks like it's not going to be too far-fetched. Remember, they've only gotten one elimination in everything that has happened today. Berserk, that got 16 in the first game, have only one elimination so far. So that should tell you the strategy changes immediately. They want to win the game. They want to keep as many numbers up as possible, but it's going to be so difficult in Erangel, and you're starting to see the difficulty in it, Mitch.
Yes, I can. Team Berserk's location as of now as well is basically compromised. Two All-Stars very much aware of their location. Yes, they have changed their strategy. They are looking for that chicken dinner. If the zone decides to shift, the team will be the most pressurized team in this whole tournament because all the compounds right now are occupied. The haze as well are occupied. So moving around from one point to the other might just be a big risk there for Team Berserk already. One of the teammates reached there has been spotted. Zane quite damaged, and they need to find a way of working together right now so that they can move on to that next phase. Because as the zone is closing, we do not know where it's going to be taking them, and they have two All-Stars gatekeeping and making sure Team Berserk doesn't move from their location. Two All-Stars, two eliminations to their name. They do know most of the locations for most of the teams. They are very much aware they are not even in a safe place. They're just using the hay to cover themselves. But as soon as the zone shifts and they need to get to that compound, they will also be facing the same fate as Team Berserk. But we have an interesting player here that is Accelerate, and he just snaked his way to the zone. The grenade, of course, told them that there's a team there, and they're actually applying some good pressure. The grenades are getting some damage, and that team has been shocked. Who is grenading us, and where are they? And they're finally trying to go in for their push. Their teammate Frosty has been knocked. They want to get a revive. They are getting pushed. They have been able to be spotted here, and their position is no longer safe. Trying to go in for that push. First knock is into the shotgun. He needs to confirm this because the grenade is about to be launched. Someone is about to go home, and he goes down as well. Two more, and just like that, the team is about to be eliminated. Almencho confirming the last player, and that will be GG's. for them. I mean, Priest, I did not, my eyes are not even looking at that team. They just snaked their way peacefully, and no one spotted them. Literally like a snake. No one sees it coming, literally.
No idea how they weren't spotted earlier, but I really thought they wanted to play it slow. I really thought that they wanted to find a way around there to make it happen. Oh, that's a nice spray from 15. He gets an angle. 9 eliminations so far. It's about to be 10. It is 10, double digits for Novex. And they just picked the right place. They just picked the right angle. They just picked the right position. And you can take a look at T21. He is just enjoying the cover that airdrop box is providing for him. 44K on the other side. Playing as three,
Mm-hmm.
Novex have the numbers, they have the angles. The only thing that can discombobulate Novex right now is if the play zone shifts away into a much more central position. I think All Stars have a better spot. I think they have a better path into the next zone than the guys from 44K. But because of the sheer numbers that they have, they might be able to maneuver their way into the final third. But we're about to see, because if the play zone shifts away from Novak, oh, it's going to be very, very tricky again. And T21 getting caught out. I'm not sure why he thought he wouldn't be seen from that position.
Mm.
That's just, I really don't know why he thought they wouldn't spot him. Unfortunately, it's all left to T21 now, and Novex up onto the other side. Novex now think this is a 4v4. They don't know it is
Uh-huh.
a 4v3v1. Although if
No.
they've read the feed, probably they probably know though. If
Mm.
they've read the feed, if they did,
Yeah.
because reading the feed is something you have to be very, very good at this stage of competition. But it looks like it is
Yeah.
going to be a tactical battle right now between Novex and the guys from 44K. Who is going to show more tactical superiority? You see Novex already making the play there, Mencho and Thanos already making an advance. It is all about if T21 is going to be a thorn in their side, and it looks like he is.
No.
First spray gets him dropped, and that is the danger. Thanos getting knocked away, fingers about to be snapped here, sending him back into the lobby relatively very, very quickly, as 15 is too far away to help. Molotov might be launched immediately, but he misses out on that one. Play zone not too favorable as well, and that is an opportunity for him to advance his position because he's not in the play zone. He has to move a little bit closer. Mencho getting knocked away, and T21 is the one that has caused chaos here. He has been the thorn in the side of Novex. And I know 44K are loving this, but they do have 223 knocked away though. So that will delay their press a little bit longer. Soulman is easily playing behind as well. He does have the smokes laid out in front of him to cover a little bit of angles here. ChatGPT with an angle of his own, 13 eliminations, big numbers for both teams there. T21 is out in
What?
the open. He has been spotted. Surely ChatGPT sees him and he's covered on the left-hand side. So all he has to do here is hold on and he will pack this up
Oh
immediately.
no.
Shuts it down with the quickness. But that is the open space they've been looking for. He has been spotted and they will utilize the angles and the quick play. No Vex chicken dinner, no fear, no Vex.
Wow, amazing. Interesting winner chicken dinner here for Novak Esports. I mean, good stuff coming from them. They took their time, they held that compound religiously and made sure no one is taking that compound from them, and it actually paid out, and they were able to get a chicken dinner for the second game of the night, basically a faster angle. And we did see some amazing plays from different teams. They're able to maneuver around the angle. They understand the map. They knew where to be, which rock to hold. And of course, if they were not able to get that chicken dinner, I believe the elimination points and placement points for some teams have made them proud. It is just a faster angle, and all you can say is well played. Every single team that has changed their strategy and gotten a good number of points just from this game. Amazing plays from Novex. 44K, ChatGPT, better luck next time. But of course, there's always room for another chicken dinner. For this game, we have 14 eliminations for Novex, dealing a damage of 2,054. Total knockouts at 11, the heals 379, and a survival time of 28 minutes and 52 seconds. Getting that chicken dinner. I mean, good stuff from Novex. They feel comfortable with that. Remember, guys, this phase, every single team gets part of the prize pool. Question is, which part of the prize pool is your team getting? When the match starts, we have 15 getting 6 eliminations and a damage of 944. Soulman, 5 eliminations, a damage of 514. And Mencho, 2 eliminations, a damage of 475, and unfortunately for Thanos, 1 elimination and a damage of 121. Seems like he survived the whole game but wasn't able to do much for his team, which is totally okay as long as he was there to give support. Probably medic and stuff like that. Totally okay. For this match summary, it seems like people did a lot for this game, Priest, and as you can see, we have 61 eliminations and 74 knocks. Wow, people are actually helping each other. The revives for Erangel are higher than Rondo, where we had Rondo giving us 30 revives, and then Erangel gives us 31 revives. So that means this game, people were working, and I mean literally working, since, as usual, they understand how Erangel works. 201 throws used, 13 headshots, a damage of 15,753. What do you think about match 2 here for the teams, Priest?
Solid game, very solid game from Novex. They played as a unit, they stuck together, they found a way around, and you can see, I do love the fact that I was seeing, photos, ChatGPT leading the charge there with the highest number of eliminations, probably going to be MVP for match number 2. Marshall is also in the mix. His haircut is fire though, and 15 for Novex, also popping up with 2 grenade eliminations aspect in the conversations as well. And let's not forget, BERSERK did have Rich in the mix, adding to the narrative. Solid game so far, though, for the likes of 44K, Novex, and the Sidemen, and also BERSERK. BERSERK, again, different strategy, different map. It was always going to be difficult because they got into a lot of unprecedented engagements earlier on. It was not something they were expecting. And you can't be mad, right? You can't be mad at that. They tried their absolute best to see it through, but you can see on the other part of things, this ain't Rondo. Not every points aren't going to go around this time around. Delirium 6, you saw them get eliminated relatively very early. NTX as well, 8-bit, no points on the board for them. Ultra 6 did get 2, same bit UAE. Riz Esports with 3, GUF also with 3, and Accelerate Esports with 4. I think Frosty did get a couple in there as well. 24 points for Novex, as 24 44K esports as well. All Stars also putting in a mix. You can see the disparities in points between these top 3 teams, right? 20 points for the second place team and 8 for the third place team. That is where it is going to be very interesting going into the last phase of the last couple of games, going into the top 4 race as well, because I believe third place and fourth place is really where a whole chunk of the battle is going to be taking place in. But we'll see for ourselves if that will be the case. Novex and 44K esports tied at the hip, 14 eliminations apiece, and equally roughly the same amount of damage. These were 2 teams that put a lot of effort into the lobby, similar play styles, similar ideologies, trying to keep as many players inside of the final third as possible. At some stage it was a 3 versus 3, 3 versus 4. If not for that last player for two All Stars, could have turned things around, could have been very, very different for 44K because they had already made a play. But unfortunately, that straggler for 2 All Stars just changed everything. And I think it was because they weren't locked in enough to read the feed to know that there was still a player lurking in that area. But hey, MVP, ChatGPT, and we're gonna keep our eyes out on this guy because he has been balling since the group stages, and I'm looking forward to seeing him in that MVP race. Because let's not forget, chat, the MVP race is on right now.
Yep, $200. $200 on the line just for MVP. So if you miss that opportunity, my friendo, you'll have a lot to talk about to yourself. But looking at the head-to-head here, we have 15 from Novex. He gets 6 eliminations as well, a good amount of damage, 944. And for knockouts, his survival time basically same as ChatGPT. They took the last fight, so good stuff here from NVX player. That is 15. He can still get into the race for MVP. A lot of goodies to be won. He can invest in that if he wants to. But remember, guys, the MVP is where all the juice is at, and also being in the top 3 is also for, actually, apart from getting the prize, for your regional finals, sorry, you'll also get something from PMGO Africa. The tables are locked in. Over ranking for 9 to 16th place, you have the Peaky Blinders there with 9 at 9th place, tying with Ultra 6 at 10th place with 9 points as well. The Sidemen at 11th, getting 7 points. Accelerate Esports, 6 points at 12th place. 13th place, you have Gulf Academy with 5 points. Delirium 6 at 14. How did they get there? With 3 points, 15, you have 8-bit, 2, and NTX Esports with 1 point at 16th place. At least no one is at 0 margin. At least we have a 1 point for 16th place. But it could also be more. I mean, change strategies. But that chicken Dina decides to switch and turn the table. First place goes to Novex Esports at 33 points in total. Second place, we have Team BERSERK at 31 points. Third, we have 44K Esports, 27 points. And fourth, we have Tempo with 24 points. You can see them highlighted very well because that is where your team needs to be. Fifth place, you have Team MVP, 20. Sixth, you have Riz Esports, 15. 2 All-Stars. And the Undisputed AE tying at 11 points each. Now, being 7th, 8th, not important like the group stage anymore. Where they need to be careful is Team MVP, Temper, that bracket, Temper, 44K, BERSERK, Novex. That is where all the pressure is at right now, Priest. They have to find a way of maintaining that same position without losing in the next coming games.
Well, like you said, the top 8 teams that you are seeing here, it is only the top 4 that matter. You want to be in that top 4 for financial reasons and for bragging rights as well, because that is where you really need to be. The teams are already looking, the table is already starting to take shape, and again, that top 4, it is going to be very interesting to see what it's going to max out as. But we are going to be keeping our eyes peeled on that top 4 race and the MVP race as well. So we're going to see how that continues to advance going forward. But 2 games down, 4 more to go. We've had our first Erangel. We're going to have more Erangels to follow for match number 3. So do not touch that. We'll be right back after the break.
for Africa.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. It is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. It is the finals, day one of the South African Championship, and what a ride it has been so far. 2 games down, 4 more to go. We're about to enter our third game, our second Erangel of the night, and fingers crossed so far. We had a Novex and 44k stand of 14 eliminations apiece, but Novex walked away with chicken dinner. It is not over just yet. There is still a whole lot of grinding going into this match. Remember, the race is for top 4.
Exactly. Novex Esports just showed us that any team can make their way into the top 4 as long as they are consistent and ready to take on anything and anyone that comes to their way. Of course, Team BERSERK, they got the first chicken dinner. They're sitting comfortable, but they need to be careful. Novex is ready to take on that first place and just chill on that 800 USD because that is where all the money is at. 800 USD might seem small to Priest, but to someone like me, that's a lot, and I'm sure the teams can see that as well. So of course, South African teams in the grand finale for Pmnc South Africa, I hope you know that you need to put your best foot forward coming into the third game of the night in Erangel. Of course, do not listen to Priest again if you're looking to get that money.
Yo, I don't know why Mitch got a narrative that 800 USD is not a lot of money, bro. It's probably she probably says that because she's always spinning. If you see Mitch on live, she's always spinning. Like even before we started today, I was on TikTok. Mitch was spinning. She was spinning and she was getting 100,000 UC to use and spin for the next X suit. Mitch.
Well, I mean, everyone can see the lies in your eyes. Please leave me alone. Let the players
Okay.
enjoy their money, eh? And for me, I
Sure.
don't spin. I only have one skin, the combat for M4.
How would you see how casually she lies, chat? You see how casually Mitch lies, right, chat? Like everyone will go on your TikTok and they will see you have like at least like 40 skins and all upgraded, guys. It's not even level ones. He has 40
57,
skins,
please.
all 57 skins with all level 7s. I mean, how did you come about that? How? How did it happen? You see, guys,
I
she's
played
spinning.
PUBG Mobile Esports. I've been playing esports, by the way, guys. Just that I don't use my name Mitch. People don't know this. You don't know this? I mean, I play the Kenyan scene knows. That's how I usually say Erangel is a cheat map. They're going into March 3, it's going to be Erangel, and I hope they're going to cheat with that map because right now they know everyone's landing spot. Okay, not everyone, but of course some people are watching the live as they continue the game and they're analyzing it as they go. So of course they know where the cheat code comes in. So all the best to all the teams going into March 3, that is Erangel.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have left off, and I ain't talking Artemis 2. It is the plane for Erangel. It is the PMNC South Africa Finals, the PUBG Mobile National Championship. 3,000 USD for this finals. The ride is on. And the top 4 teams will represent South Africa at the PMGO Africa Regional Finals, where they will battle yet again for another prize pool of 10,000 USD, so they know exactly what the stakes are here. Mitch, what are your expectations? We saw the first game. We call a whiff of the structure. We saw some
Mhm.
teams step up to the plate, but are we going to see more of the same in this game?
I believe so. I believe so because the games are getting less and less by the minute. Right now, they are in game 3, so of course the game is going to be a little bit different for the teams. People are going to, change their strategies, look for better landing spots, better strategies. Everything will be a little bit different. So they have to really, really think about how they're going into game 3 and make sure every call, every rotation, every elimination is counted and is done with precision. Imagine taking on this early fight in game three. Game three, you're still taking early fights. You're not serious. You need to think about it.
Hmm. Well, this is quite an interesting turn of events. Though MVP and Temper locking into each other, but I'm not sure they're going to take this upon themselves. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case here, but it is worth looking out for. Utilities onto the scene there, and Orga is going to be the one knocked away, getting caught out into the open. I'm not sure what the plan is here. Is Yuri about to take this upon himself, though? That would be very interesting to see. Is MVP willing to take the risk to pick up one of their teammates? I mean, at this stage, Mitch, what would you do? Would you go pick up your teammate, that's knocked away, or what would you do exactly?
Run away. Run away. Run away. There's no way you're going back. No. But if it's possible and you can do it, then go ahead and do so. But if you can run and avoid this, then that's totally okay. But honestly, you do understand how it works. If one teammate can cause a whole team's downfall, then we'd rather sacrifice that one teammate and continue the game than go ahead and try and rescue this one teammate that is going to be a liability at the end of the day. As soon as we get spotted, we start getting a lot of unexpected knocks. Someone is again thirsted. We have to run away. You try and run away. You're knocked off the vehicle. A lot of things happen along the way throughout the whole journey of that one teammate. So, of course, at that point, Priest, no one cares if you're a Morife. It's an esports scene. What really matters is what and how you deal with that situation when it happens later in the game, when you're comfortable with the eliminations and your placement points.
Well, comfort is, I mean, it's an interesting watchword to use, but you're absolutely right. I mean, if you're doing better, if you're confident, if you do love how you're performing, it is always going to be paramount to whatever strategies your team has in store going into different phases of the game. But as it stands right now, the likes of UAE, seeing as they didn't necessarily have the best game in match number two, this would be a very solid opportunity for them to step up to the plate and do a little bit better. Remember, top four is the goal. That is where you want to be. You want to be along the likes of 44K, Temper, Berserk. That is the echelon that is very, very important right now. So we'll see who has the stones to see it all the way through. Is it going to be the likes of the Peaky Blinders? Seeing as again, these are teams that haven't really started really nicely. So we want to see if they will find your footing early. Some teams tend to find your footing, but they don't find it early. They don't find it on time, and that usually costs them. But hopefully, the likes of NTX, we saw a glimpse, a little bit of a glimmer from them. So we'll see if they will be able to stand 10 toes on that performance. But right now, Mitch, the player is already on the move. Do you
Yeah.
think like the strategy here would be to get into the zone early, or get as many eliminations as you possibly can, because we're talking about those teams that are not in the top four right now, those teams that need
Mm.
a lot of points to not allow the top four teams get away from them.
Yeah, I think at this point they need to trust themselves. They need to trust their play. They need to trust that we made it to the finals. So of course we deserve to be here. We are skillful enough to take on fights. But who are you going against will be the main question. You of course you're risking. No one knows who's next to them. But if they can try and maybe capitalize on getting some eliminations along the way as the zone shifts, then that's totally okay. Long range fights could work if they just stay as far away as possible. If they can maybe get two knocks and then apply pressure, well and good. If it's not looking easy, then I'd advise them not to do that. At the end of the day, placement points also play a huge part in your overall rankings. So if you go again early and you're not even in the top four because you decided to take on an early fight, that does affect you as well. So a lot does come to play. But if to answer your question, I'd say if they can risk it and get elimination points along the way, then they should go ahead and do that. But be careful as well. That game, three more to go, anything will happen. We are not able to make correct predictions on what happens next, but we can easily control how it goes for our team throughout the way. But looking at a team like Gulf Academy here, you can see they're also trying to risk it. They're trying to get at least any action going on here. They were able to get some damage, but they're not really taking it just yet. Looking at that kill feed, we have a team, Riz Esports, and they are already taking on a fight this early. I know Riz Esports fans are not feeling it. They're trying to tell them stop, but they also have an agenda, and that is to make it into that top four. Chris, again, it's going to be a little behavior. Everyone wants to make it a top four, but what if you make it and you get to that PMGO finals and you're not ready? You're not ready because all you did in the finals and the group stage was hold compounds because Mitch told you to camp. Strategically, that is.
Shout, you guys can hear Mitch, right? Because I'm not tweaking, right? You guys can hear her. She's literally going back on her word after telling you what to do, after telling you what to play. Mitch has turned around to tell you that if my strategy doesn't work, it's not my fault. If the strategy I gave you doesn't work, it's not
No,
me. Don't.
no.
Yes, that's what you're doing. You don't want to take responsibility. But hey, I mean, PMGO kicks off very soon, and this is going to be a little bit of a prerequisite. Some teams are going to qualify from this confidently. They're going to take maximum points, take maximum rewards before they get to PMGO Africa, regional finals. But then PMGO Africa regional finals, oh, it's going to be so, so wild because that is the ultimate test, the best of the best, and a chance to represent the entire region at the global stage. The stakes have never been this high for the African region, and this is where teams will start to show what exactly they are made of. But I think the best types of teams are teams that adapt, and they adapt quickly. And we're starting to see that with teams like BERSERK and MVP. Those are teams that do love to adapt. Teams like Temper, they don't necessarily love to adapt. They love to be in control from the beginning. We saw that already. Their play style is going to allow them to play that way. So we're going to see if they will be consistent with it. But right now, I'm looking out to see if there's going to be something different. MVP, Temper, Riz, all sitting in that bubble or 456. 44K can't afford to lose out. They need to make sure that they are consistent across the board. So we'll see if they will stick up to into the plan. But like I said, it's all about the consistent and the teams that know how to adapt. So we'll see who adapts the best.
Yeah, definitely. I just realized we're in the second phase and we still have 16 teams. 60. Wow. No one is moving. Wow. What will happen in that last zone? From the fourth phase will be very intense. Looking at the safe state, it has gone towards the eastern side of Erangel, Lipovka, and Milta. Milta Power actually are basically empty. No one is there, but we have a team, Riz Esports, are trying to make their way there. For Team Berserk, they already taken on an early fight and they survived that, almost losing one of their teammates, that is Rich, but they have been able to take that out of the way and they will be reviving their teammate Rich. Priest, this is the second time Delirium 6 is going back to lobby as the first team. What is not happening? And I just saw two All-Stars, their fans asking what is happening as well, and they seem to be catching up. But what is happening to Delirium 6? What is really happening here for them?
I mean, seeing exactly what's going on, you can tell that their strategy is just not working. I think they're trying to play in a way that a team that isn't chasing points is, and I think they're getting caught out on movement, on transition. When they are trying to make a play, they get caught out. 44K in trouble here though. Shival getting knocked away, not the way he was expecting to hold on his GUF into the open scene here. Chat GPT also knocked away, but fortunately for them, it is a 2-2 split. There's a chance they do manage to get their numbers back up, but Omari is on the other side for GUF, applying some of that pressure, but Joe still knocked away though. Currently trying to settle up and settle nicely. Shival going for the pickup, and Omari is yet to pick up his teammate. This could prove very, very disastrous for GUF if they don't make a play here, because Chat GPT has been picked up. I things are about to go from bad to worse for GUF Academy, though. Mar finally getting a Bojo picked up, but they have allowed for 44K to reset and repackage themselves. Hopefully, they will be able to get around this angle because it's going to be a very difficult position for them to defend, Mitch.
Yeah, the positioning is not good. Imagine if a team just joins them here. It's going to be unbelievably, uncontrollably painful. What is going to happen next? But of course, if they have an ideal, who knows what is to come, they can start moving as early as now. 44K esports have potential. They have good numbers. They have good stats. 27 points. First place is not that far away from them. They can definitely get it if they want to. But Guff is making it impossible for them to make any rotations. But look at those grenades. They're almost landing on Shiva, but they make it out of their own time. That grenade would have been lethal, but the sprays from Mirka will be connecting. Marshall goes down. Shiva as well joins him. And that is it for 44K esports. They will be losing numbers, and that means just two players remain standing, 223, and his teammate, ChatGPT. They're the last two players remaining from the team here. They have no Vex applying pressure. Their location is very much compromised. They do know there's a team there. They have another team on their southern side. They're not lucky tonight. 44K, I don't know what's happening. Their positioning tonight for the third game is not working. It's not going well. And they have to move. But for now, we have Accelerate Esports. They have a team, Momsy, again, right next to them. That is Sideman, who's swimming. The only player remaining. He shall be a fisherman tonight. He's gonna swim with the fishes for a while there before anyone decides to go back into the water and look for a fisherman here. So Momsy is lucky with that. But for everyone else, they will be forced to take on fights, regardless of their position. Team MVP, they do see people closing in. And now this is the pressure we're talking about. It is the third phase, and now everyone is going everywhere, and everyone is chilling in the same place that every other team is thinking about right now, Priest.
Good position from Accelerate, though. Quite nice by the edge there. Taking a lot of hits from speed, though, but Riz Esports, I don't think they can cause too many problems for Accelerating, as they have a couple of vehicles and they have a little bit of terrain working in their favor, so they are going to think twice about it. And we did see Tempa get eliminated earlier on, and we are in phase 3 of the circle. We're already 2 teams down. We are 44 players up. Adrian is going to be the next one to join some people back into the lobby, and Accelerate will be trying to reposition themselves. Play zone already on the move. We are heading into phase number 4, and the teams and the numbers are dwindling with each second. Accelerate looking very good in this little spot they found themselves in. I think they can hoist themselves here just a little bit longer. They do have a lot of sight lines onto the likes of MVP, and it could give them a little bit of leeway and some time to reposition and gather as much intel as possible, because BERSERK, on the other hand, also trying to get their numbers in, and they've got 5 eliminations on the board already. That is a team that wants to win this entire thing, Mitch. But no chaos on the other side. As you can see, a lot of action on the northern front. NTX into the corner there. Bane getting knocked away. Probably going to have to try something different. And they will try to work out more angles there. GUF Academy over to the other side. A couple more sprays as well. As Bojo is applying so much pressure. Merca has been able to secure a couple of eliminations on the other side. Bane immediately getting swept aside there. BERSERK adding more and more to the elimination tally, and a rotation from Scythe will have to come through, but he has been knocked away. BERSERK, once again, they are being the most consistent team going forward. Novex is also tails behind them as well, as they have secured 1 elimination. We're about to see how proactive they can get, as Scythe will be succumbing to his injuries, courtesy of the guys from GUF Academy, Mitch.
Yeah, you mentioned the Berserk there, and I've been seeing how they're avoiding fights back to back. They're thinking about it and still running away and thinking about it. If someone comes towards them, they take it. If they don't want to fight you, they will avoid you. That has been working out for them so far. 6 eliminations in their bag already, and they are looking for more. Again, Berserk is not letting go of fast place. Anyone trying to take it from them, they need to work as hard as they are right now, and they have already spotted one of their victims, and that will be Peaky Blinders. Nearest is the last man there, and they're again applying pressure on this player and making sure he doesn't go anywhere because they need as many eliminations as possible. 7 eliminations to their name, and they do have a team and undisputed are right in front of them, and grenades are still getting cooked here. We have Team Berserk losing numbers. They need to start thinking about it. One of their teammates is already down. MVP is making sure to get at least a chance to confirm that elimination on Berserk Goblin, because as soon as he gets up, Goblin is going to do a good number of damage on Team MVP. So they need to make sure that revive does not happen at any cost. They should not let Team Berserk get the revive. But we have Sphinxy changing his location. He's making a rotation. He's moving a little bit farther from the team. He's getting that off angle. It might work if no one spotted him making that rotation, but they need to get that revive as fast as they can. And as they try it, Accelerate Esports as well is watching the fight. Right now, Team Berserk is in the middle of every single team that is trying to get as many elimination points as possible. It is not looking good for them here, Priest. They need to get moving. I think the location is completely compromised, and there's no way they can survive there without thinking of their next steps.
And they have to think long and hard about their next course of events here. But Accelerate, like I said earlier, not a bad spot for them to be in right now, keeping their numbers up. But again, it is going to be a very, very expensive gesture for them because not a lot of utilities will be coming their way. And Berserk will be having their own plan to work it out with. Low Braino setting his sights on to, I believe, a couple of players from the other side of Accelerate as well, and they will be trying to trade off. Sidemen also in trouble, playing off a little bit towards that closer position. Valerian was the victim earlier on, getting knocked away. Goblin will succumb to his injuries courtesy of Frosty, and Freak has been spotted, charges a grenade, but this is going to be very, very hard not to crack. He's fighting on 2 fronts, but he does have his teammates to cause a little bit of chaos there, and Lima getting knocked away there. That's trouble, but immediately Freak will take damage, getting exposed out into the open. Doesn't look like he will be getting picked up. He's going for the reset for his teammates, but he's exposed. He's out in the open. And Spec, unfortunately, will not be so lucky. Freak will be getting set back to the lobby by Sauce. And that will be the end of the road for Spec as well. Takes a hit, courtesy of Novex. Thanos sends him back into the lobby. Another grenade, more pressure, more chaos onto the other side of 8-bit. They can't seem to find their way around, but they do have 8 eliminations. And that is the best they've done so far in the past couple of games. Can they add more, though? Tweety and No Braino, a duo for the ages. They do have the play zone, so they do not have to move around too much, but they have to be careful. Novex is in the vicinity of their position, of that angle. They can cause a lot of chaos, but we will see if Ultra 6 can withstand the pressure, Mitch.
Yes, they seem to be doing a good job so far, if you ask me. No Braino and Tweety are holding their ground with where they are right now. They have a really small ditch that they're using as their best place to hold for now before they can move towards Novex, and they're trying to get as much damage as possible there from No Braino. He's trying to get Emma and the teammate that is Sus. A grenade is about to be launched. It is coming in quite hot. No Braino and Tweety, they need to be really careful. The grenade almost connecting, almost getting No Braino, but he's lucky with that one. It doesn't really do that much damage on him. Tweety, on the other hand, he's trying to get some more utilities, trying to get something to work with. They sport the players of 8-bit. Nicely done here by Tweety, and that will be Sus going down on his knees. Last player, Emma, will be the only saving grace for 8-bit as that zone decides to shift. She's trying to get some smoke here on her teammate so that she can be able to get a revive. But you can see the Braino is also closing in. Some grenades are being launched towards Sus. They're trying to avoid that revive. What they do not know is that Emma is not there, and her grenades are still getting launched towards them. No Braino changes his view, and he realizes that Emma is on the other side there. He's trying to see if they can get something happening here before the zone decides to push them. They're still lucky, though. The zone is still with them. Novex is still holding the same compound. No Braino even changed his view. Now he's looking at another team. The damage on Emma, though, is that Twitch is doing. because that damage is high. And I believe it's going to be a hectic rotation right now for Emma to try and make it into that safe zone just for the team to get a little bit more points. But like you said, Priest, 8 eliminations, they're looking good with that, if you ask me.
Good start. Very good start. 8 eliminations for 8-bit esports. I mean, the women over there, I don't know what they're cooking, but I love the aroma. And now
Mm.
44K in a central spot here. Chad GPT and 223 again transition. They have moved into the zone uncontested, but they are playing as two. It is going to be very, very difficult for them to hold. Accelerate again. That position they chose earlier on, it is starting to pay off yet again. The dividends are so high. BERSERK also in the northern side, trying to hold the edge of the circle there, but they have MVP just in front of them, and they only have 2 eliminations, so they have to find a way to see into the final third to rack up those placement points and get something out of it. Compound is very ideal for 44K here, but there's only two of them, and they only have 1 elimination so far. Soulman getting peeking out, immediately taking damage, courtesy of No Braino. Ultra 6 not backing down without a fight, but it doesn't look like there's much to be done from that position because No Braino will be exposed very soon to the last player from 8-bit, so they have to be very careful. ChatGPT does have a sideline on all of that action as well. Also, the All Stars on the other side might want a piece of the action as well. A big piece of the action here, big piece of the trade-off is T27 with a sideline of his own. Oh, what a spray there from El Mancho. Almost turning around, but that will be the opportunity they'll be looking for to reach into the position immediately, and the All-Stars will succumb to the guys from Novex, as Soulman will clutch immediately. Third elimination. It looks like Novex want to do a back-to-back chicken dinner because their angles are so diabolical. Lima's already feeling it there. Over to the top side there. She's getting exposed and she's getting punctured by the Glacier M4, and the last bullet will penetrate. It is the 556 is in action. T21 now under siege. 223 numbers and dials coming in. Can't seem to find a way to circle back again. Another grenade might be getting launched through the window there. It does get launched, and 223 takes a hit immediately. Has to think twice now. Molotov immediately to follow suit, but it does connect. Burns away. Utility master. And Bo will hold on. He walks into his own Molotov, and he burns his teammates in the same move. Unfortunately, that is the danger of the Molotov cocktail. It doesn't have a master. It burns everybody. It will burn your mama. It will burn your dad. It will burn your brother or sister. It doesn't care. It will burn everybody, and that is just the risk that comes with using a Molotov, bitch.
Yep, that Molly was just not it. They try to get the revive their own bow, but unfortunately for T21, that was not going to be possible. 6 teams remain standing. And Team Berserk is still in the game. 2 players are still around, Sphinxy and Reach, with the 6 gaming as well on that eastern side. They need to be really careful though with their rotation. As soon as the zone decides to shift, they will not have any other place to go to other than the safe zone where all other teams are already holding compounds, high grounds. Others are going for a swim and coming back. I mean, everyone is having a good time, but for the teams that are not in compounds, that rotation might just be a little bit hard for them to execute. Now we'll just have to wait and see how it goes in the next few seconds. It is the 6th phase, moving on to that 7th phase, and just like that, Team Berserk, Team MVP, they need to make their way into that safe zone. 4-6 gaming, they have been spotted. No brainer, he goes down. That means the teammate Razima will be trying to get the revive on their knock teammate, but we have Elmencho cooking up some grenades. He's looking for that nade to connect, and Tweety has to be careful. The nade doesn't really land there, and they're lucky with that. I confused that. Sorry about that. But we have Elmencho has been spotted. The sprays are really, really doing good there. Tweety is on fire. They are both cooking, and they'll be going back to lobby to have a meal together. If you ask me, they did not have anywhere to go here right now, Priest. They were pressured. The mollies are connecting. The grenades were being launched perfectly because, like you said, Novex, they might be looking for another chicken dinner in this third game of the night in Orangal, and they're doing everything in their might to make sure that happens. But for Team Berserk, that rotation will not be happening. Reach, of course, you'll be going down on your knees. And Potion, he knows there's another player. Sphinx's location is somehow compromised. And I believe if they see him trying to make his way into that safe zone, things might just be a little bit different for Team Berserk.
Team Berserk somehow still have a solo player with a bunch of eliminations under the belt again, but that will be Potion getting absolutely worn to the side there. Molotovs and grenades all flying through. T26 is trying to hold it on, sends a Molotov and a grenade of his own, almost getting tossed aside there. T21 should apply some pressure across, and he does launch one of his own. Oh, that was a beautiful one. Kingpin almost getting knocked away there, forcing the open space here. It is only Accelerate that have the numbers to rival the guys from Novex, and they do have protection, they do have cover, but it's all about the next phase of the zone, the next play here. Two All-Stars looking very confident here, trying to at least weather the numbers for the guys for Accelerate. It doesn't look like it will be the case, but take a look at the smoke path drop through. Soulman immediately dropping T26 and shuts him outside just in time for Kingpin to pull up and wrap that one up. Another angle here. T21 under siege. He opens the door, sends a grenade, another Molotov again, burning T21 at the stake. And now it is 4 versus 4. Novex again for the second game in a row have found themselves in the final third with a 4-man team. Now this is a team that is going to be consistent. We are going to be looking at them one at a time, but now here it comes. The plays are not favorable, and immediately Frosty, we reduce the temperature, the degrees fall away, 15 goes down, but Novex will pull up to the scene immediately. And here comes Soulman, Shansong, about to snatch some souls. We can see grenade launched over the top of El Mencho exposed. The AUG will slay him and send him back into the lobby as well. That is chaos. As you can see, Accelerate Esports are trying to cook the guys from Novex. They stand absolutely no chance. They did pull up into the mix there, but unfortunately it did not work the way they wanted. It is all left to Soulman and Thanos right now, and somehow they do not want to commit. They do not want to keep the angles tight. They're trying to circle it back into that position. He's getting flung into the corner as well, but Thanos is trying to do something here. He's trying to launch that Infinity Gauntlet, but no time around. The grenade is bounced off the walls, and Frosty again reduces the temperature with a glacy M416 and a UMP to boot as well. Respect cooking. Frosty plays off the right hand side. He's trying to make something happen there. Snowman getting to spray a couple more shots, but not this time. Respect is reciprocal, but not for Soulman. Novex will stand a chance no longer. Accelerate will take that chicken dinner.
Amazing plays there from Accelerate Esports. I mean, in the second game there, Priest, we saw them snaking their way into that safe zone. They lost the fight, but this time around, the team that actually took the chicken dinner from them was Novex. The same compound, another compound, sorry, in Milta. They were trying their way around it, but of course it did not work, sorry, in Gatka. But now they come here in Milta Power, and they decide that they're going to be taking that chicken dinner from Novex Esports. And just like that, they have been able to secure an amazing winner chicken dinner for Accelerate Esports. Well played, well deserved there, good strategies, good teamwork, and it finally paid off. They have gotten their well-deserved winner chicken dinner, and probably will continue with the same tempo as the games progress. Looking at the player of the match for game 3, we have none other than Accelerate player Frosty, who gives us 6 eliminations, a damage of 850, 4 knockouts, and a survived time of 28 minutes and 23 seconds there. Good play coming from Accelerate. Well-deserved chicken dinner, but I'm sure they're looking to continue the same tempo, take their time, and give us as many chicken dinners as possible. 13 eliminations to their name, a damage of 2,449, 10 knockouts, a total healing of 1,122, with a survival time of 28 minutes and 23 seconds. Good stuff here coming from Accelerate Esports. A well-deserved game here. They did tell us a couple of skills that need to be implemented. Teamwork is everything. So for Frosty, he does give us 6 eliminations, a damage of 850. We have Respect, 4 eliminations, a damage of 664. We have Kingpin, 2 eliminations, a damage of 660. And then we have Rain with 1 elimination and a damage of 275. Again, teamwork cuts across the team here. We can probably say Rin was the medic, giving us a couple of utilities to the team as they continue with the fight. At the end of the day, they got their chicken dinner, and that is what they're probably looking for. So good stuff there coming from the team that is Accelerate Esports, giving us a chicken dinner in game number 3. This does tell us again, the least expected or the most expected doesn't really matter. All you need to do is put in the work. For this game, Priest, 58 eliminations, 58 knockouts. That means every single knock was confirmed. No one was taking any risk of letting their kills leave and get revived. They were not letting that happen. Basically 15 revives, more than the previous game there. Good stuff coming from all the teamwork that has been done. Looking at the headshots, you have 11 headshots, a damage of 12,805, with the throws used 225. Good stuff, honestly, from all the teams that I've played. Even though you didn't get a chicken dinner, there is always a next time. But look at the match summary here. And the player with the most eliminations, we have Frosty with 6. Highest damage, Frosty, 850. Grenade elimination, Frosty again. Longest elimination, Frosty, 382 meters. And then top traveler as a 6 no-brainer with a travel distance of 15.23 kilometers. Where do you think he was going to, Priest?
Maybe he was looking for the hidden treasures of Erangel. I mean, you gotta respect it. He was putting in work, finding. I hope he found what he was looking for, but nonetheless, Accelerate, Ultra 6, teams that we did look out for, and we are seeing them turn up the pace post match 3. A lot of consequences, to how these teams have been playing so far. It's something that I was not expecting to see, but I am I'm loving it. I'm really loving it. But take a look at that again. Delirium 6 for the second time in a row, first team into the lobby. Not the way you would want to start in a final, not even in the slightest. Temper as well, slippery slope for them, but they're still very much in the conversation here. Peaky Blinders, NTX, Riz, and Undisputed still trying to pack things together. Sidemen and 44K Esports 2 apiece. And saying 9th, 10th, it's not the most ideal position, but again, they started off really nicely, so they do have the opportunity, to play things a little bit slower, to gather a little bit of resolve. But where it really matters is where the top 8 teams for this game and how many points they've accrued. And take a look at that, 23 points for Accelerate Esports, and Novex coming in second with that 14 pointer. Team Berserk with 12 in third place. Team Berserk, consistent performance. All Stars also putting in the work. 8-Bit also putting in some work there. MVP is still putting in some work. Six points is not the heaviest, but it's still something. Again, these are the performances you look back at and be happy that at least you showed up. GF Academy as well, Ultra 6 as well, all putting in work. It is going to matter in the overall ranking. Is it going to matter in the overall sitting of things? Speaking of that, head-to-head, Accelerate Esports and Novex, 13 eliminations to Novex's 8. I mean, Novex really looked like they were about to do something, but Accelerate's position, that edge of the terrain that they got, I think that is just what won the game for them. That is a team that just, if they have the right position, they just stick to the strategy and it pays off for them. Final third.
Strategy, sticking together, all works out. We have seen our MVP always, for now, is Frosty. I mean, Accelerate Esports right now is going to make the chat happy. Even though Novex, they fumbled that chicken dinner, Accelerate did a good job and they were able to get that. Look at the head-to-head. We have Frosty and Respect. 4 eliminations for Respect with a damage of 664. This is the first time I'm seeing the head-to-head where the player who was not player of the match not having as much damage as the player of the match, which is Frosty at this time. Survival time for both, since they're still teammates, still at 28 minutes and at 23 seconds, 3 knockouts for respect. Good stuff here coming from the team. They did put on a show and we were there for it all. We wanted to see them bring out the juice, bring out their game, and we enjoyed every single game coming from Accelerate Esports. And we're hoping they keep on the same tempo. It might actually work out and they might surprise us making it into that top 4 position. Right now, I feel like we can no longer make any predictions with who is going to maintain the top 4. And looking at the overall rankings there, we have Novex still leading with the 47 points. BERSERK not that far off with 43. Third place, you have Accelerate Esports tying with 44K Esports at 29 points each. That's a dangerous position to be in. Team MVP 26 points at 5th place. Another risky place since Tempa is also at 6th place with 25. And 7th, you have 2 All-Stars 20. Riz Esports at 8th with 16. All the slots from 1st place to 6th place. The only place that has a lot of tension right now is 3rd to 6th place. Any small mistake from either of the teams, either it goes well for Tempa and MVP, they go up to 3rd and 4th, or Accelerate Esports and 44K Esports continue battling to maintain the same position. So right now, I hope the teams are going to be looking at this and deciding how they will be playing their last 3 games of the day. It is the first day in the finals, so every single game actually counts. But Chris, what do you think about what's happening here? I can see Tempa is at 6th place. I don't think they're feeling comfortable with that.
Well, for the sake of understanding context, it is a marathon, not a sprint. So I think Temper is still very much in the game here, and I did talk about it in the previous game when I said I feel it's going to be very, very interesting for 3rd and 4th place. The moment after game 2, that was what I said. I think I remember saying that from 3rd and 4th is where it's going to get very, very tricky. Ultra 6, Undisputed AE, I still can't write them off just yet. All they need is one chicken dinner. I mean, you're seeing the power of the chicken dinner in real time. The chicken dinner will put you right where you need to be at this stage, right? At the beginning phases, at this stage of the competition. Early chicken dinners is what changes games. So what you need right now is to get yourself a chicken dinner and then put yourself back into the conversation if you're slipping away. So I still feel like there's a chance for that to happen. There's still very, very different ways for that to turn out, but take a look at that. Post-match 3, the MVP race is on. 15 from Novex is looking very, 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 very confident. 13 eliminations with 1700 on the board there. That shows you that it's all in the conversation. But BERSERK has 2 candidates up with Sphinxy and Goblin, and 44K have the rest with Marshall and ChatGPT. 8, 9, 10, 11, 13. So right now 15, I'm pretty sure he knows this. Probably gonna tap into the stream for a little bit, catch a glimpse and see that, oh, he's leading. Maybe now it's time for me to double down and see if I can snatch away that money, because let's not forget, 200 USD is not chicken change.
Yep, and these players are on the race for that $200. So we of course will be waiting to see which player is going to be crowned the MVP from South Africa, and it is looking quite tight if you ask me. Novex, BERSERK, all these teams, they have really strong players and they're all in that race for the MVP. So of course it's going to be a little bit tricky, but we are going to judge them later, that is tomorrow. But for now, we'll be taking a quick short break and then we'll be right back to continue the last 3 games of the night. BRB.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. It is the PMNC, the PUBG Mobile National Championship. It is South Africa. It is the finals. It is day one, and we are through our first three games. We've had two Erangos and Rondo, and now we're about to have our last Erango of the night, match number 4. Mitch, you saw how absolutely intense that last game got. Accelerate, snatching away the chicken dinner, showing Novex that there's a whole lot more where that came from. We've had 3 different games with 3 different chicken dinner winners. Now we're about to see something different, something special. Can we see the first chicken dinner where a team wins their second, or do you think we're going to have a brand new winner for the 4th game as well?
At this rate, I think we'll have a new winner as well. I believe we're going to have another team stepping up to the challenge. A team like Six Gaming is cutting it close a lot. They're cutting it so close every single time, and it's somehow not going to them. I don't know how. So probably we'll see a team like Six Gaming try. You've mentioned Temper. I'm seeing, or rather, I'm hoping that even for this 4th game, that we'll have a new team giving us another chicken dinner, and then maybe Miramar we can have repeat chicken dinners.
Okay. Well, that would be a very interesting take. I mean, it's Erangel, the last Erangel for the day, and I think the strategies will start to come, to the highest levels now that we have the last Erangel of the day. I think everybody's going to throw caution to the wind now, knowing that the next game is going to be Miramar. A brand new strategy is going to be up for grabs. All of these teams know that this is their last chance to employ any further tactics that they're trying to gather along the lines to stay positive, to stay grounded, to stay focused. Because on that leaderboard, we've seen the power of the chicken dinner. We've seen how valuable a chicken dinner is at this stage. And this is the stage you need to get a chicken dinner to catapult yourself into that upper echelon, into that top 4 position, into that angle, right? That gives you a little bit of autonomy over your actions going into the rest of the game. So a chicken dinner at this stage might be the opportunity for you to show that you can be the one.
Yep, they need to really focus on getting chicken dinners. They are somehow, not even somehow, they are giving everyone that edge in that overall rankings. So they should really try their level best to ensure by the time tonight's games are done, they have chicken dinners that they can use as backup in case they land on that tiebreaker. But of course, looking at that flight path, it is leaning towards the western side of Erangel, north to south. You have teams already going towards places like Severny. I'm expecting some teams to land together. It is the last Erangel. I have not seen a team that is taking advantage of the fact that Erangel is an easy map to maneuver compared to the map they're going to next. That is basically Miramar. So if they can try and really capitalize on this last Erangel match, I think it'll work as a good positive for all the teams that decide to use it to their advantage. But let's just give it a try and wait and see how the teams are going to perform in. You have understood their games so far, Priest. You have seen their strengths. You have seen some of the weaknesses for these teams. For a team like Six Gaming, I keep on seeing them trying and trying, but I don't understand what really happens when it comes to that last fight. What really changes, and what will you tell Six Gaming? I'm sure you have observed what they're doing at the moment, how they're losing unnecessary fights. What will be the thought process throughout this last Erangel game?
I think it's more about being consistent with what they're doing, and trying to see the final results. They've started off quite nicely. They're building up and they're building up. The only thing that has been eluding them is the chicken dinner, the final third, the final action. And I think that's where things might get a little bit more interesting for them there. Got Boda Joe almost peeking out of the window there. Might have been spotted by Rizmaster. But he's out of bullets actually, so that will not be looking like they can see their way through. But I'm looking to see if they can actually find a way across. I mean, this is a very small place for 2 teams to be fighting. This is very interesting though. Aimbot already sent back into the lobby, so Riz have a little bit more resolve here, seeing as they've already secured 1 elimination. But it's going to be very, very difficult for them if they can't find a way to break the guys from GUF down, seeing as they are playing as 3. And one of them has a DP28, so they got to be careful about that one as well. Ragnar, as we've seen, is also in the conversations for MVP, so this might be a perfect opportunity for him to turn the Riz up, don't you think, Mitch?
Yep, perfect opportunity to get something going for his MVP. Ragnar there goes in for that push. Nicely done. He was almost taken out there. The damage on him is high, but he's lucky he was not able to be knocked just yet. That we have his teammate Speed trying to be the distraction right now before they are pushed. And if they are, it's going to be a tough one. Ragnar is quite low. His HP is quite wanting, but Speed is still taking on that push. And just like that, the first team has been eliminated in the game. That will be Gulf Academy. A little, not even a little, it's too early. We don't even know how the zone is going to be rotating, and they have already been eliminated in this game. That's quite unfortunate, Priest. It's really not a good start for Gulf Academy.
Absolutely. I mean, but this is, one of the expectations you were making. Teams landing on each other in the last Erangel. Not a surprise to me at all. And Riz are taking that risk, and they have secured themselves 4 points, four very early points. Big morale boost for any team. Looking very confident, looking very solid. It's a very good way to start. Novex, on the other hand, just outside Pachinki, making a rotation towards the school area just to pick up some notes, pick up some stationaries, and get ready for the action. Team Berserk as well, also on the move, just in Yasnaya, but Yasnaya's not in the zone, so they have to reposition and think again as to how they want to play the rest of this game. And again, it's interesting that they've added, the loot truck, to the game. And how does this make you feel, Mitch? These teams picking up this early loot, and the fact that this vehicle can blow up in your face as well is also very interesting.
This is the best, and I mean the best decision ever to be added in esports. Or, okay, maybe because I love looting, but no. If this loot truck is with your team, all right, it's with your team, you guys get enough ammo. You get, if you're lucky, you have weapons like MG3. You get good stuff from, of course, the drop. You can decide what you want to use with it, but you get meds, you get ammo, you get your grips, you get everything you need to have a comfortable time during the fight. So of course I feel great about this. I cannot judge it. They, in fact, if they can add four more, they're very little in the map, they'll be doing a great thing. Of course, it's because I love looting. Remember that part. But if you talk about it as an esports player, I think it's quite advantageous. The team there is happy with that.
Yeah, I
Definitely
mean,
happy with that.
well, looks like we might have a little bit of technicals to recover from for that game. But we are talking about the loot truck, and it's if it has pros and cons. Me personally, I mean, it draws certain teams. It draws certain teams to certain areas of the map, right? It just
Mhm.
forces teams to. So if you want to take the risk, or if you want to make sure that it's a part of your path, you just gotta go to those areas and call them your own. So again, big risk, big reward. I think that's just part of what it entails, and we gotta love it nonetheless. But I think it's very interesting. Do you get a P90 from the truck though?
I don't think I've seen a P90. I've not
Oh,
seen a
okay,
P90 in the track.
okay,
I don't.
okay.
Unless some people get it. There's Severny, there's Pochinki. So it depends where you get it from. So
Hmm,
maybe, but I
okay.
don't think so. P90? No. I only go for that loot track because of the ergonomic grip. That's the only thing that takes me to that loot track. That is the best grip in the game. If you do not know how to control your recoil, I'm giving you a hack. That is the best grip. Please, you need to listen. I saw how you play. Very bad recoil control. Ergonomic grip is in that loot track. You need to get it and use it. And the drum mag as well to get 50 mag. Of course, you need that if you potato again, like Priest.
Guys, remember I went on a 1v1 with Mitch, and I beat her like 20. The scoreline was 24. She only got 4 elims, and that was because I was offline. If not, it would have been like
You don't
20-0
say.
chat. So trust me. Mitch only knows about the
No,
ergonomic grip because I told her about it, and because her spray is so terrible. Like, her spray is so
really.
terrible, man. Chat, if you guys know, you know. But hey, nonetheless, we did have the guys from GF Academy get eliminated earlier on. They've been sent back into the lobby from Riz. We saw that trade off, not the best. but it is what it is. We found hopefully they will bounce back. They still got two more games to go. Remember, the chicken dinner is supreme here, but this is around the times where you need to get that chicken dinner so you don't let the game get away from you, because in a final that is just the truth. You cannot let the game get away from you. You just absolutely cannot, Mitch.
Yep. If you do that, then you're going to have a really disappointing night. You might not be having a sleep for a while. So make sure that doesn't happen to you. Team MVP, they do have 6 game in Ultra 6, passing by where they are. Ultra 6, again, I kind of feel like this is a team that can do more. We have seen their synergy. They understand each other quite well. Anytime anyone is knocked, you find that they know how to go about it, who is reviving, who's giving the cover. So it's a team that has good teamwork, good coordination, but I don't understand what happens along the way. Looking at that safe zone, it has taken parts of Rozok, Ruins, Watertown, a good number of places that they can use here to hold compounds. That bridge on your way to George Ball is never a good place to be in, especially if you do not have a hold of that compound. But let's just see how the teams are going to be making their rotations. On the northern side, we have Team MVP coming in quite slow into that safe zone. They're looking for a compound, so they have to be careful. They do have a couple of teams looking to go towards the northern side. On the eastern side, we have 44K, but 6 game into Wheaty. She's back at it, and I like that she's always on the forefront. She's always ready to take on that fight. If you don't want to fight, she's going to start it. But they have to make sure once you start the fight that you finish it. Make sure it is done and dusted, and it is a worthy fight, giving you at least some 4 eliminations as the game continues. So, of course, I like how Tweety is playing as of now, and I hope she continues the same tempo and does give something for the team. Temper Priest, they're here and they're ready to show us something. What do you think about them?
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Temper, I think they have it on. I think they have it on good resolve. I think they really have it on good resolve to stand on business here, and turn things around. But again, this is the game. This is the chance. This is the time to stand on business. This is just the best time to do something like that. You have to be very, very consistent in the way you play. And I'm starting to feel like the Miramars, I'm going to keep my eye on them in the Miramar games, because I think that is also somewhere they have a lot of strength. So we'll see if they do step up to the plate and keep it consistent. We're going to have to, circle back around it to see how consistent they can be. But for the time being, Accelerate coming fresh off that chicken dinner. They do have Ultra 6 in the vicinity. Will they be able to hold on? I think they can. Play zone is not too far away. I think they're quite central. They should be able to hold on for the time being, not having to lose out on too many utilities, as the Ultra 6 will be retreating to get a better angle off to the zone. Again, Mitch, do you think teams that play terrain play better, or teams that love to play inside of like a compound, or a defensive, trying to hold a defensive position?
Defensive positions, for me, always, for the teams that know how to hold it, they do it quite well. They secure a place. Especially if the fight ends with the enemy's crates inside the house, they tend to enjoy that. But I feel like, of course, again, avoiding the loot topic, holding a compound and being able to secure it does have a lot of plus. The terrain, I'm not sure about it. It feels too open for me. I am not a fan of fights that happen along the side. But if you're using a compound, it feels safer, less risk. You can easily maneuver around it if you understand it. We do have people who know where to jump and end up on which side of the building. So that does give them that edge, that advantage, and they get to have a plus when it comes to the fights in compounds. So for me, definitely people holding a safe compound and being able to secure it throughout the game.
Uh, wow, I mean, you're right. I mean, if you take a look at the zone right now, there's still a bunch of teams outside the zone on that western side, still looking to try to make their way in. It's going to be a hard rotation for them to make, though. Play zone is not too favorable. We are in phase 3. A couple of seconds before moving to phase 4, and had no idea that the ops were lurking. And that's GG's to Berserk, as well as Sphinx. He's now trying to look away around. Zane is pulling up immediately. Grenade is already in hand. He bounces that one, and he might get himself knocked away. They're going to be charging up. The grenade is launched, and he might knock his teammate instead. that will be the end of the road. The coins will pile up, and he shoots the crate as well for good measure. And Berserk will come out on top there, but at a very, very expensive cost.
Definitely. You've seen what happens when you panic. That grenade would have ended he would have ended himself because it will damage you as long as there's an enemy right next to you. It will definitely get some damage. So but let me not say anything. That does happen. The pressure, your hands get sweaty. Try to launch a grenade, doesn't go where you want it to go. So it definitely does happen. But of course, it is expected. Sometimes the game is not as good. So far, Witherzone about to shift. You are in the third phase. Moving on to the fourth phase. And the sixth game, it is taken on a 5 Temper. They have been pushed there, and No Brainer will be getting that knock. And they're still going. Temper is just not thinking through this, honestly. They're giving a couple of eliminations to Ultra 6 right now. And one of the teammates, 6 God, is already down. Yuri has been able to clutch before. He might be able to do it. The sprays are good, and Tweety gets knocked off that vehicle. Freak has been spotted as well. The sprays from Yuri are definitely connecting. The damage is good, and we might just be able to see another clutch here coming from Yuri, and it might not be the first time. It seems to be his forte when it comes to his team play, almost getting a knock there on Freak, but he's not able to do it. He was able to get the healing happening. Yuri, he needs to change his position, and Freak gets closer, and Yuri will be going back to lobby right now. Yuri is feeling that pain. He's feeling that pressure from losing that fight, Priest.
Yeah, the pressure is on. It is absolutely on. Tried his absolute best to see it through for his teammates there, but unfortunately, he was just absolutely overwhelmed. There was a lot of bodies in the area. It was a good angle for them, but I think they arrived not expecting to be ambushed by Ultra 6 in that rotation. It was a very good rotation. And that's the thing with transition teams, right? When they do encounter teams in the areas they choose to move into, they're always never settled. That's why the likes of teams like MVP, Berserkers, and the guys from Riz Sports. Those are the kind of teams that do love that scenario. They thrive in positions like that, so they tend to get a little bit more comfortable in how they play. But nonetheless, still nothing to worry about. They've still got a couple of points there, like I said. Although it gets a little bit more worrying if they can't find a way around, getting more points in the last 2 games. It's going to get a little bit more tricky there. Oh, wow. G baby, what a spray there, especially with the AKM, packs it in. Rizzy Sports could be in a little bit of trouble here, and they can't seem to find a way around Master. Have to settle back there, but Ultra 6 adding more and more. And again, we talked about Ultra 6 again, Mitch. Super, super solid team. When the going gets tough, they still find a way to show up.
Yep, and they're doing it quite well. They almost lost a teammate and they somehow made their way around it. So, of course, they're doing a really good job so far. Riz Esports, on the other hand, Ragnar is already knocked, and the Peaky Blinders are passing by, and they are not even aware of what's really happening around them. They are not stopping the good call from the IGL. The team follows him religiously because if they do not, then they'll be getting casualties. Papi gets knocked off that vehicle, and we have Nurius getting closer. He's also making his rotation, but Riz Esports is costing the distraction right now. I mean, a chicken dinner back to back seems impossible when it comes to PMNC South Africa Finals. Accelerated Esports, they got that chicken dinner in that third game, and now we're in the fourth game, and it seems like it's impossible because Riz Esports, the drive-bys, Frosty with that shotgun will be stopping Riz from getting another knock. Ragnar, he's the last man standing, and immediately takes the vehicle and refers his way out of this fight. He does not want anything to do with Accelerate Esports right now. They have lost the numbers, and that is not a good look for a team that is looking to get as many points as possible from this game.
They are trying to see their way around it, though. Ultra 6 trying to stack up the points they can. Playing as a duo, still very capable. No Braino yet again being in that conversation. That's a beautifully launched grenade. Almost getting Zane knocked away, though, if he wasn't careful enough to make a move earlier on. But he could have changed things, could have turned everything around. Could have called the angles too. No Braino starting to circle back, has a sightline on Berserkers. Team Berserk will have to think twice about how they want to hold this down, as they are down to just Zane. And it is Zane versus No Braino and G Baby, trying to get an angle on him as well. Intel on No Brainer. He spots around, he spots him again, and that will give them a little bit of an idea of where to deal with Zane from. The intel has been covered, the intel has been gathered. They have a little bit of the play zone to work with, though, but will they be able to make something happen before the guys from Peaky Blinders decide to turn in this direction? Although I think Peaky Blinders just want to play it a little bit slower, want to see if they can snatch away an elimination here to turn things around. This could be the perfect opportunity for them to get a little bit of a prognosis on things. Good grenade from Zane, almost getting an angle launched in there. We're going to have to think twice about that one. Ooh, the grenades are flying all over the place, but unfortunately, they're just a couple of inches wide, Mitch. They can't seem to connect them.
Yeah, I don't know Team Berserk right now. They seem to have let the game get into their head, or the game is just not going as they planned, and they're losing numbers one by one. Zane, they are being pushed by Nobreno, but he knocks him off that buggy, and that leaves just one player standing from Ultra 6. That was a good play coming from Zane, though he has to be really careful. G Baby is not that far off. Zane takes on the buggy and switches his position immediately, because if he stayed there, he would have been pushed and probably would have been a different scenario right now. But Novex Sports, they're still trying their level best. They're still trying to survive here. They're looking for another chicken dinner. But Accelerate Esports on that high ground, they can't see Novex. They're not in that safe zone. They need to make the rotation into the zone. Otherwise, gatekeepers will be waiting patiently just to take Novex out of the equation and continue with the game. But for Novex, they seem to be comfortable with this push. They're making the rotations. They're getting into that push there. They want to get closer. They have been spotted. Respect does get the damage there on El Mancho. He spots another player, 15. He gets knocked off that buggy, and a grenade from El Mancho. It almost lands close to Respect, but of course, only one person can finish this fight without getting anything happening. I mean, his name is Respect, and I think the respect has been earned here by Novex Esports. Priest. Looking at Accelerate Esports, they are trying to get some grenades as well. They do have a team closing in. Nice praise there coming from Rain. It does get a knock on one of the teammates from MVPs, getting the healing happening before another push takes place. Two players so far, that is Potion and Rin. They have been knocked off. Team MVP, they need to close in as well, apply the pressure here, because right now they are losing the numbers and they need to get their numbers fixed. Otherwise, it's gonna be GG's, and maybe, just maybe, we might be getting a chicken dinner second time in a row from Accelerate Esports. 9 teams is not a lot, but they have 8 eliminations already in their bag, and MVP is not letting go of that compound just yet. Everyone is holding, everyone is taking their time, and they know that if they move from this compound, it is safe enough for them to stay here, but as long as they are not removed from the room by Accelerate Esports. Over on that northern side, we do have teams trying to survive actually with the loot from the drop, but they have to be careful. 2 All-Stars is also making their rotations into the zone here. Papi and the Peaky Blinders are also just enjoying the loot. They're not even aware that someone from 2 All-Stars is creeping in from the back and might just be able to deal a lot of damage and actually surprise them with a lot of casualties along the way. The zone decides to shift there. Only one team makes its way into that safe zone. For 2 All-Stars, they're making a very interesting rotation. If you ask me, they actually have no one on that eastern side of the map. They will be sticking around that side. 44K is on the southeastern side as well, sitting comfortable. No one is there to disrupt them or cause any havoc. They will just maintain their position till it's safe enough for them to start moving again. The Peaky Blinders, they're sporting 2 All-Stars. They're already one of the teammates, that is T26, has been taken down. And Peaky Blinder player Papi is trying to get closer as well. 2 All-Stars, they are getting pressured. Vitinho is trying to tap his way to a knock, but no one is getting knocked just yet there. The AWN is not doing what it's supposed to do. That shot should have been perfect, but of course he missed that. And that's going to be a painful thought later on. But so far, most of the teams are maintaining their position. Shival, He's cooking up a grenade looking for a Kobe. Oh, somebody is still down. That will be aspect because that grenade landed perfectly, confirming a knock and getting another player down on his knees. But as they take on this fight, they do have third parties. Someone is getting some damage on Shiva, who is trying to focus on finishing the team that is sidemen right in front of him. Minzy, last man standing here next to Momsy. They have to change their position. A vehicle has been used by Momsy. Good call. That will be taking him to a safer place. But he left one man behind. No man is left behind in any fight. But for some reason, we do have the side men leaving one of them men. And of course, he has a vehicle and he makes his way towards the zone as well. But so far, we are in that sixth phase of the zone. We still have 8 teams still standing. And nothing is changing just yet. Everyone is just maintaining their position. Unfortunately for the side men, they have been spotted and we do have some casualties there. But so far, so good. It is looking good for some teams. BERSERK here, Zane, is maintaining his position. He's not letting anyone know where he is as of now. And it's a good thing for him. Peaky Blinders finally encounter MVP. Clips is already down. Adrian, he needs to do something. G-Baby tried to enter into the red zone and he was spotted and taken out immediately by Peaky Blinders. Nemesis wants to go in for that push. MVPs, they are getting the revive. Adrian is getting revived and the nades, they're coming quite good there from Papi. He's cooking up a second run. It might just connect if it cooks well, but no, it's not cooked well. Clips is still quite low here. And Adrian is already able to get the revive. But for Peaky Blinders, they need to work fast. Otherwise, MVP, they will be surviving long enough to take on the Peaky Blinders with this fight.
It looks like
Adrian?
a lot of chaos is brewing around there with the Peaky Blinders. 5 eliminations to the good, and Vitino is trying to close down and make sure that the job is well done. But he's asking a lot there for MVP, but they are sitting quite nicely. Still yet to secure any eliminations, though. This is why the mind games are at the highest level there. Clips with managing to escape the danger for just a little bit of time there. Nurios spreading through to get the angles right. Adrian almost getting knocked away there. Still yet to secure any eliminations. Still yet to bag any points so far, except for placements at this stage. MVP cannot afford to lose any player, but Clips is unfortunate there as the Clips will roll onto him as the M4 and the 5.56s will roll on and send him back into the lobby with the quickness. If he can't seem to find a way around, he falls all the way towards the backside. The Peaky Blinders by order looking for a way through to close this down. Nemesis did get knocked away there. He's out in the lonesome, and the teammates from MVP are trying to close this down. Nurios surely has a sightline on their position, but he is going to be spotted out and he's exposed, and he came a little bit too close, always getting knocked away there. Chaos, big chaos, and Peaky Blinders from 4, they're down to 2 now. The MVPs are holding on. Clips is still knocked away though. The pickup has not come through to that position and the play zone is not favorable, and it doesn't look like Adrian will be able to pick up his teammate if he can, as he sticks himself with a stem, with the syringing coming out there. But again, Peaky Blinders still with an angle there, still with a position, and the 2 All-Stars have them in the sightlines. They might be able to turn this around, but Adrian manages to get Clips all the way back up, and they are trying to circle back, but Papi has them dialed in, and Papi goes 2 for 2, 7 eliminations for the Peaky Blinders, and they are looking absolutely chaotic as they eliminate the MVPs from the lobby, and they crash straight into the guys from Delirium 6.
Wow, I was busy admiring how they are wearing as the Peaky Blinders. Well played out here for the team. But of course, they will be going in for that push, and we have Delirium 6 trying to cook up some grenades there. Papi has to be careful. The grenades are being launched where they are. Fast player gets knocked there. Papi will not be standing a chance against Delirium 6 because they were prepared and they had a lot of grenades launched on their way as they were trying to push. So, of course, amazing play there from Delirium 6. But for the Peaky Blinders, better stuff next time. Love the outfits. They look very peaky. And of course, hoping to see that during the MVP titles. But for two All-Stars here, they can't see 44K player that is ChatGPT. We only have 3 teams remaining so far, and two All-Stars is still at it. 44K Esports is in the game with one man that is ChatGPT again, trying to get a chicken dinner for his team. But for Delirium 6, they do have a trio, and they need to let ChatGPT finish the game for them. They can easily let him custom havoc on two All-Stars, but nope. Tuba will not be letting that happen just yet, with just three players from Delirium 6 against two All-Stars. We can only have one winner, and for two All-Stars, the odds are not looking good if you ask me first.
The odds are not looking great. The two All-Stars, somehow they always find a way to get into the final third, but they're never complete, and that is why it is always going to be a tricky turn of events. But take a look at Delirium 6, from getting eliminated back-to-back games, getting first blood back-to-back games, to chicken dinner. I mean, talk about standing on business, talk about turning things around. That is how you adapt. That is how you get better. That is how you show that it is not over. And we talked about the power of the chicken dinner, and now Delirium 6 have gotten themselves a chicken dinner, and now they've put themselves in that conversation of, we can get chicken dinners. We may not need all the eliminations in the world, but we can get chicken dinners.
Exactly. That was a good game coming from Delirium. That is what we call a good comeback. It's a good day in the office. They finally got themselves that chicken dinner. Going home early was just not it for them. And it's good that they did not lose hope and they came back. They got their tempo right and they finally got that chicken dinner. You did mention something like that though, Chris. You say that it takes time for some teams to familiarize with the whole situation of how they're going to handle fights, or even how they will handle the whole situation. And I think that is what happened here for Delirium 6. They have gotten themselves 4 eliminations, 4 knockouts, a damage of 1,397, survival time of 27 minutes and 46 seconds, with the heals at 330. For the team start, we have Sport, 2 eliminations and a damage of 789. Seer with the 2 eliminations and a damage of 44. We have Rico with 0 eliminations and a damage of 204. And then we have JP, 0 eliminations, 0 damage. I guess he did not make it to the end of the fight because we only had a trio surviving all the way out into that game. So good stuff for Delirium 6. The comeback was personal and we took it as is. For the match summary, we do have 56 eliminations and 52 knockouts, with healing at 8,000, 12 revives, throws used at 143, 12 headshots, higher than last game. We have a total damage of 11,922, with the longest elimination at 251 meters. I mean, for this game, the knocks were just not it. They did not have a lot of knockouts for this game. We have, for the match summary, player with the highest eliminations, you have 6, My G Baby. Highest damage, 789 from Spoit. 1 grenade elimination, Shival. Longest elimination, 251 meters from Berserk Reach. And then top traveler, we have 13.318 kilometers from 2T27. A lot of driving was happening there, but of course the rotations, they did cause for this number of kilometers to be covered. For the match rankings in match 4, Priest, looking at Delirium, they got 14 points from this game. I think that is enough to maybe push them 3-4 slots up, if you ask me.
Big game, nonetheless. Unfortunately, GF Academy 8-bit undisputed AE. No points on the board for them. MVP and the Sidemen 4 points apiece on the other front. Again, not a bad shout. For me, the worst performances, are coming from Sidemen. I expected a whole lot from them at this stage, especially Aspect. I saw he had a lot of potential, seeing his performance, in the group stages. But Delirium 6, though, their performance today, not too crazy out. Not a bad shot at all from them. The chicken dinner coming through. I'm quite surprised the way they got it, but hey, the job is the job. All-Stars, Peaky Blinders finally stepping up to the plate, finally adding some more value to what they've got so far. 44K Esports, yet again, still consistent, still putting money on the table. Ultra 6 and Accelerate Esports still looking very confident as well. They've managed to see their way through even after the chicken dinner. They still put in some points, and Team Berserk also putting in some points. They never go empty-handed. That is how you know a very solid team. Raze Esports as well, also putting something on the table, still looking very confident in the way they've been able to, manage their expectations. And now that top four race, the MVP race, all of those races are starting to get into a head, and it's something that we've been looking forward to seeing so far. Solid performance all across the board for all of these teams. Again, the gaps are still very, very tiny. There's no crazy gaps so far. Everyone is still very, very touchable at this stage.
Yep, the margin, of course, is not as big as you expected it to be. Well, it's because everyone is really working towards making sure that they get as many points as they can from every single game. So it cannot be consistent who stays higher. Only thing that is happening is people are changing places. Delirium 6 head to head with the two All-Stars. That is 4 eliminations for Delirium 6 and 6 eliminations for two All-Stars. Damage at 1,397 for Delirium 6 with 1,152 damage for the two All-Stars. 5 knockouts for two All-Stars. They were able to confirm 5 of their eliminations, with the last kill being direct for Delirium 6. Every single knock was confirmed into an elimination. So good stuff there from Delirium 6, getting that chicken dinner and the 4 eliminations. Our player of the match is 6 My G Baby. He does get 5 eliminations, a damage of 390, 3 knockouts, and a survived time of 23 minutes and 39 seconds. Good stuff there from My G Baby, joining the top MVP slots here. We have Respect going for head-to-head against G Baby. 3 eliminations for Respect and a damage of 568, getting 4 knockouts, only able to confirm 3 of them, a survived time of 22 minutes and 29 seconds for Respect. They're good stuff for the two players, getting good number of starts throughout the game. Respect's damage quite high, so good stuff there, Respect. And the top MVP right now is Berserk Sphinxy, who gets 12 eliminations. His damage is what sets him apart from NVX 15, who was in the first place initially, but now goes to third place. Second, we have 44K ChatGPT with 12 eliminations. Fourth, we have Frosty with 9 eliminations, and then fifth we have Ragnar with 11 eliminations. I mean, Ragnar's game from game 1 is finally paying off because of listening to Mitch. Again, I just give the best advice. So good stuff there for all the players that have made their way to the MVP table. It's still changing around the same players. The only difference is that Goblin has been pushed off the MVP race, but he can still come back. 11 eliminations, can still add more and come back where Riz Ragnar is, or even go higher. I will just wait and see how it goes and who's going to hold that MVP title for the longest, seeing that Sphinxy took it from NVX 015. Right now, Priest, I think the damage is making people lose the MVP slot right now. Looking at what 15 has there, 1837, and then Sphinx basically has 2,382. Sets him apart, and he gets first place for the MVP as of now.
Exactly, and I think it's very important to always keep your gun on steady. Always send the bullets across any opportunity you get. This is something that I'm starting to see that most teams are taking advantage of, racking up the damage points. Sphinxy already looking very confident in that one. They're trying to turn it all the way around, and it's looking very confident too. They turned it all the way through. ChatGPT still in the conversation there. 15 has moved all the way down though. He still has more eliminations than the rest of the counterparts, but the damage is almost 500 plus damage points away. So it's going to be a very interesting turn of events for him. But we'll see if that will be the case, if they can manage to see their way through there. Frosty as well, Ragnar in the conversation. But it has been a very interesting turn of events so far. And like we said, a different winner in this game as well. Team Berserk took game number 1, Novex in game number 2, Accelerate in game number 3, now Delirium 6 in game number 4. 4 different winners. And this is a constant thing we've been seeing, right? It has been very constant the way we've been seeing it, showing that there is strength all over in the competition so far. 4 games down, 2 more to go. It is anyone's game right now. We're about to see if that is about to turn things around. We'll see for ourselves, if that will be the case for the last 2 Miramar games.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see how the teams are going to be performing for the last 2 games of the night in Miramar. Anything could happen. We could have a repeat chicken dinner, or we could still have new teams finding their way to that chicken dinner. It has proven to be possible from game 1 to game 4. So of course, for the last 2 games, the same teams, if they put on the same pressure, I am sure we might just be seeing another team giving us a chicken dinner in Miramar. It might be the land of dust, but if they do it right, it's not as dusty as it may seem. They might be able to deal a number of points before we can call it a night. 2 more games to go here for us, and then we can say goodbye to day 1 for South Africa finals in this PMNC South Africa.
Solid games that we've seen so far. Incredible performance so far. Again, I still think it's very cagey, especially the MVP race. I think it's very cagey. I think it's going to go down to the wire, the motivation for all of these teams. But now we're done with Erangel, right? 4 games down, 2 more to go. It is time for Miramar action, so do not touch that. That will be right back after the break to bring you Miramar. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. It is the PUBG Mobile National Championship South Africa Grand Finals Day 1. 4 games down. This is match number 5 and our first ever Miramar. Which I'm excited because I know for certain brand new strategy, brand new set of team styles, and I'm looking forward to seeing Temper. This is one of your strongest suits. So I want to see if they will stand on business this time around. Also, BERSERK is also another team, an MVP. They're very good in Miramar. So I want to see if they will continue that consistent performance across the board.
Well, you've set the bar high. Just so you know, you've set the bar high. With everything you've said, we are going to be looking at Temper, BERSERK, MVP. Every team you mentioned, I'll be on them like this. So I need to see how they're going to play here. We've said Miramar is their map. Honestly, Miramar is anyone's game as long as you know how to hold and move with that zone. Miramar can be tricky. It is a big map. Some players might get bored along the game and start dozing off while playing, and might just fall victim to teams that have not been sleeping throughout the game, you know. But let's just wait and see how it goes, Priest. It is the first Miramar. I am expecting nothing but pure disappointments.
Okay, well, that's interesting.
From
That's
me,
an interesting
not them.
take. Well, that's an interesting take nonetheless. But I will keep my eyes peeled on a couple of set teams that I know are very solid in Miramar. So we'll see for ourselves if that will be the case going forward. Like I said, 4 games down already. It is going to be an interesting turn of events to see who is going to turn this around and what team is going to get that chicken dinner and be in the conversation yet again for finishing very, very strongly. We are going to see for ourselves who is willing to take that mantle upon themselves, who is willing to take that risk and turn their fortunes up. Remember, that prize money, the better you do, the higher your financial level goes up. So you always got to keep that at the back of your mind, because this competition is no easy feat. 3,000 USD up for grabs, you already know. And right now, the likes of Berserkers, Novex, you're sitting on that money, and they can only go higher from there.
Yep, I can imagine how they're feeling. Novex and BERSERK are like this. One game separates them, and then another game puts them at the same level. Another one goes down. It's basically a very nice seesaw, if you ask me. They're swinging quite well. They're doing a good job. But I know they want to stick on that first place. Either Novex or BERSERK, either of them can stick there. All they need to do is work for it. Because if you cannot work for it, there's no way you're going to get that money. You have to really put in the work. Trust your ideals, trust your scout to tell you where to go. But then again, this scout thing, I've not seen it this game. I saw it previous day. I see people scouting, but now in the finals, I'm not seeing any team splitting. They're all following each other from one compound to the other. They're not trying to look for that perfect place one player can, sacrifice and move around. I'm not seeing that. What could be the cause? Is it because it's finals, or they just don't want to risk anything at any point coming to this finale?
I mean, for the most part, I would think that teams would take a little bit more risk on day 1 as opposed to day 2. But I'm guessing the reverse might be the case. Maybe you might see more risks, in the final third of the finals. That is tomorrow's games. Maybe we might see a little bit more something different. We might see some teams just turn things around in that final third tomorrow. Opportunity for them to, take a little bit more risk. Maybe get a little bit more of a reward, because the reward at this stage, a top 4 finish, with that prize money is a big motivation for majority of these teams. And some of them have started really nicely. They might be able to, all they have to do now is be consistent, right, and see it all the way through. This is the perfect opportunity for them to make it happen.
Definitely. It is the perfect time for them to do so. Again, a lot of things are changing every single game, and I really want to touch on that MVP title, because if you look at Goblin and if you look at Sphinxy, they were both there. Sphinxy was in 3rd place initially, but now he's the one leading, and whoever was leading just moved because of the damage. And I'm here thinking, as an MVP, what should I be focusing on? Is it the number of kills or the amount of damage I can deal in that game?
Hmm. Well, I think that's actually very interesting, seeing as damage points can come in any shape or form, but I think focusing on damage is healthier. It's significantly healthier. The more damage you do shows your involvement in in the game, in the action, in the final action. I think it also shows how long you survive as well. I think is also important. So majority of these factors also play come into play going into the last games, going into the last switches and changes amongst all of those things. So I think it's going to be very important to get more damage through, because I feel like if you do get more along the lines, you'll get a couple of eliminations that you don't want, couple of eliminations that don't tie up to the damage points. But because the damage points are so high, it's just going to be very difficult to ignore. So that's something I feel most players are going to just be keeping an eye on doing to give themselves that edge, in the MVP race.
So basically, if your teammate decides to thirst your knock, that's beef. Because you're trying to secure something. Yeah, that's beef,
Yes.
I get. You're going to get a lot of beef there. Ah, I see, I see. But everyone is trying to be MVP at this point. Unless they strike a deal and say, okay, we're going to let you get MVP from the team. We're going to let you get all the damage you want. As long as you give us something. Nothing is free. Unless they decide that. But if everyone is trying to get MVP from the team, a lot of hurdles could come in. But again, the good thing is I've noticed most of the teams are not petty. Esports players are not petty. They take their time. They know what they want. So I guess they can agree on something there, and then we might be seeing something from the MVP side. Anyway, chat, if you're watching the live stream, you have seen how bad Priest is at while making predictions. This is your time to shine. Use that comment section. Keep on telling us the teams you see are going to be taking that chicken dinner for the fifth and the sixth game in Miramar. Tell us who you're thinking as well is going to get the MVP, because you don't have the usual men that give us MVP, Shiva and the likes. We don't have them here. So who do you think is going to be taking that slot? Because Shiva has been hugging it for a while, but this time round, someone else is trying to hug it.
Well, we are going to see for ourselves what the plan is going to be for these teams, but it is Miramar. It is the PMNC South Africa Finals. It is another opportunity for seeing who is going to be the one. And now it is for everyone to be the one. An opportunity inside of this PMNC. We've seen for ourselves how molecular it can be at this level. Miramar for the first time tonight, for the first time in this final, seeing as this is the first final we are going to be having, it gives us a little bit of a perspective as to who is ready to do what and how things are going to pan out going forward. But we are going to see for ourselves what the case is going to be. But interesting turn of events so far. Playing path is good though. San Martin, El Pozo, all in the mix here. I think we've got a little bit of Monte Nuevo there. Maybe Power Grid. Maybe Minas Generales, maybe La Bendita. If you are brave enough to glide all the way through, I think a little bit of the junkyard as well, Torarumada, water treatment, all of these places. But I think we're seeing a little bit of a concentration in that central position. I think most of the teams are having the same ideas, but we're about to see if that is what it's going to be going forward, and we'll see if how proactive these teams are going to be. But take a look at the zone though, circling up quite nicely. The south side very empty, very free. Is anyone going to make that early rotation to hold an area like Chumacera? Because this would be the best time to do something like that.
I hope so. Because again, these late rotations have somehow been hurting some teams. They end up using the utilities, the meds, to the blue zone, not even to the enemy team. So I really hope that they are going to make the right calls this around, make the rotations early in the game, secure that safe zone. Just last two games remaining, then tomorrow being the last day. A lot is in play tonight for the last two games. Miramar is tricky, Priest. Miramar is unpredictable. There's nothing you can predict about this map. We might say Accelerate Esports is going to give us a chicken dinner, but then they're already taking on an early fight. And they're ready to finish this off with the Sidemen trying to get a revive. You mentioned the Sidemen when the live stream was starting. We saw how they were quite dominant during that group stage, but now coming into the finals, it is looking a bit different for them. They're not really securing as many points as they were
Mm.
before, and I think it's time for them to do so before it's too late. And I think Aspect is from a team we know before, right?
Yes, he is from a team. I mean, I believe he was a part of the PMAC, last year
Mm-hmm.
playing for Team Angry for South Africa. So that is someone we also know that has a lot of experience,
Uh-huh.
very consistent player. So yeah, I want to see if he's going to bring that consistency all the way through for his team here. They have been struggling a little bit in this final. Hopefully, they might be able to bounce back tomorrow, but I would want to see if that will be the case for them. But fingers crossed for their performance so far. Xanax is going to be unfortunate as Kingpin will send him back into the lobby. Picado being very peculiar as teams are starting to fall away. We do have our first elimination. Xanax being that victim. Not what I was expecting though, because I was hoping he would have gotten cover from some of his teammates. But again, this is something that is happening for the second time in a row. Mitch teams landing on each other early
Mm.
eliminations. We saw that in the previous game, Rizzy Sports and GUFA, but now it's happening all over again.
Yeah, I don't think people feel it as they should. There's something you're supposed to feel anytime you take on a loss in any game. Anytime you find the game is not going as it should, there's something you should feel that should make you change your ways. Please. But nothing is happening here. Most of the teams are just, comfortable, but it's totally okay here. And I'm hoping these experienced players are going to be that edge for their team, the reason they qualify, the reason they get to that top four slotting. And I hope they are going to make sure that happens. But so far, I am not liking this Ali fights at all. If anything, both teams do stand a chance of retreating if they'd like. But for some reason, they are not retreating. The Accelerate Esports has moved on to the next compound. They are moving further out, which is better than staying there and trying to get the fight going on. So I totally agree with that play. But looking at that zone right now, the teams they're quite and close to each other. Look at a team like two All Stars, Temper. Again, they encounter for each other for the second time. 6 game in. Peaky Blinders. Priest, you saw how the Peaky Blinders are dressed on their photos, right? I mean, it would be cool to see that on a winner winner chicken dinner. The Peaky Blinders, they have the hats, they have everything. Yo, they were prepared. They, oh, just like
Ooh,
that grenade from Mumsy.
whew, that was a solid grenade right through the window, shuts it down. But again, to what end? You can't get the flush, you can't get the finish. You only give Accelerate another opportunity to reposition and to get an angle yet again. It's one of those things you have to be on the lead for. Lima getting knocked away there. SAS playing in behind. Leaving the ground floor position though. 8 bits will have to think twice here. But Delirium 6 also pressing forward, fresh out of a chicken dinner, and hopefully they might be able to see it through if they can close the gap here. But we'll see. Good use of utilities. Fortunately, 8 bits will just drag themselves all the way to the back end there, knowing that the utilities will not be able to travel that far. It's a good shout, a very good start for them. Temper under siege again from the guys from TU All Stars. And I'm quite surprised that that is going to be the case. Oh, that's a good trade off. Yuri hopefully doesn't get knocked away there. He did. But will he be getting picked up? I mean, there's a chance for that to happen. Oh, the loot truck. Again, this is another disadvantage of the loot truck, right? Very, very big disadvantage of the loot truck. You might get knocked
Hmm.
away there if you can't find a way through. The teams might be waiting for you in an ambush, and that is something you have to think about time and time again.
Yeah, but if you get it, that's the important part. Getting that loot, then you're okay. But of course, risking at this esports scene here in the open field, I get you, could be a little bit risky for the teams. Undisputed AE, why are you still disputed by all the other teams? I need to see them working. UAE has a name to live up to. They need to show their fans that they are who they say they are. They can actually do a lot if they put their mind to it. But of course, this been day one for the finals. Could be the first day jitters get into them. Then tomorrow they might give us a comeback. It is something people have seen time and time again. Comebacks do happen. And I'm hoping for UAE that is going to be one of their good days tomorrow. Otherwise, all the best to you, UAE. Team MVP, another team that I'm seeing a lot of people telling them to wake up, and they need to do exactly that. They have taken on an early fight when their teammates is down, and Clips is already going in for that push. They need to be really careful with that fight. Anything could happen, and they might just start losing numbers early again in the game. A beautiful grenade, and Ayan goes down. Nice grenade there from MVP. Clips immediately goes away, and they decide not to continue with this fight as is. They are changing their position, but for UAE, two players are already knocked. Their MVP portion being spotted. Retro with the sprays, they do get some damage there on portion. He's still moving around the vehicle. He's lucky he doesn't really get knocked just yet. MVP players are closing in, and UAE is in a tight spot. Cheetos is already knocked down. They cannot really get the revive without encountering MVP Clips, who is also confirming that elimination. Again, there's something about MVP Clips that is exciting. He never stops. He's always moving. He wants the eliminations. He wants the points to count for Team MVP. And of course, they will pay out at the end of the day if they get to survive this fight. They're already down a player here, Priest, and I don't think that is a good start for them, even though they have been able to survive that fight against UAE.
Ooh. Well, that is a dangerous play. The guys from Two All Stars try to press temper, and that is one of the worst mistakes you can ever make, because Legend will be there with that extra stout, with that extra DBS, and will put them out of their misery one after the other. And they will have to rethink how they want to play going forward. But 44K now setting the sights onto No Braino, as he is trying to reposition as well. Chat GPT, they're pressing on, and this could be something very dangerous. That's a fantastic grenade, but unfortunately he's taking a little bit of damage there, and he's trying to lure them out for his teammates. That's a good idea, very good idea actually, but doesn't look like they can't do much of anything to him. On the other side, continues to apply the pressure, and it's working as Chat GPT is going to be dropped off into the corner. Beautiful plan from Ultra 6, and 44K, they fell for it. They fell for the bait, and they fell for the switch as well. But G-Baby did get knocked away in that exchange. That was a very, very crazy play, and it did work out the way they were expecting. Open season here on Ultra 6. But No Brainer who have to get his HP levels back up there. But the numbers advantage, it was a very good play for Ultra 6, trying to bait 44K out into the open. Unfortunately, it didn't work the way he wanted. But that was a very, very good plan. I love teams that you can tell what the plan is. You can tell what the strategy is.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, even when it doesn't work, you can still tell what they tried to do. I gotta respect it. But that is a GG's. No Brainer getting knocked away. Unfortunate scenes for them, but they will have to try to live to fight another day.
Yep. I mean, it was interesting how they decided to take on this fight. They had an advantage as well. Despite of the fact that Tweety and My G Baby got knocked, their plan would have actually worked. Oh no, going away from 44K Marshall. I saw how he pushed on the player from 6 Gaming while he was trying to do a number on them, and he was confident enough saying that you will not traumatize us as we are trying to win this game. And he went head on with that push, and it actually paid off. They stopped that push, and they were able to get at least a knock and a thus confirmed with that fight. For Team Berserk, we have not seen them play to their level best after that first chicken dinner. It's something Priest kept on saying. Once you get the first chicken dinner, things just start going any other direction other than that chicken dinner. But for Team Berserk, they have been lucky. They have been surviving along the way. And an amazing shotgun there. How did he get time to jump in and get the shotgun connecting? That is not something that should happen. But we have 15 taking on another push, but unfortunately, the sprays will be connected and he goes down. A teammate, amazing cover, and that will be Soul Man taking a save for his teammate 15. Lucky for him, otherwise, that MVP title would have been gone in this match for 15.
Well, solid performances all around. But some teams are still yet to find their form. Hopefully they will find it in this game. This Miramar tends to give things a little bit of an interesting turn of events here, but we will see for the most part how it starts to churn out here. But GF Academy trying to deal with the guys from Novex. Immediately Omar gets the angle there, gets the first one dropped. So man, oh, what a clutch from the Soul
Wow.
Man. Shan Sung in the building, a clutch and a finish. And he rips them away one after the other. But it looks like MVP could be in a little bit of bother there from Undisputed AE. And they will turn it around. Grenade over the top there. Ogre getting knocked away. Clips and Adrian have been sent back into the lobby. And it's all left to Potion now. Does he want to commit? He looks like he might want to. He sends a couple of shots across, but doesn't connect. And that opens him up. And his buggy. Gotta respect the driving though. He loses a tire, but he doesn't stop moving. And he manages to escape just a little bit of time there. Can he make it over the hill? No, he
Oh,
cannot. It is
no.
Kingpin that puts the final nail in the coffin. Back into the lobby he goes, and he will manage to skim all the way through across the board. And what a performance that is.
Honestly, that was entertaining to watch. At this point, I feel like the players are just thinking about what are we gonna do after this game. If we don't win, let's move. If the fight comes, let's take it. If it's not good, okay, no problem. Because I'm not seeing a single team run away from the fight. Even the MVPs, they ran away and they've still encountered Accelerate Esports. This running around Miramar, it's a big map. Okay, fine. No one can see me. No, everyone can see you. Just that some people, they do not want to move. They do not want to expose their location. They're just watching and waiting for you to make one mistake. And that is what MVP did there. The buggy, amazing drift, but they drifted back to lobby with that buggy. So I'm sorry, MVP. Your fans in that comment section are about to ask you guys a lot of questions. But so far, we are moving into that fourth phase of the zone. We already have 13 teams remaining. And 44K Esports, they do have the side man. One player does get spotted, nice praise, but a good cover fire from one of the teammates from that is a side man does get the damage on Marshall. So we have Shival. He's already cooking up a grenade, looking for that grenade to connect. And Aspect is quite low. He needs to do something. We know what Aspect can do. We just need to see more of him right now in this game. Shival is trying to get closer. The pre-fire is perfect. And Shival does get good damage from Aspect. A grenade is in his hand again. He's looking for that one to connect, maybe. But he misses that grenade. Aspect, here's another one being launched. He's trying to figure out what his next play is going to be. But a grenade gets launched again. Aspect gets damaged. But he's not stopping just yet. Beautiful knock. His HP is basically zero. One small blow and he'll be going back to lobby. Aspect is standing his ground right now at 44k. 2-3 wants to apply the pressure as well. Aspect, he needs to get the healing happening, but it's impossible. And just like that, he gets knocked as well. Manzin, where are you? Why are you not here? Where is he? Why is everyone fighting but him? But anyway, GG's, he gets closer. So let's see what he can actually cook here already. His teammate Aspect has been able to do a number. He's been able to get at least some knocks and able to confirm the eliminations though. Now, it's going to be up to Zin. I don't know, Zin. Up to him now to do something. But 44k, they're not letting anything or anyone leave this place alive. But GG's on that game there, Priest. I think 44k is finally trying to get their name up again.
They have been confident so far in the game, and we are down to 11 teams, so they know for a fact that the easier it's gonna get easier for them the more teams they eliminate. But Shiva is going to be getting caught out in the open there, courtesy of Goblin Team Berserk, another team that I know for a fact loves them some Miramar. It shows a little bit, but Accelerate wants a little bit of the action as well for themselves. Rin with a spray across. Trade-off is very, very solid, and they are making quick work of it. You can take a look at the quick scopes all around to feed the intel there, to utilize whatever the play style is going to be going forward. Again, we've seen, but Team Berserk, I think they will be able to get their numbers up. A little bit of an unfortunate position they found themselves in, but nothing too untoward. I think they will find that they can hold this compound just a little bit more there. But Novex also on the receiving end of some chaos, courtesy of speed from Riz, Soulman as well, getting caught out. They were on the rotation there, getting exposed in while they were on the move. The play zone not too favorable for some of those teams. They will have to move as well. And the M1 Grand, heavily contested as well. They are utilizing it, but Team Berserk, you can see them making a play, trying to reposition themselves and get into a better angle. Accelerate also looking confident here. 2 eliminations so far, courtesy of Kingpin, and we are down into the top 10. 28 players all inside, looking for a way to close the gap and look very confident as they are trying to seal that final drop position. It is very incumbent that they might see this one through, but 2 All Stars again trying to circle back, almost getting dropped away there. But fortunately for them, they will manage to hold on just for the time being. Play zone shifts again towards that central position, just centers up quite nicely. Team Berserk heavily blessed here in a 2-2 split, and very confident and very cushioned as well. But let us see if that will be the case going forward, Mitch.
Right now, any position is just not safe. Being in the middle of teams is the worst feeling ever when it comes to Miramar. But let's see how this works out for most of the teams. Let's see if it's going to be something that works out. If they're able to understand how to maneuver such situations, then it will be something that they'll be proud of at the end of the day. Look at that 6 gaming. Tweety is still around. She has been able to survive despite losing all her teammates. They attacked the wrong team and they got wiped with that. 44k esports not come to play. I think they're looking for more to happen when it comes to this 5th game of the night. It is the first Miramar. Can be a little bit tricky for them, but if they take it and they understand the map and take their time with the rotations, then some of the teams here might just be happy with this game. But so far, 44k esports has been able to bag 6 eliminations and they're still standing strong. They're down 1 player, but I don't think that will be stopping them. We have Riz Esports there. Haki tries to cook up a grenade. No, that's Peaky Blinders. Someone is actually giving good cover from the high ground. Papi goes down. Okay, the teammates on the other hand, they were trying to get some cover, but unfortunately, they were not able to do it well enough to prevent Riz Esports from getting the knocks and thus confirmed from their team. I really wanted to see Peaky Blinders with their suits there, with the MVP or the chicken dinner, but I don't know what's happening here, Peaky Blinders. We need to see more of you. We need to see you guys dominating this lobby, but for some reason, that is not really happening. Of course, right now we are in that 5th phase. We are moving into the 6th phase, Priest. I believe it is now time for people to start making their rotations. If not, then we might just be seeing people feeding that zone a lot of good meat instead of making it into that safe zone.
And we're about to find out. These are the times where those decisions by the IGL will start to amount to something there. Retro had no idea that Nemesis would catch up to him, and he did. And he dropped that one away. Peaky Blinders turning up the heat. What a drop that is from Nemesis. He manages to keep them in the game there inside of the top 9 teams. 22 players, still very much in the mix here. And he does have a little bit of play zone to work with. Sahil just up front, but he might be able to hold this down just a little bit more. And the guys from Riz might decide to pull up to the scene here. Grenade launched just inside of the position there. They're trying to get an angle on him, and he's back inside. Another grenade and another grenade and another grenade, but he can't seem to aim it the place they need. They need to loop it right through the window, but the smokes have shielded their vision, so they can't seem to get it. And the grenade starts to bounce into the corner there. Speed getting caught out there. Unfortunate scenes for them. They wanted to deal with Nemesis, but they have to deal with Sahil instead. UAE capitalizing on the greed of Riz Esports, and Haki he might be the next victim. He might be the one getting knocked away here. Nemesis, the path has been cleared for him by Sahil. If he pops out outside, he might be able to steal a couple of eliminations while all of this chaos is brewing. And this is a very interesting turn of events here, but somehow they still manage to keep their numbers up. They still manage to keep the pressure on, and now they will try to see it through. But it looks like Berserk will try to keep it on as well. They managed to steal one away, add a couple of eliminations onto the mix for themselves too. They keep it very close to the chest though. Temper already making a rotation across the board there, trying to get a place inside of the zone for themselves. Riz Esports trying to fall a little bit behind, but they have a very good sideline position, and they might be able to capitalize on this. Delirium 6 also in the mix. They want a piece of the action as well. Still yet to catch a couple of eliminations so far. They've only got one, but it's a big chance for them to turn things around. We'll see for ourselves if that will be the case. But 44K so far, 6 eliminations. I mean, it's anyone's game at this stage, Mitch.
Yeah, everyone right now is getting a lot of points around the game. You can see Rizzy Sports is also at 5 eliminations. There, everyone right now is trying to get as many eliminations as they can, and Nemesis is getting pushed there. Amazing, amazing dances from Sahil, but we have Nemesis trying to go for it, but Sahil will not let him survive this time around. GG's though to the Peaky Blinders for trying their best throughout this game. So for 8 teams remain standing, Temper is still in the game. I've been told by Priest that this is their map. So let's wait and see what Temper is about to cook for us. Two All-Stars T27 very close to the Tempers, but they are not moving just yet as well. They want to secure this compound. It is in the safe zone. They can hold it for a while. In case the game decides it's going to be here, Temper will be at the safest place they can be in that compound. For Team Berserk, still a full team. The consistency from Team Berserk is crazy at this point. They're not letting anyone drop them. If they go down, they're not moving from. I don't think anyone can drop them to go back to Lobby Alley. They're surviving through and through. So that's a good amount of consistency. Something that is really good in that esports scene. If you're trying to get as many points as you can, consistency, teamwork is key. So good stuff there coming from Berserk, and they can still try their best to get even another chicken dinner for Accelerate Esports. Still in the game as well. Another consistent team here. They were able to give us a chicken dinner, and they might just be looking for another chicken dinner as we speak. But so far, everyone is quiet. What is happening? Oh, Bazak actually sported Temper. Finally, we might be seeing some action there between the two teams, but that distance between the two of them might just be a little bit too long for them to go in for that push. They have to take their time though. This is something with Miramar, Priest. If you're not able to push, I don't think you're supposed to risk it, because the distance you have to cover sometimes can be the reason you don't make it to that push on time.
And that is a very, very valid cross of the seams there. But Sphinxy does have the off angle. He could be a thorn in the side of Accelerate here if they're not careful and they can't deal with him. Team Berserk, very good on the defense though. They know how to hold their angles, but all of this is happening outside of the zone. Accelerate need to deal with this, and they need to deal with this very quickly. Rich is charging a grenade and is launching one just across the board there, but it doesn't connect. And now Accelerate, they're trying to get their way through. They're trying to make sure that they deal with Berserk, and they need to deal with them right now before the play zone starts to move away to force them out into the open. But here comes Rich again. He has a sideline into that corner, and the moment the grenades and the utilities start flying out, now it will be the tie. But Frosty was dialed in. He had him locked up, but Frosty peeks out. He's going to be knocked away as well. Peeks inside, gets a couple of more knocks to deal through there. But Team Berserk, they're not stepping away from this one. Trade-off is good. Oh, Sphinxy with a spray right through the windows, right between the eyes there. Team Berserk are not stopping. Zane up into the corner. Take a look at the angles that they have. I mean, Team Berserk, they are dealing with Accelerate from all sides. Goblin tossed a grenade right through the eye of the needle there, and he drops immediately. Respect might be the last one alive here, and his Accelerate trying to hold this down. Sphinxy's trying to go all the way up to wrap this up, but he can't seem to find the angles just yet. Sprays a couple more with the UMP, friends to the corner, but not this time around. Sphinxy will be getting dropped away. 1v1, not favorable, but that is the cost of doing business, and Team Berserk will pay with 2 players. Sphinxy and Rich will be sent back into the lobby, but at least they added a couple of eliminations on the way.
That was an amazing play there from Team Berserk. The angles were unbelievable, and they maintained it till they were able to finish that fight. Now, as they try to make their way into that zone, they have to be careful, though. We have teams like Tempa already in that safe zone. They're trying to also clock in the zone here. They have 44k on their side, and Goblin is in it. He gets 2 players knocked immediately with that UMP, and last man 22-3 is not able to do anything because Goblin is not ready to lose just yet. I love whatever is happening with Berserk. Is it the chicken dinner? What is giving them all this energy that suddenly Team Berserk can move from one fight to the other without flinching even for a second? They're consistent with their plays here, Priest, and I think we might just be seeing a repeat chicken dinner if they're able to take out Temper. If not, then it's going to be GG's for Team Berserk, because right now, I believe that is the only team standing between Team Berserk and that chicken dinner for the second time in this game.
Well, we're about to witness something special if we can see it all the way through. But right now, it is Riz Esports, Team Berserk, and the guys from Tempa all in the mix here. Rizzy Sports just up ahead though. Six God, Legend, and Yuri working hand in hand. If they can't see a way through, they might be able to make something happen here. Goblin already making a play for it. The play zone not too favorable. It is out in the open. The terrains are not too friendly, but Tempa somehow have found a way to just play it a little bit closer to the vest here. Hopefully they might be able to find a way through, but they are trying to circle quite nicely. So far, only 5 eliminations, or all courtesy of Legend. He has been a legend so far, putting in that work. Now it is a matter of who does the job. It is a matter of who wants it more. Goblin immediately spotted by Haki there, and it will be brought down to his knees, and Team Berserk will down to a solo man. It is going to be Zane. How far can he go, though, being the last player for Team Berserk? And somehow Haki immediately goes for the flush, and that will be the end of the route for Goblin, but he peeks out again into the corner, and Haki almost getting dropped as well. A little bit of a warning for Riz Esports. Zane still very much in the picture here. He might be able to change things around there if he can find a way through. But Tempa have all of the cards here. They have the corners, but they do not have the numbers as opposed to Riz Esports. They are tied at the hip. 3 apiece, but 1 for Team Berserk. Zane, can he be a thorn in the side? And if he is, whose side will he be a thorn in? Legend and the rest of the guys from Tempa, they need to deal with Riz Esports. That's the only team standing in their way, and a chicken dinner right now. Ragnar hopping from angle to angle, from side to side, trying to make this work. It is the last phase of the zone, and this is the defining moment. Tempa now making the advance, and here comes Legend making a quick play. A little bit of a rotation and a corner pocket for them, but here comes Ragnar. They have a better position when it comes to the utilities and the terrain. They might be able to clutch this up, but they need to deal with Zane. He is still a threat, and he has them in his sightlines. Ragnar is exposed to Zane. Zane, the moment he pops up, the moment that first bullet flies away, that might be a changing moment here. The play zone not favorable as well. Zane just has to go for it. 11 eliminations. Can he make it 12? Clutch plays a little bit closer as well. There's an open space there for Team Berserk. Can they hold on? Can they turn it around? Ragnar immediately turns his sights onto Legend, getting a drop. Immediately Clutch trades off as well. He goes down, and now it's the open season. And now somehow Tempa get dropped away by Riz Esports, and it's Haki open to the other corner. Ragnar trade off Zane, get him drop into the corner as well. S12K, he tries to go off into the other side. It's a 1v1 potential trade off here. Zane tried to trade it off again with the UMP, but not this time. Not lucky. Riz Esports will take the chicken dinner, but Berserkers was so close.
I mean, Riz Esports was about to fumble that chicken dinner. That was about to be Berserk's chicken dinner. But Tempa. I don't know how many times we'll call you what just happened there. But of course, it does take some time to, adjust. Sometimes you panic, sometimes the pressure. We cannot know what really happened there. We'll just blame everything but your play. So far, Riz Esports, they have been able to get a chicken dinner in the 5th game of the night. That is the first Miramar, and they are feeling happy with that. The sprays were lethal. The play here from Ragnar, he almost fumbled that, but he was lucky enough to get that chicken dinner for game 5 in Miramar. Good stuff coming from you, Riz Esports. Well played. Good stuff. Good game. That chicken dinner was long coming, and you finally got it. I think now it's a pattern here in South Africa Finals where we have no team giving us repeat chicken dinners. Anytime they're this close to giving us a repeat chicken dinner, they are eliminated along the way. But good stuff there, Riz Esports. 12 eliminations to their name, 8 total knockouts, a damage of 1,805 with a survival time of 30 minutes and 9 seconds there. Good stuff from Riz Esports. Again, you have made yourself proud. So let's wait and see where this chicken dinner will be placing Riz Esports in that overall ranking. And of course, for Team Berserk, they will be happy with where they will be standing right after this game. Team stats, we have Ragnar giving us 3 eliminations and a damage of 830. Haki, 5 eliminations, a damage of 627. Speed, 4 eliminations and a damage of 246. With Clutch giving us 0 eliminations and 102 damage. No worries, they all survived throughout the game apart from Speed, but for Clutch, he probably did not have much to do throughout that game. But of course, what really matters right now is the teamwork and the chicken dinner they were finally able to secure. Again, very nice to see Ragnar there after holding a room for 2 days in Rondo. I think he was preparing for Miramar, which finally paid off, and they were able to get a chicken dinner for the team. So well played, well deserved Riz Esports. Let's see if that's going to be consistent, whether we'll see them trying to give us another chicken dinner in Miramar. Maybe it is their map, we never know. All we can wait is to see how they will perform in that next game, which will still be Miramar, and show us what they can actually do. For the match summary, we do have 58 eliminations, a total knocks at 62, revives at 17, heals 8,410, throws used 169, total damage 14,470, 10 headshots expected in Miramar. Of course, not everyone was able to do a lot in this game apart from getting knocks from far off where they are, and the longest elimination being 346 meters. Well, it has been an interesting game here for us, Priest. You have seen 62 knocks with 58 eliminations. That shows a really good game. A lot has happened. 62 knocks is a lot of knocks in just one game, Priest.
A lot of teams have done an exceptional turnout so far, but take a look at the turnout here. You know, Legend was putting in work for Temper. 5 eliminations. I'm pretty sure he has to be the MVP from this game. I mean, you know, even if he isn't, but for me he was, because all the eliminations, all the numbers, all the stats, everything pointed to him. He was putting in that work. He was putting in a shift and a half, if you ask me. But solid performance. Goblin also in there with the grenades. Speed also traveling with the bullets and putting in another masterclass of a performance for Riz Esports. Clutch also in the mix here. He did do an amazing job of putting things together, you know, travel wise. He was you know, riding around searching for lost treasure in Miramar. But take a look at that, 22 points for Riz Esports. And again, that chicken dinner, the power of the chicken dinner, it changes things, it puts things into perspective, and it puts everyone into an open space here. You can see that 17 points for Team BERSERK yet again. Temper, like I said, Miramar is the map. Best performance they've had so far in the past couple of games, best spell. Hopefully, I think in the next game they will still put in a solid performance in the Miramar. 44K on the other hand, also once again putting in a confident performance. And then Accelerate Esports, Undisputed AE also adding into the mix here. They're looking very confident in the way they have been able to trade off, and we've seen it time and time again, and a little bit of a trade off there. But All Stars and Delirium 6 adding a couple of points, adding a couple of things in there. And that is what we love to see. 3 points to the good. Not too bad, but they could have done so much more.
Yep, that is true. Temper, I'm still looking at them, Priest. I'm still looking at Temper, just so you know. But of course, looking at the other side of the table, teams like NTX Esports not getting any points. Graph Academy, Sidemen, Ultra 6, and the Peaky Blinders, they got 1 point from this game. We have Team MVP getting 11th place with 2 points. At 10th, we have 8-Bit Esports tying with Novex at 9 with the 3 points each. That means some of the teams here will not be getting much for a jump from the leaderboard. We'll wait and see how that goes. Head to head, we have Riz Esports with 12 eliminations and Team BERSERK with 11. 1,805 damage for Riz Esports, with BERSERK giving us 1,928 damage. 7 knockouts for Team BERSERK and 8 for Riz Esports. Looking at these two teams, the eliminations are a little bit higher here from their knockouts. That means they were able to do a good job there throughout the game. So good stuff from both teams. And the player of the match goes to Temper Legend. We saw the shotgun play against 2 All-Stars, so that's a good one there. 5 eliminations from Legend. We have him giving the team 965 damage, 4 knockouts, and a good survival time of 29 minutes and 50 seconds. He goes head to head against Riz Haki, who gets 5 eliminations as well, 627 damage, survival time of 30 minutes and 9 seconds, with 3 knockouts in this game. 5 eliminations for both players. but the damage on a legend just seems to be a bit higher. We have seen where he got all that damage from. So good stuff, honestly, from legend and for Haki as well, for making it to the top of the table with his performance so far. It is interesting that every time we find new faces finding their way in this top table. All the time, we don't see the same players finding their way to the head to head match. Even for the MVP right now, I'm pretty sure that something has changed. But I don't think they'll remove Sphinxy from that top of the table from the MVPs. But of course, Priest overall rankings are in, and not much has changed from this side. Not much has changed.
Yeah, not much has changed at all. You know, a little bit of a movement there on the speed of day. That performance puts them in the top 12. I mean, at this stage, you know um, what we're looking at is a little bit of an interesting turn of events. You know, we've seen a back and forth with a couple of teams there, but take a look at that. 44K Esports finding themselves back into the top 3, and Accelerated Esports also in the conversation. The Chicken Dinner has moved Riz Esports just shy of the top 4, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is the power of the Chicken Dinner. We've had five games, if I'm not mistaken, and 5 different winners of Chicken Dinners at this stage. That should tell you how powerful the Chicken Dinner is and where it puts you in your performance. But now if we do want to keep it together and keep it a buck, Riz Esports, that performance has put them in the member of the conversation. Like I said, it's all about top 3, 3, 4, 3, 4 off the dome, and that is a performance and a half, and that is what we love to see. Accelerated Esports, a little bit of a drag and drop so far. Temper finally getting their foot in the door yet again. Hopefully they do step up to the plate in the last Miramar game, but we're gonna see if that's going to be the case.
Yep, definitely. I mean, the last game is coming in, so they really have to work for it. Looking at the MVPs, Ragnar jumps all the way from 5th place to 2nd. And we have Novex 15 going all the way to 5th place. Sphinxy still holding first place, 15 eliminations, 3042 damage with a huge number of survival time, but it seems like Ragnar has more survival time with 14 eliminations to his name. 3rd place, we have Goblin. He has 16 eliminations, but the damage is a whole 999 margin apart from what Sphinxy has. That does make him go into 3rd place. It's Sphinxy still staying in 1st place. Marshall, 12 eliminations. The damage is also good, 2450. With us, Novex 15 taking 5th place, 14 eliminations, and his damage still stays at 2137. I believe that damage from Sphinxy is what is really making it so hard for people to remove him from that 1st place. But looking at a player like Ragnar, he's closing the margin quite fast, jumping from 5th all the way to 2nd place MVP. That is a huge jump coming from Ragnar. Honestly, good game there from all the MVPs. Remember, $200 is on the line, and everything you do, every single knock, every single thirst, grenade, molly, does add up to that MVP count and also your survival time throughout the game. Otherwise, I have actually enjoyed game 5. It means most of the teams right now are changing their play, Priest, and I think they're looking to make their way up that leaderboard. They can still see that hope because the Chicken Dinner still hasn't gone back to any team that has given us a Chicken Dinner so far.
Yes, sir. And that is the party almost coming to an end, and all of these teams are starting to see their strategies come out to fruition and come out in real time. But ladies and gentlemen, 5 games down, 1 more to go, a last Miramar for the night, and let us see how the top 4 is going to look by the end of that game. But before we head over there, we'll take a quick break, and by the time we return, our last game of the night. Stay tuned. Whew.
for Africa.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. It is the PUBG Mobile National Championship South Africa Finals. It is day one, and we have had 5 games on the road. 5 matches, 3 Erangels, 1 Rondo, 1 Miramar, and now we have one more Miramar in the chamber to fire out and close out the night. We've seen a little bit of a change in strategies coming into the last Miramar. In the previous Miramar game, we saw some strategies change. We saw a little bit of things go differently. But now we're about to see who is going to close the day with that chicken dinner. Mitch, we know we saw a couple of teams play differently. We saw their strategies come to light. We've seen 5 games with 5 different winners. Can we see more of the same?
Yep. At this point, this is the most unpredictable game ever. I've not seen a single team try and give us that. Okay, Team BERSERK is kind of pushing towards getting another chicken dinner, and knowing how history plays, the first chicken dinner sums up to the last chicken dinner. Sometimes it just follows like that. So if they do that, well and good. But for this last game, I don't think we'll see another team giving us a new chicken dinner unless BERSERK decides otherwise. But if they don't, then we'll see a new team giving us a chicken dinner.
Well, from your ears to, or rather from your lips to the ears of PUBG Mobile, and the action is about to kick off for the last time tonight. We have seen Team BERSERK put on a masterclass of a performance. They are one step closer to that PMGO, one step closer to that money, and all they have to do is keep the performance consistent, and it has been a ride so far. And we have seen something very, very special, you know, from all of these teams. But can they stay up to the task? Can they keep it up onto that turn of events, that performance? How consistent can they get? We're about to see if that will be the case for them. But so far, top 4 is still the goal. Even if you do not finish top 1, top 4 is still the goal. Can you make the top 4? It is very tight. It is very close in that top 4 race, especially 3rd place, 4th place, and 5th place. We're going to see, especially the teams that are sitting just outside of that 4th place position. But we'll see for ourselves if they are going to change things, if they are going to turn things around. We'll see who has more to offer.
Yep, that is actually true. That top 4 is shaky because now Temper already made their way to 6th place. Riz Esports is there at 5th place, and it's now becoming shaky. I don't think they need to relax anymore. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th is a little bit shaky. 1st and 2nd place, they are creating a huge margin that I don't think it's going to be easy to close unless tomorrow they play a different way and Team BERSERK no longer gives us chicken dinner, intense eliminations, then something can change there. But if you look at 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, everything is not as it's supposed to be. The points are not as huge. You're not seeing 30 points margin, 40, nothing like that. It's easy, simple, 5, 6 points away. That is basically something you can close the margin in just eliminations, right? You don't even need a chicken dinner to move up. But you've mentioned something important as well, Priest. A chicken dinner is what is bridging the gap between every single team that doesn't have a chicken dinner at the moment. So I think they should focus on that. They should really focus on that chicken dinner. And the teams with the most fans on that comment section, they need to do something as well.
And you're absolutely right. I mean, a lot of people have been talking about MVP stepping up to the plate, and I can't fault them. You know, I was expecting a solid performance from them, but it's been a long day. It's been a very long day for them. Hopefully we'll see them step up to the plate, but it's gonna be very, 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 very difficult. You know, it's asking a lot. It's really asking a lot from them, but we'll see.
For MVP?
I mean, for MVP still, I think it's still early to call it, because the MVP race is a race for every single game, right? It's every
No, no,
single
no,
game.
like
You have to.
team MVP. Let me change my
Yeah,
word.
I
Team
know.
MVP.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but I'm talking. Oh, you're talking about team MVP. I'm talking about the MVP race. Okay, okay. Yeah, I'm talking about MVP race because I think that one is kind of very interesting, seeing as someone has already 3,000 damage points, and the
Yo.
points are
Mm-hmm.
far few and far between, right? I'm expecting a whole lot more, but we'll see. You will see if that was going to be the case. But yeah, last game of the night, ladies and gentlemen, who will be the one?
Probably all the teams you have mentioned tonight, basically all the 16 teams, either one of them could be the one. So all they have to do is just prove us wrong or right. All this depends on how they take on this last game of the night in Miramar. It could go either way, guys. But they have to finish strong so that tomorrow they can start. Depend on how the game is tomorrow. The game is never the same every single day. You don't get chicken dinners every day. Okay, some of you do. But some days there's no chicken dinner, and some days there are chicken dinners. So I really hope the teams are going to be making sure they take advantage of this last game for today. They only have 2 days in the finals, and we close it for South Africa. That's it. The top four move on to the next stage. No more extra chances. There is nothing like a last chance here. It is just direct into that finals for PMGO Africa. So South Africa, please make sure to look into that. Now, looking at how the teams are landing right now, Priest, you can see it seems like most of them do not want to land in that central area anymore. They have been encountering each other, and now everyone is going away from that center. Apart from two All-Stars, they do not want to get away from that. Accelerate Esports as well, they're in that center, but everyone else is going away. And I think it's a good start. If they're avoiding the early fights, I think they're making the right calls right now, Priest. It might just be an advantage to either loot and come back later or just take your sweet time. And then later, you can enjoy some kills for people who are deciding to take on early fights.
Well, we're about to see if that will be the case, but there is a lot there is a lot of questions. There are just a lot of questions that need answering in this last game, right? A lot of teams still yet to find your footing. I mean, we can see just a couple of teams are inside of the play zone right now. Temper, the guys from T All Stars, Delirium Six, Sidemen, Novex, all of these teams already situated inside of the zone. They have a lot of ground to cover. They need to think twice and need to think really hard of how they want to get into the zone, because we've seen the strategy here that some of these teams have applied for Miramar. They love to have a little bit of terrain advantage, right? Most of these teams, I'm starting to see that they love the terrain. They like to have positional advantage. They don't necessarily like to do a lot of slamming. We saw that from Ultra Six in the previous game, trying to bait the guys. I'm trying to remember the team they were trying to bait. I think it was 44K, trying to bait them outside, stuff like that.
Mhm.
So I'm trying to see how many more teams are going to apply more strategies to the game so far, but it's something I've enjoyed watching, and it's been a very, very interesting turn to see how these strategies will play out as the games go by. But right now, 44K Esports currently sitting in third place, Accelerate also in fourth, and Riz Esports in fifth. The point between these three teams is just five. It is just a 5 point difference, which can be gotten in so many different ways. Novex also have been dragged into this top four battle, so Novex cannot afford to be eliminated early at this stage.
Yep, they are very close to that first place, so they need to make it work as well. They need that 800 USD to be theirs, and it will depend on how they take on this last fight and tomorrow's games as well. Teams like 44K mentioned, Accelerate Esports, Rizzy Sports. I mean, they're merging right now from, I think, eighth place, eighth to fourth. It's something that can easily change from today to tomorrow. Anything could happen, and anyone could drop down from that place. Berserk, on the other hand, that margin is quite big, but 44K Esports, ChatGPT will be spotted, excuse me, and will be knocked. That forces Marshall to go in for that revive. But you can see 8-bit is trying to get closer to them just to make sure this revive doesn't really happen. But if they take long, the revive will take place and they will be able to take on this fight easy without thinking about any more casualties along the way. Right now, 44k to 3 is also getting closer. Shival finally makes his way to his teammates, and the revive has officially taken place. Shival and the teammates are basically waiting for 8-bit to get closer, and they can try and get some knocks with that and maybe some early eliminations as well to back that up. It will be a good start of the game. As long as they do not go back to lobby early, then it will be okay for 44k esports. Again, they cannot rest as well. I don't think they have time to take on these early fights just yet. It is the first day in the finals, and it could be a risky move, very risky move. They could end up letting the third place spot open. Accelerate could come up, Risk could come up as well, Temper. All these teams could easily come up to their place if they're not careful. All they need is a chicken dinner and some eliminations, and they'll be there. So they have to be really careful with that. So it's basically the last game today here for us, Priest, and the teams. Some of them seem to be comfortable with that early fight. You can see what 44k is up to right now with 8-bit. Would you advocate for such a play this early in the game, being the last day for day one in the finals?
I mean, it's high risk, high reward, right? For a team like 8-bit, it's a very expensive, it's very, very expensive, but the payoff is going to be huge because right now, for teams like this sitting this low on the leaderboard, it's a risk. It's now more financial, right? With each elimination, with each point you get, you climb a little bit higher on that prize pool board. So you have always got to
Mhm.
think about that one going forward. You always got to think about how that one fares into the game, but it's something to always think about. And right now, 8-bit trying to defend themselves against the likes of 44k, but it's going to be so difficult seeing as they don't have the wherewithal and the resources to see this all the way through. Again, a whole lot of commitment coming through from SARS. S12k in hand. Can SARS get the last drop on that angle there? A couple of shots onto the corner, absolutely surrounded. There don't see him getting out of this one, not even in the slightest. Immediately getting flushed, and that will be the end of the road for SARS from 8-bit, and that is going to be the end of the road for 8-bit in total. And now we're about to see. The eliminations got shared between GF Academy and the guys from 44k. So GF Academy take a little bit here, and then 44k take a little bit here. Unfortunate scenes for 8-bit, but they did put up quite a show. Hopefully, they will re-strategize and get a little better as the game goes on.
Hopefully. Strategy is everything right now. And I'm hoping that these teams actually take their time and think of a strategy before they even start a game. Very important, very key in any situation. Right now, Riz Esports, unfortunately for them, they joined as a trio and they're trying to take on Gulf Academy. Joe has been spotted there. He does get some good amount of damage registered on him, but they're not really taking on that fight just yet. Of course, it is the fast phase. Everyone is moving around. Some teams are comfortable taking on this early fight. I still feel quite uncomfortable with the early fight. That is totally fine. Just make it work. Like Chris keeps on saying, high risk, high reward. Make it work. If it doesn't, leave it. Go to another compound. You'll fight. You'll fight another team. Doesn't have to be that team. NTX Esports, we haven't seen them dominating that much. I'm not sure why that's the case, but two All-Stars MVP will be taking down two players immediately they pass by them. A third one gets knocked, that is 26, and two All-Stars will be going back to lobby with this play if they are not careful, because one man remains standing, that is T27. He's trying to close in, but he has to be careful. MVP right now is on a streak, and once they start, I don't think they want to stop. They need to prove something, and they have already lost a couple of fights. Let this one be another one that they'll be losing tonight. They need to get a revive one portion before anyone third parties where they are. Everywhere around the map right now, we do have a couple of fights. I mean, 44k esports is in another fight again, and this time around they are taking on undisputed esports with already one of the teammates knocked down. 2 to 3 is chilling in that lobby, and 44k, that means you are down a player. They need to get Shival. They need to get not Shival. They need to get their teammate revived. I'm not sure who I saw moving around there from UAE. Okay, UAE has been tested. That's quite unfortunate that these teams, all of them are risking right now, Priest. Everyone is just taking on a fight. We're in that fast second zone actually, and somehow everyone is still fighting. But if you look at the other teams that are on top of that leaderboard, they're actually not taking on any fights just yet. And I think that should be the mentality for all the teams coming into this last game. The fight is not yet over, and they should think about what next.
It's all about the next decisions. It's all about the plans that follow through and whatever it is they might have on their mind if they were trying to execute or see this one through. But right now, Novex still yet to add any points on the board for themselves, but this is a very crucial game for them. They need as many points as they can get, and they might try their absolute best to close this down, and they will have to do it relatively very, very quickly and get some more points on the board for themselves. But again, Aspect and the rest of the guys from Sidemen, all of these teams, you can see them making their move, the play zone, just El Pozo getting choked up, Monte Nuevo as well. And we still got a couple of teams deep in the blue zone, the likes of 44K and Peaky Blinders. Very, very deep inside of the blue zone. I'm not sure how well they will survive going into phase 3 and phase 4, seeing how they may have lost a lot of utilities to the blue zone. It's something we talked about earlier in game 3. But now looks like Rizzy Sports will be setting their sights on guys like Team Berserk. And this is a team they need to eliminate to make sure that gap does not even reduce any further. But take a look at that. They trade off again into the corner, and that will be the end of the road. Ayan immediately sending Fixie back into the lobby. Team Berserk losing a man. I mean, fair play to Undisputed AE not backing away and utilizing the angles there. Unfortunate turn of events for them. Another one from Team Berserk biting the dust. Team Berserk losing 2 players in one fell swoop. You would think they would want to extend their gap just a little bit further at the top, and so it can be lonely at the top, but it's not going to be that lonely since Novex and Accelerate are very much alive and very much kicking, going into this final third.
I am shocked that Team Berserk is taking a fight right now. Wow. I think everyone right now is just thinking about what they need: placement points, elimination points, anything that works for them. Right now, Golf Academy is also falling victim to another early drop in their team. They already have Joe, who's very much low. He's trying to get closer as well. This phrase coming from the side man is quite damaging on them, and they are not even yet that close to them to even apply more pressure. So honestly, for Gulf Academy, they need to go away from this place as fast as they can. The zone is about to close in. They need to get moving. But Aspect and the teammates are making sure that is not possible. Wow. Why is everyone fighting? I need to understand that, because we are just in the third phase. Everyone is getting knocked. People are losing numbers. They're not thinking about tomorrow. They're not thinking about it is the top 4. They're not thinking about top 8 anymore. So everything you're doing will definitely affect where you are in that leaderboard by tonight. So I don't know why this is a lot of risk taking happening, but it's totally fine. For the sidemen, they want to get closer to Guff Academy. We already have Aspect. He's trying to close in, but the other teammates from Guff Academy are running away from this fight. Omar is not stopping. He made a run for it, and his teammates are trying to catch up as well. But Aspect is already there. He gets one player knocked already. He's looking for a second one, and Aspect is doing a good job so far. 2 eliminations for his team. Good sprays there from Aspect. Well played. At least we can say the sidemen are finally waking late for today. They can still use this to their advantage, Priest. They can try and get as many points as possible just to make sure tomorrow they have an easier ride compared to starting from down that leaderboard, trying to climb up just in the last day tomorrow.
And that is where it's all important. Tomorrow's games, because most of the teams in the lobby right now, that is all they're going to be thinking about. What will they do tomorrow? How far can they take this? Can they turn this around in any way, shape, or form? Can they put a performance up that will change everything and change their performance to meet what the zone requires? But it looks like that will be the end of the road. The Peaky Blinders standing on business again. They've started to add a couple more points there, but again, they look very, very wherewithal. A chicken dinner would be the best they can do at this stage. It has to be the best performance they will look out for. They have to see it all the way through, and they might be looking like they might want to turn this one around. Rizzy Sports probably going to try to close this down. Again, they are three, but they've already secured a couple of eliminations as well, and they might be looking to run away from the guys from Accelerate Esports. But unfortunately for them, the numbers, it might come back to bite them later on. BERSERK on the other side, still continuously poking and prodding. That is a team with just two players, but it doesn't stop them from playing exactly how they want to play. It doesn't stop them from looking for chaos. And that is why you have to love those teams that love the hustle. They love the game. They love the hustle. They just love being in where the action is. And you got to respect it nonetheless.
Yeah. You're saying hustle like they're hustling their way in this game. Anyway, yes, they are, because they're trying to get money as well as they play the game. So yes, they teams that hustle their way through everything, so at the end of the day, get something. So we hope that's going to be the case. NTX Esports is another team we've not seen that much. Honestly, their performance has not been that good. They can try and get something again from this last game if they want to. They can probably focus on the placement points, get some elimination points along the way. But if they can get those placement points as they continue the game, that will definitely boost them up. Looking at their position is not as good as we expect it to be at the end of the day. For Team Berserk, 2 players down already. Not a good start of the game for them. Bane has been spotted. Temper, they seem to have also gotten closer to them, and they were a little bit open there, trying to scope in on Team MVP. Temper makes their way there. They are able to get at least one player knocked and thirsted. And if I was to think like Temper, I can imagine they're trying to make sure by the end of tonight they're in that top 4. Even without the chicken dinner, they need that top 4 placement by the end of tonight, and they might just do anything and everything it takes to make their way there. Novex, after giving us the chicken dinner, we are not seeing them, which is quite unfortunate. I wanted to ask Priest what his combination for Miramar is, but I realized he'll tell us Thompson and Car 98. And I just said, no way I'm going to take my time to listen to that. But of course, if you're
What?
playing Miramar,
Nah, you got it wrong. You got it wrong. You got it wrong. I
I'm
mean,
sure that
you
is
got one
AIDS.
right. You got one right, actually.
I know,
You got one
Thompson,
right.
always.
Wait. Thompson. No. You got it wrong, actually. You got both wrong, actually. It's
Is what?
Winchester and VSS Pro.
Winchester.
Winchester and VSS Pro.
Winchester.
Only the pro players know. Pro players know. Winchester and
Winchester.
VSS. Winchester. Win 94. Pro guns, bro. Pro guns. The most pro weapons.
Hey. I forgive you. Winchester? Hey. I forgive you, okay? You're forgiven. Don't say that again. Ever. Okay? You're forgiven.
I don't know what you're
Please,
talking
the
about.
Winchester.
You don't know anything. Last time saying it's pro stuff. I'm a level above. Like you don't even know, man.
Hey. Yeah, he just made my night. At what? Yes, Winchester. It's fine. Anyway, guys, do not be like Priest and do not use a Winchester unless you're good at the game. But he's not. That's why I'm surprised he's using a Winchester. Hey, it's fine. Just don't do it again, in public. Just don't be like Priest. So far, Bazak has only 2 players standing, Zane, and they need to really get this going. They seem like they want to take on fights as well. They do have Team MVP right next to them. Clips is also here. He has been dominating so far for his team. 3 eliminations already in his name. And for Berserk, they have been able to sport Reese Esports, and one of the teammates has already been taken down. They joined as a trio. Again, something I always say, avoid. Every single player in your team has a role, and if
Chaos is a ladder and Accelerate Esports. It looks like they might want to climb it, though. Looking like a very interesting turn of events going into the final phase of this game. And this is a team that needs the points. They need every single point they can get. Kingpin already making a play for it and advancing his position, but unfortunately, he might be getting dropped off here. Takes a lot of hits, as he spits through, but doesn't look like he will be able to hold on for the longest, and they will advance their position and get into a better spot. But now the open space comes through. Sidemen already on the press, already on the push forward. Accelerate Esports, they advance, but they advance a little bit too early. And Sidemen are creeping up and improving their position, but somehow Accelerate have actually found their way into the top drawer, and they have found their way into that open position. It's a very, very beautiful turn of events so far. But now the play zone is not favorable. They need to advance. They need to get into a better place. And now unfortunately, they are taking hit. Momsy is already putting the work in. Sprays to follow through with the M416. Kingpin to follow suit. That's two bodies in the air right now for Accelerate Esports. And unfortunately for them, they cannot move any faster. They will be stuck outside the blue and go back into the lobby, courtesy of the guys from the side men. And they have secured 5 eliminations so far. Team Berserk still hanging on. No eliminations just yet. They are trying to use positional awareness to their advantage. Novex as well, trying to do the exact same thing. 1 elimination apiece. And interestingly enough, MVP might be looking to snatch a chicken dinner here. I mean, if MVP wins a chicken dinner, things are about to be very, very interesting on the top 4 leaderboard. And again, it might be a little bit of a trade-off again to see how things spin into fruition. That's a big grenade over the top from Grain there again to service forward. That's a big, large drop, big spray. Immediately, Zane shuts it down. Absolutely incredible performance so far from Team Berserk. Playing as 2 and doing damage as 4. You have to respect it, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, Team Berserk coordination is amazing, amazing. That's why they're able to play as a duo against the whole team. They have good coordination. They're working together. You can see the synergy from a mile, and that I believe is what most teams need right now. They need to have that synergy. You need to understand your teammate. Every single aspect about him should make sense with how he's moving, how he's making his goals. You should be able to make a prediction before he even makes it. All right, now Peaky Blinders, they are sporting a team that is making a rotation there. For some teams like Riz Esports, they're not really in a compound. They're holding that ridge there. They're trying to use sorry, that ditch as their safe haven. But looking at that grenade, it almost took down 2 players. That would be Speed and Clutch, but they are lucky that grenade did not really take them down just yet. They can hear the players from Team MVP trying to close in. The grenades are being launched. They're trying to fight from every single side. The question is, Adrian is not that close. Who are you spraying? Someone makes their way there, and that's going to be Peaky Blinders. The teammate that is Tyron and Nemesis are already knocked down. A grenade is about to be launched from Papi. Is looking to maybe get a knock with that, but so far so good. Nothing is really happening just yet. Rizzy Sports, they are sporting MVP. They are waiting for them to make a mistake. Papi is also cooking up some grenades. The damage is there, and respect should be pushed before he's able to heal up. Papi is taking his time, trying to get his HP up. They can easily take on this team. All they need to do is get some confidence, please. Peaky Blinders, get to it, get that push happening. You can take on the team. They do not have HP. They're trying to heal up, and this might just be a chance to take them out. But as Papi tries to close in, Delirium 6 is also here, and that would be it for Peaky Blinders. Respect is not stopping just yet. You can hear Delirium 6. He's the only player standing from his team, and I guess we can just tell him now before it's too late. GG's. Not yet. He takes on 1 player from Delirium 6, takes him back to lobby. Grenades have been launched, at least 2 or 3. Another one tries to push him. He goes down as well. He's about to give us a clutch, but unfortunately, my friend, your respect will not be earned tonight by Delirium 6.
Delirium 6. I mean, after that chicken dinner, you would think they would pick up the pace, but it looks like it's not going to be the case there. Oh, what a grenade that was from Novex. And they are trying to reap here where they did not so. And Team Berserk also with the same idea, still have Goblin. Somehow they have managed to lock things down. And they're very confident into the way they have been able to circle back and keep their positions again. But now there is an open space, and they might be able to see this one through. They might be able to make something happen there. Goblin just moving out just in time, almost getting dropped away though. and it's not something they were expecting to happen at this stage, but they are looking very confident. Take a look at that. More sprays coming through from Goblin. He's taking the 1v2 on into that corner. Zane trying to get the angles on. Big shot over the top side here, gets knocked away as well. Zane capitalizing on this. Like I said, they're playing as two, but they're dealing damage as four. Five eliminations for Team Berserk, going absolutely berserk. And they are doing a major, major drop right now. Ultra 6. This might be the performance they have been looking for. They've got the numbers to deal with the guys from Novex, but again, the angles are not too favorable for them. The play zone shifts away as well. Temper once again in the final third, and now it is anyone's game. Novex trying to seal this one against Ultra 6. Tweety and No Braino also working hand in hand. Mariah playing off the right hand side. Thanos immediately getting swept to the side there, courtesy of Team Berserk. They shut it down and they hold on onto the ground floor. They wrap it all the way through and they make sure that the job here is done. But El Mencho with a side swipe onto G Baby again, trying to hold it down, but all of the resources going into trying to get his teammates picked up. It is a big trade-off. Soulman has to press forward. The play zone is not favorable for any of these teams. They need to reposition. They need to reposition themselves. And they need to make sure that the job is done. And they need to make sure that they see this all the way through on every single, and they might be able to see this all the way through and lock it all the way down. But Novex, can they make something happen here? Again, it is all about the plans. It is all about making a job well done here. Ultra 6, they have been knocking on the door game after game. This is the best they may have come so far, but they've only got one elimination though. How far can they make it? How well can they scrub through? And now they will be setting back all the way through. No Brainer getting knocked away there, crushed at the hem there by Soul Man, and he drops it immediately. And that will be another one biting the dust. Tweety had no idea that the opposition were out in the open. Big spray from Thanos, and that will be the end of the road for Ultra 6. They will be getting swept away. And now Team Berserk coming to pick up the pieces. Soul Man getting swept away, but take a look at Temper. They're wide, they're whole, they're swallowing up the entirety of the central position of the zone, and this is exactly what we saw that they were trying to do and lock down.
I mean,
Chaos is a ladder,
no.
and it looks like they might be closing it down here. It's a very, very, very suspicious angle, but it might be able to see it all the way through. Team Berserk, Temper, MVP, and Novex. Who do you think has the edge here, Mitch?
To give us that chicken dinner that everyone has been asking for. They do have the numbers, they do have the position in the zone, they have everything they need to give us that chicken dinner. But when you look at Team MVP as well, they do have the numbers. Four players are still standing. For Berserk, they're still applying pressure and they're wreaking nothing but havoc around the game here. They're taking anything that is moving that is already knocked and they're making it theirs. 7 eliminations to their name, and they are just not yet stopping. They are looking for anyone who's going to be making their way towards them. The zone is about to close in, and it decides that Berserk is able to stay as safe as they want while they make their rotations. For the MVPs, have Temper supporting them already. One of the teammates has been knocked, but they are very much aware that they have Berserk players right in front of them. They can easily try and take them out. And 15 exposing his location. Yuri, amazing, taps the mini. 14 gets good damage, and 15 Thanos, same place. They do not have vehicles anymore. They have been damaged, but they need something to make their rotations. Goblin and the MVPs are taking each other on. Org is ready to eliminate Team Berserk, but he has to be really careful right now. They do have teams on their northern side. The eastern side as well is occupied by Temper. And any wrong move they make, Temper will be able to take this elimination. Now the zone is about to close in. The teams are about to be squeezed together. And if you're not comfortable in tight spaces, then you'll not like what is about to happen here right now. Novex there have been spotted. Look at Team Berserk. They're not stopping. They're taking anyone and anything moving right now, Priest. 3 teams remain standing, and only one team can give us a chicken dinner in the last game in Miramar. And my bet might just be on Temper.
Well, we're about to see something special in the final third here. Temper with 4 players up MVP have 7 eliminations. Team Berserk has 9 eliminations here, and this is what we talked about. Temper, the Kings of Miramar, we're starting to see how that is important here. But MVP, they have decided finally to turn up and inside of this final game, but Olga immediately trades one off onto the guys from Temper. I believe that was Yuri that got knocked away there, and they are trying to hold his own, but Team Berserk somehow still keeping their numbers up. Eclipse immediately launches one up onto Zayn, gets him knocked away, and that might be the opening that MVP are looking for, that chicken dinner that has been so elusive to them, and now they're looking for a way around it to make it happen. But take a look at the smoke path dropped away by Goblin to allow his teammate to crawl to his position unscathed and unseen, but MVP playing too close into the dip, and that will be a steal away by 6guard. They add a low one there, but they got a little bit too complacent here. They play a little bit too close, drop off into the corner, and Leo immediately shuts it down. Goblin will bite the dust, and MVP utilizing the opportunity, but Glips peeks out as well. 6guard will drop it to his knees. Olga peeks as well. 6guard will drop both of them, and that is how you do it. Temper showing that they do not have the time to play around. 6guard launching chaos onto the size of MVP. They cannot deal. They cannot deal with 6guard. He's dropping them one after the other, and the pressure is onto their position. Clips trying to keep the intel and feed to the rest of his teammates there, and they are trying to launch one over the top side. But now the opening is good. Another grenade and another angle. Clips cannot survive this time or launch. Oh, that's a fantastic grenade launch over to the other side, and Leo is the victim there. Legend trying to circle it off, and he launches one over to the top side. Potion over to the 2 versus 1.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. MVP on the backs of the opposition. Snatch it away from Temper's grasp. 4 players in the final third, but no match for MVP.
Wow.
Cool your temper. You have to cool your temper.
This ones will cool their way to bed. What just happened there? Temper had the upper hand. Temper had everything they needed for that chicken dinner. Temper, you had everything you ever wanted to get a chicken dinner, but MVP literally took it from your mouth and ate it. They took the whole chicken dinner from your mouth, Temper. But it's totally okay. They were able to secure some elimination points, placement points. They can use that. They have to pray it was enough to at least move up that leaderboard. But we'll wait and see how that plays out. But for you, MVP, your fans in the comment section tonight, they will go home. They will, if they are watching somewhere that is not their home, if they're in their beds, they're sleeping happy because of that chicken dinner. Well played for you, Team MVP, finally giving us a chicken dinner with 11 eliminations to back that up. 2,112 damage, 12 knockouts, heals of 633, and a survival time of 30 minutes and 37 seconds. Good stuff, honestly, Team MVP. Big up to you guys. Last game of the night, you have been entertaining, and it has finally paid off to your fans. They have finally been able to see what they had come to see here in this live stream. Looking at the team stats, you have Clips giving us 3 eliminations and a damage of 653, 2 eliminations for Org with a damage of 624, Adrian 3 eliminations and a damage of 475, and we have Potion 3 eliminations and a damage of 360. Good stuff here from the team. They have been able to survive together the whole time. Good teamwork, the revives, the cover fires, the utilities being used throughout the game. Good stuff from Team MVP. That is how you close the night. 61 eliminations from this game with 65 knocks. At least some people were able to get revived. 21 revives. That's a lot for Miramar's last game. Throws at 147. We have total headshots at 7. Longest elimination 360 meters with a damage at 14,481. Match summary, we have the player with the most eliminations as Berserk Goblin. Highest damage 1,578, Berserk Goblin. 2 grenade eliminations from MVP Adrian. Longest elimination 360 meters, Temper Yuri, and then top traveler as Papi from Peaky Blinders. Finally, we have a Peaky Blinder on the stats. Good stuff for you there, Papi. Seeing you on that screen looking peaky is very good. The match rankings for this game: MVP No, two All Stars and NTX Esports. Zero eliminations at 16th and 15th place. We have 8-bit Esports, Undisputed AE, 14th and 13th place with 1 point in total each. Gulf Academy got the 12th place with 2 points. 11th, you have Delirium 6 with 3 points. 10th place, you have 44K Esports and Peaky Blinders at 9th place with 4 points each from this game. Not a good number of points have been earned from the 9th and 16th place. It seems like it was a tough game here. But looking at the winners of the match, that is Team MVP, they have been able to secure 21 points in total. Second place, you have Team BERSERK 14. Third, we have Temper with a 12. Fourth, you have Novex 10. 5, you have Accelerate Esports 6, same as Rizzy Sports at 6th place with 6 points as well. Sidemen securing 7th place with 5 points, and we have Ultra 6 at 8th place with 4 points as well. Honestly, Team MVP, good stuff from you guys, but I'm looking at BERSERK right now getting 14 points. That of course will affect their ranking to the table because Novex has only 10 points from this game. But of course, I gotta wait to see how the overall rankings look like. But what I know is Goblin might just go up into that MVP bracket again. For the head-to-head here, Team MVP and Team BERSERK, 11 eliminations for Team MVP, with BERSERK getting us 9 eliminations with 11 knockouts to back that up. 2,217 damage for Team BERSERK and a survival time of 29 minutes and 51 seconds for Team BERSERK, with MVP getting 2,112 damage with a survival time of 30 minutes and 37 seconds. For Team MVP, we are still amazed. Your fans are happy, and I know you will be happy as well after you see the overall ranking. But of course, Priest, are we expecting to see a big jump from Team MVP's performance after this last game of the night?
Whew, I mean, I can't even put my finger on how I feel watching that final thought. I mean, that should tell you that it's going to come. Is really going to come. It's going to come down to the last game, right? I feel it's going to come down to the last game to actually get a feeling of how this is going to pan out. But then taking a look at this, BERSERK still MVP, and these guys were a duo for the majority of this game. They were a duo. You know, they were absolutely a duo right now, and that tells you that. I mean, they're absolutely special. Yuri put in a masterclass performance as well, but 6God as well, but it was not enough to claw that chicken dinner out of the arms of the guys from MVP. And that should tell you exactly what you should expect. But what a performance we have witnessed today, nonetheless. I mean, absolutely impressive stuff. But tomorrow, I believe we're going to have something different. I think a lot of these teams, man, the VODs tonight are going to be crazy. The VODs tonight are going to be insane. But take a look at that. The MVP race continues. And now BERSERK have Goblin stepping away from the rest of the competition. 3,600 in damage points. And I'm pretty sure that was the strategy going into this last game. BERSERK just said, Goblin, pick them one after the other. Just keep picking them off. Just keep picking them off. Just keep adding to those eliminations. Just keep adding to those damage points. Sphinxy, Novex still has 15 in the cut, but I don't think any of them is catching him at this stage. Is not too far-fetched from Novex, but his damage points are just too way behind. You know, he has to catch up and then supersede. So that's what makes this so clear-cut. But Respect and Ragnar at least putting up a fight. I mean, interestingly enough, that should tell you how it is, right? And all of these teams so far, you know, you can see that BERSERK is the only team here that has 2 players. That should tell you that these guys are here to win.
Definitely. I mean, the jump from Goblin last game, he was not on the table. He was I think maybe 6th because he was at 5th. Then he went out from 3rd. Sorry, he went out from 3rd. He was taken off the equation, but now he comes back. Goblin, that was a good game. The sprays, everything just made sense from Goblin, from how they were pushing the compounds, how they were taking anyone anything that had life and was moving, they were pointing at it and making sure that it was theirs. They focused, they took the elimination points, they confirmed their knocks, and that is what is getting Goblin here. Goblin, Sphinxy, good stuff from Team Berserk. Honestly, this is the performance everyone has been waiting for, and I know they are comfortable with this, but I cannot wait to see after that performance from Team Berserk and Team MVP, where they'll be standing in that overall ranking. I need to know what kind of jump will be done for Team MVP once we have a quick look at the overall rankings.
Ooh.
And there we go. Chris. There we go. Why
Well. Ultra 6. Ultra 6 getting pushed out in front here. Ultra 6 finishing on the top of the bottom. The top of the bottom. They finished quite nicely. 26 points to the good. And then you have the guys from Peaky Blinders chasing right after them. 26 points apiece. Delirium 6. Imagine getting a chicken dinner but being 11th. You know, and I talked about the power of the chicken dinner, but again, where does it go, right? Where does it go? Undisputed Eastside Men, 8-Bit Esports, and GF Academy, NTX Esports. They just came to have some fun. They just came to have some fun. They just came to catch a vibe, you know, have us talk about them a little bit. GG's to them. They just showed up and they turned up. Gotta respect them nonetheless. But ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the top 8 and let us see who is where and where is who. Team Berserk, 81,
What?
20 Claire of Novex, MVP,
Oh my
Chicken
days.
Dinner in the top 3, and 44K Esports with 52 points sitting in the top 4. But ladies and gentlemen, take a look at how close it is between 3rd place and 7th, Mitch.
Oh my days. What just happened here? The change in this table is sickening at this point. We are not going to be comfortable tomorrow. Everyone will be watching the game by the edge of their seats, thinking about who is going to be staying in that top 4. Because right now, Team MVP just made the biggest jump ever. Riz Esports, Accelerate Esports, all these teams, even Temper, can easily go to where Team MVP is with just one game. They don't even need anything. They just need one game. For Team Berserk, no Vex. You cannot rest just yet. No Vex. You have someone creeping behind you that is Team MVP, not that far from where you are as well. One game is also what they need. No Vex, Team Berserk, the two of you are having a good dance up there, but you also have to be very careful. I don't think it's possible, but if it's in our minds, if something like a team getting 20 plus points, okay, getting 29 points in Rondo is possible, right? But getting that might need a lot of effort for a team to get that and jump all the way to where Team Berserk is. So let's just wait and see what happens tomorrow, guys. Team Berserk, Novex, MVP, 44K Esports. You can rest pretty tonight knowing that you guys are still in that top 4. But remember, the games did not stop just yet. That was just day 1 in the grand finale for SSA, SA, PMNC games. They have done a good job. They have really worked towards the top 4, and anything could happen tomorrow. So make sure you put on your best game sleeves and make sure to wipe your screens as well, okay? That you can get yourselves an amazing end of the finale. But looking at the start here, Priest, I mean, not even a single team has been able to win consistently. Game 1, we had Rondo, that being Team Berserk. Game 2 in Erangel, that was Novex. Game 3, Erangel, we had Accelerate Esports. Game 4, Erangel, we had Delirium 6. Match 5 in Miramar, we had Riz Esports. And then match 6 in Miramar, we had Team MVP giving us the chicken dinner. South Africa is proving to be very competitive right now, Priest. I cannot wait to see what tomorrow has to unfold for us. Honestly, it might just be another run of teams trying to get a chicken dinner all over again. Different teams, different performance.
Absolutely. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. You heard it here first. You saw the turnout. You saw an amazing performance back-to-back fashions, and none other than what a solid performance we have seen so far, ladies and gentlemen. What a ride this has been. First day of the finals for the South Africa PMNC, the PUBG Mobile National Championship. One step closer to that money. Team BERSERK have put on a master show. Solid, consistent performance across all of the matches. I don't think there was any game where they didn't secure any points. That is to show you the levels that Team BERSERK is operating at. But the top four is nowhere near guaranteed. It is absolutely nowhere near guaranteed, man. And the VODs tonight are going to be insane. I'm pretty sure these players are not going to sleep right now. Pretty sure they're not going to sleep. I'm pretty sure they're going to look at the VODs. They're going to look at the replays. They're going to take a look and see, can we do something better tomorrow? But that's just pretty much it. Who can do better? Who can turn this around? Tomorrow, I'm expecting something absolutely insane to go down. And I'm going to keep my fingers crossed. And I think we're going to have a very, very different plethora of performances tomorrow, because we had 6 games today with 6 different chicken dinners. So It is that competitive. It is that competitive. And I can't wait to see more action tomorrow.
Yep, me too. I'm pretty stumped. I need to know the top 4 teams from South Africa that will be making their way into that PMGO finals. I need to see them, and they need to show up. I mean, we do have some teams that are really making us question how other regions are going to be performing, because if this is how they're performing now for 3,000 USD, what happens during 10,000 USD? That's going to be another type of game. But you know what? Game is game, guys. So every single team from SA that is still playing here in the finals, all the best tomorrow. And make sure you turn up, because as usual, you'll be starting off your night with a rondo, then a triple Erangel. Then you'll be having the last 2 games as Miramar. So make sure you lock in at night. Please say you're not going to sleep, guys. Please get your rest and be ready for tomorrow. Just warm up your fingers with some TDMs, get some rest. Tomorrow, another long day of 6 matches, and it's going to be a very, very sweaty lobby before you can even say goodbye to any of the teams you've played against. Anyway, I hope the teams will be locking in. We hope tomorrow will be entertained, and that's may the best team win. And if you do not win, don't worry. 1st to 16th place is something for everyone.
There's absolutely something for everyone, but there will be something for the top 4. And that will be one step closer to PMGO Africa. The first ever PMGO Africa, the maiden edition. It is a clear-cut path to the global stages. It is PUBG Mobile action at its finest. So stay tuned and stay locked in. But ladies and gentlemen, get ready for more action tomorrow. It has been a lovely, lovely ride tonight. So we'll see you tomorrow with more PUBG Mobile action. It is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. It is the finals. We'll see you same time tomorrow. So stay locked in and get ready for PMGO.
I started playing PUBG 8 years ago, just to pass time in school. What made me come back to the game was the friendships I made and the memories I created. 4 years later, me starting my competitive career, the way I got into it was from people playing PMGC the first year and actually realizing you could actually win a lot of money in this game. Winning PMAC was a big milestone already for me because it's a big tournament in Africa, and knowing that you qualified to PMGC is probably one of the biggest goals in this game. For the fall global this year in 2026, what excites me the most is that what PUBG Mobile Africa has given us 4 opportunities to qualify to 4 globals. I think that's any kind of professional player's dream, is to go to 4 globals a year, and that's what excites me the most and gives me more passion to try to improve myself as a player. What I am working on now for the next PUBG Mobile global stage is trying to better my gun skills to be as good as the people on the global stage. What makes PUBG Mobile different from other games? I think it's realistic, the way you move or the way you need to position yourself. Other games you have to like do the certain amount of things. So I think this makes it a bit more realistic, and I think that's why people play it. Playing PUBG Mobile 8 years ago, the difference between then and now, I would say then I didn't know much of the game, but now I probably would say I know at least something from the game. I just want to say thank you for bringing this amazing game out and the opportunities you give to players to improve themselves and to just make memories. Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.